system that'll fuck up your mind. Here's the truth about the system that'll fuck up your mind. Here's the truth about the system that'll fuck up your mind. Here's the truth about the system that'll fuck up your mind. Here's the truth about the system that'll fuck up your mind. Here's the truth about the system. Here's the truth about the system that the truth about the system that'll fuck up your mind. The truth about the mind that'll fuck up your mind. That'll fuck up your the truth about that'll fuck up your truth about the system that'll fuck up your mind. Here's the truth about the system that'll fuck up your mind. Here's the truth about the system that'll fuck up your mind. Here's the truth about the system that'll fuck up your mind. Here's the truth about the system that'll
warning, 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 warning.
Truth about it, that'll fuck up your the truth about it, that'll fuck up your truth about it, that'll fuck up your truth about the system that'll fuck up your mind.
Warning, 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 warning.
Truth about the system that'll
forces which were once stopped by the front door have found their way into the home through personal computers.
completely unfair. And I realized something today. It's not just about me and my dream of doing nothing, it's about all of us together. We don't have a lot of time on this earth. We weren't meant to spend it this way. Human beings were not meant to sit in little cubicles staring at computer screens all day, filling out useless forms and listening to 8 different bosses drone on about mission statements. You've worked your ass off hoping for a promotion or something. Years and years and years gone. And you're gonna go in tomorrow, they're gonna throw you out on the street. You know why? So that stock will go up 1/4 of a point. Let's make that stock go down. And let's take enough money out of that place so that we never ever have to sit in a cubicle ever again.
Put down and pay. Pick up, I got put down and pay. Pick up, I got put down and pay. Pick up, I got. Pick up, I got put down and pay. Pick up, I got put down and pay. Pick up, I got put down and pay. Pick up, I got. Pick up, I got.
If you're a laborer, and I'm the one profiting from your labors, you aren't really human. Well, it goes right back to the slave dealers who used to take babies out of the hands of black mothers on the plantations. And the mothers would cry, and the slave owners would turn and say, with a perfectly straight face to the slave buyer who's buying the baby, oh, don't worry, they don't feel emotions the way we do.
Oppressor of the proletariat!
If a thief takes your money, you take it back. Does that make you feel safe?
Now let's get organized!
Yeah, welcome to the Machine Lies, where we talk about the lies of the machine on the machine that lies. Let me open up this talk here.
Like your profile pic.
Oh yeah, I hope I don't get popped. It is what it is, though.
Who is that be?
We can't say it because I don't want to get popped. Popped.
Yeah, well, I had a controversial one, but I figured Baby Billy would be a little bit less controversial. So this is supposed to be Baby Billy Graham, so it's like Billy Graham, but his like baby, you know. You guys ever watched a Billy Graham before? When I was growing up, it was always about Billy Graham going to show you how to get to heaven, boy.
You know what's interesting about Billy Graham? He actually talked about the toll houses in his book, incidentally.
Oh, for real?
He talked about what?
The toll houses, but
toll
he did
houses.
it like accidentally, but he came to the same conclusions that Orthodox come to about the toll houses without knowing it. It's like in his book. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah, you guys hearing the crazy stuff that Jordan Peterson is saying with the Israeli-Hamas war?
No, what'd he say?
He was tweeting at Netanyahu saying, like, give him hell and stuff like that.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
Crazy
Just
shit.
bloody give them hell, you know what I'm saying? Come on, guys.
Oh, wait.
Do a good.
Okay, so it says here that I can't even play this because it has graphic imagery. Holy shit. Okay, so let me play some of this. If it gets to some war scenes, I'm going to try to skip around and shit. See what happens. Look like we got some people in the back. Give me a second, folks.
Clean up the Levant, bucko. Clean up the Levant, bucko.
Somebody in the back out here. I'll add you in a second. Give me 1 second. Let me share the screen first. And then let me see who's out here for us. Cage. Oh, yeah. Blessings, Cage. What's up, homie? Yeah, what up, dude? Yeah. Let's take a look at some of this shit here. I've never seen this video, so trigger warning for this video. I mean, I'm just playing this on the fly. I mean, this video is not going to be up on this channel. It's going to be on the other channel, but yeah, let's see what happens.
Wait. Jordan Peterson made this?
No.
He's from the same city as me. You know, he's from U of T. You know, University.
Hernandez 33, 1 subscriber. Dude has. All right, let's give him, Mr. Hernandez another subscriber. We got 2 subscribers now, Mr. Hernandez. Blessings. Dope music.
Believe me, you don't want war.
So I puzzled over this for quite a while. I thought, what in the world am I doing at this talk? I started to dig more deeply into the history of the Balfour Declaration.
So it's possibly the most famous letter in modern Jewish history, and it begins with 3 words: Dear Lord Rothschild. Why was it that this letter was sent by the Foreign Secretary to your great-uncle Walter?
It's an interesting question.
You know, I could give a pretty credible 20-minute presentation on the history of the Balfour Declaration, but it didn't sit well with me because it isn't the right thing for me to be talking about. It's not my area of expertise.
So they felt that the Rothschild family should be the one to whom it was addressed. And Walter was Lord Rothschild, and he was a Zionist.
And to say anything about the political situation, like anything definitive, it's like, that just seemed like absolute hubris. No, I mean, there's so much going on in that little corner of the world.
I demand to know what's going on in my house.
Yeah, I might like skip some of the maybe violent imagery in this or shit, right?
Bro, if they want to, they make an excuse to fucking deal with you either way, right? Just make
Yeah, they're burning down olive trees.
matter.
I mean, obviously, oh mother, my olives. I mean, they're ripping this lady away from her olive trees. They're pretty good at doing that type of stuff, getting people away from the olive trees and the goats and stuff.
Like TML, I'm telling you, because they do this shit to me too, right? Over plants. So yeah, you know, it doesn't matter what you play or what you say. Like if they want
Yeah,
it.
you said they hit you up because you put
it's cannabis. It's Delta.
Yeah, because you showed the trees. Huh? That's crazy. Yeah. That's wild.
They try saying it's like child exploitation. Another one's like dangerous. What is it? Like dangerous organizations and people or something.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, we got that stuff too. Yeah, we got dangerous organizations.
Yeah.
I think it's because we played something with Krakow where he was exposing child trafficking. So I think that's what I believe they.
They'll make up any excuse at all. All you got to do is like it's a bot, right? Like I can hit a bot right now and have like 20,000 people in here right now. So imagine you put those bots to fucking hit a button. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, anyone could fuck around. It's like,
Yeah,
fuck.
I've seen Cage do that. Cage has gone to channels and changed the audience like by 100 to 200 people in the audience manipulating the audience
It's
with bots.
600 over the, and that's
Yeah.
low. You want 20,000 people in here right now? And it's like, it's not difficult to do.
Yeah, it's pretty
And
funny.
imagine you
Yeah, it's
directed
pretty
that to
funny.
hit a button. Yeah.
Yeah, you should raid people with that. Make them trip out because their audience went up and they think something's happening to them. That's what I would do with it, personally. But yeah.
Yeah, like, well, you just realize how fake everything is.
Like what we should do is we should put like 20,000 bots on the Crucible and make them think that they're having way more people than they actually have, and right, and then take them away.
Well,
That'd be pretty
look,
funny.
like all you need is like 10 people in there, right? And then like people commenting in there, and then you just like bot the fucking thing and make it look like everyone wants to be there, right? It's guerrilla marketing. It's
Yeah,
kind
you
of
should
like,
do it on the big channels to manipulate, to fuck with their, because a good way I could think of doing it is manipulating the large audiences. Fuck manipulating the small audience. Who cares about that? And nothing's gonna happen with the small audiences.
if
But
I
manipulating the
wanted to,
large
yeah, no,
audiences.
if I was an asshole, I can go around and remove everybody's channel. If I was an asshole,
Yeah, I'm sure you'd never do that.
I wouldn't, because I'm not an asshole. Yeah.
No, I think you're right. I think there's people who know which buttons to press, and that's all they have to do is just like, like they know like the method of how to remove.
Even though they've been trying to do that shit to me, they've been on my business stuff, right? I'm gonna stoop to that level and go and do it, even though I can.
Yeah, but I don't want to actually show violence here. But this lady's obviously being manhandled by a bunch of Israeli soldiers. It is what it is. Jewish Israelis constantly demolish entire Palestinian villages using bulldozers. Israelis build condos in their place, calling them settlements. Israeli Jews move into these condos, some calling themselves pioneers. Okay, there's so much of this footage here, right? I mean, it doesn't seem like there's much
Denise
violence
was
in
asking
here.
where I got half my face. If you paid attention, you see what the mask says, and then you'll realize why I have that on there.
You're doing
Why are you in the comments talking shit?
theatrics.
Is it a new world, or will it consume us all?
That's the most obviously it's the most gangster thing of all time. They got no chance of winning, and they're throwing rocks at the military equipment. That is incredible. And it's little children that are throwing the rocks. And then they say, oh, these are the human shields that they're using. Not the fact that people wouldn't have a courage, that even their children have more courage than you to defend their way of life. Then that means that they're going to be here way long after you're gone. That's all that means. But yeah, people don't get it. I mean,
The fuck is that? Yeah, this is some weird ass shit.
Like, who cares? Why is this so important? Why is this little ratty part of the world it's like just scraped out of useless desert fundamentally? Why in the world is everyone obsessed with it? And it's really something. It's always struck me.
The spiritual leader of the ultra-Orthodox Shah's party, Rabbi Obadiah Yusuf, has wished death for all Palestinians and the acting Palestinian Authority chief Mahmoud Abbas. Speaking during his weekly sermon, the ultra-Orthodox rabbi described the Palestinians as evil people who should perish from earth. He told his followers that God should strike Palestinians with a plague.
One of the things that struck me when Ezra was speaking is that, maybe even the enemies of the Jews perversely respect them because they've done so well in the Middle East, it's just annoying.
Oh, what happened?
I'm just making sure that I don't get
the machine. Hold on. Can we have some comedic relief here? It's called Jordan Peterson, and I put it in the private view. It says Jordan Peterson goes to Burger King at 3 a.m.
Yeah,
It's one of
I'll
the
play that.
funniest fucking things I've ever seen in my life.
Yeah, I'll play that when we go on break. But
After,
let me play
that,
some more
you
of
guys
this.
are gonna have
Yep.
in for a good laugh after that. Yeah.
Yep.
You don't want to be thinking that success is necessarily going to attract admiration, right? I mean, we know from the Cain and Abel story that success can attract murderous resentment and the desire to destroy. And so that's just one of the problems, I think, is that in some ways Israel is a shining beacon on the hill.
Wow.
By the way, the white phosphorus will burn the bodies but leave the buildings intact. So that's a special type of ammunition, that you can use in wartime. I'm pretty sure it's illegal to use that type of weapons. Right?
Yeah, isn't that against the Geneva Convention? Or
Yeah,
whatever?
yeah, I'm pretty sure it's against Geneva Convention. So this is why it's significant, right? But even if it's not, I mean, imagine using that type of military equipment on civilian populations. I mean, what type of evil?
Well, the Zionists are kind of in control of
It's white
that whole
phosphorus. It's like
aspect
Metal
of
Gear
things.
Solid.
Yeah, yeah. Here, hold on, Unseen. Say that again. Please don't interrupt.
Well, I was saying that they were in control of like the EU and different things like that. So
yeah,
I think they're the roots of that, if I'm not mistaken. Like they're the ones who kind of established all that. So
yeah,
I don't think those rules apply to them if they created it.
that's a pretty good point. I mean,
Yeah.
if the people can be, if they can remain ignorant about the method of bookkeeping, then the bookkeeper can remain king. You know what I mean? Of course.
Tell that to my accountant.
People don't even know what the laws are. Oh yeah, I'm sorry, Cage. What are you saying?
Saying tell that to the accountant. But yeah, white phosphorus.
Yeah, exactly.
They make grenades. They make grenades that release that shit too.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that. Yeah. Yeah.
You never
Blessings,
heard of
El
that?
Perro. Yeah. Thank you for being here.
Greetings. Hey, I come up. Thanks for having me up. I got a serious question. I don't mean to distract from everything, but actually to destroy the foundation of what's actually happening here.
Yeah. Sure. Sure. You're welcome to. Yeah. Blessings.
And we've spoken in the past. TML and I have probably almost 2 years ago about King Cyrus and the release of the Israelites. And upon their freedom, the casting down of the seraphim serpents after they were disgusted with the promised land and wouldn't work for it.
Isis Rael.
And then they came forth with Judaism. And in this Judaism, they create this concept that the Jews are the chosen one. But Judaism, we have to understand, is constructed under the house of Judah, which is merely one tribe of the 12, wherein they describe anybody that is not a Jew, a Gentile. And therefore, they are dismissing the other 11 tribes of the actual chosen ones through the lineage of Jacob. And if you understand the construction of the names of Jacob's sons, in order, they spell out a birthright. So you cannot make claim to a birthright by 1/12.
Would there be 13 of them, though?
No, there are 12 tribes and
What about
one
the
daughter.
13th?
Would you are so impatient. Let the conversation happen.
I'm just asking you a question.
I know, and you're asking a question that is easily answered if you just shut up and let me answer.
Duly noted.
Thank you. So we have the 12 tribes of Jacob that when you spell out or use their names and their meanings of the names, it spells out a birthright. And if you understand the foundation of Judaism is they are claiming that birthright, but dismissing 11 points of it. Okay. The 13th one that Cage is speaking about is Dinah, and that is a daughter. This is the importance of the dowry in the material world, as today in our material world, the dollar comes from the name Dinah. So what are the Israelites in Israel in claiming to be Jews
Isis Rael.
and dismissing 11 points that are imperative to their very standing. What do you think, TML?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I think that the people in Israel are Europeans. They're essentially Europeans, and then also, what's their religion? Their religion is not Judaism either. It's science and technology and secularism. If you look at the origins of Zionism itself, it's a liberal ideology, a statist ideology that was born inside of Europe. Thought of by Theodore Herzl. Who established Israel? It was the British government. Right. So, I mean, it's pretty obvious to me that this has nothing to do. And who were the Jews? Well, most of the people that were Semitic people lived in Israel, and they were Christians. Right. So that's what most people don't even understand, that the native Palestinians, the Semitic people, they had all converted to Christianity for the last 1,000 years. And right. And those people.
That's those other 11 tribes.
Yeah. So it's pretty wild that people assume that, these people are, quote unquote Jews in the first place.
Yeah. And I'm not giving anything to Palestine either. I'm just placing the false premise of this Israel and Jews.
Well, if you look at the situation where they say that nobody held that land for 2,000 years, well, wouldn't it have been the Ottomans? It's kind of strange. They broke apart the Ottoman Empire in right when they established the ideology of Zionism, and the Bolshevik Revolution and the breakdown of the Ottoman Empire happened at the same time. There you have the Sykes-Picot Agreement, where they created Egypt and Jordan and Lebanon and all these countries that are surrounding Palestine that Israel started a conflict with.
Right.
Right. So it's very interesting.
Yeah, and when you understand the fall of the Roman Empire, the rise of the Ottoman Empire, which is the fall of the Holy Roman Empire, and the rise of the Royal German Empire, the true Ottoman Empire in modern times.
That's a great point. Yeah, that's a great point. I never even put all of that together with the Romans being the Germans. Right, being connected to the Germans. Yeah, that's a great point. Yeah.
And then we have the fall of the German Empire in World War I, where they took out Sir Duke Ferdinand, which was the only other house left in the German Empire of 23 that they'd already destroyed in previous battles. And now we have Germany is left, but who is the new foundation but the United Nations as a world government?
Yeah. And if you look at Mitrovic and the Black Hand organization that was responsible for assassination of Archduke Ferdinand, the dude actually says that he wanted to combine the Kabbalah and Plotinus and all these types of things. And he actually said that Europe was given the tremendous opportunity of making the Jews white, that Europe made the Jews white. He actually said that. And right, that all of European history was restyling the Jews, that you could see the whole, or you could look at the whole history of Europe as a history of how Jews became white people. Right. And that's literally, what it is. Or at least in one aspect of it. Right. And we explored some of that on our Zionism series for sure.
Well, but they've also tried to say that the pharaohs were white people too. So I mean, is that just totally made up, or is that part of the same project?
Yeah, I think they were clearly. I mean, some of them they're clearly black. Right, but yeah. So I don't know what to say about that, but it could have been like white people came and took it over or something like that. But yeah. But yeah, I think they were conquered by Nubia in the 7th century or something like that, Egypt. And I think the story that they say in the Bible, where they say it was like the Pharaoh Ramses, it's probably just a much older Pharaoh. They probably mix up the times of the stories in the Bible. It's probably happened. The story of Moses is probably much older than people are saying it is. That's what I think. If I had to guess.
So, yeah, and I don't want to detract from what you guys are saying because I think it's very important. But I mean, the whole thing about whether or not Jesus was white or Semitic or whatever. I mean, ultimately, it seems that the way I would characterize it is like Christianity became the religion, and then Islam came along and became an offshoot of Christianity, and then whatever the Jews are, I would guess Gnostics of some sort, right? They came back and tried to rewrite history, like you said, and through that process, quote unquote, the Jews became white, but really it seems like they're just taking ancient heresy and trying to pass it off as a modern religion or as a not so ancient religion of Judaism, right? So that's how I would characterize it. I just want to see, does that make sense, or would you correct my?
Oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense what you said, how you characterize the situation for sure. I mean,
Yeah, I'm just trying to point. It seems like there's a lot of different projects simultaneously intersecting.
yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely how you said that. It's much more modern. It's pretending to be ancient. Yeah, that part's definitely totally true.
Very, very interesting. TML. Remember, I put something in the private chat. Jordan Peterson goes to Burger King at 3 a.m.
Yeah, I'm gonna play that before we have a little musical break. I got a couple more videos here I want to show, but yeah, I will play that for sure. Thank you for reminding me. We got a little musical break.
We're all gonna have a nice fucking laugh. I tell you that.
Yeah, I'm gonna play this, and then I'm gonna play another video where Andrew Wilson admits to using leftist tactics, and then we'll go to the Jordan Peterson video if we can, and then I'll read Nietzsche, as I've been doing on the show. Content, instruction on constrained cuckery misinformation, and also known as Sweetus Diabeetus.
Diabetes.
I demand to know what's going on in my house.
Oh, okay. We probably can't show that. Okay, we probably can't show
So what
that.
are the problems? Well, one of them is that people lie all the time about exactly what's going on.
Probably not.
On Israel?
Yes, I do believe in two states for two peoples. No, we don't expand the actual land involved, which is actually quite small.
And why on one side or the other? They lie because they're malevolent, because they want destruction, because they're jealous, because they're anti-Semitic.
Well, that brings us to a
Let me
very...
actually look at the rest of this video because I'm actually not trying to experience that again. I think the rest of this video is just.
I think we need some comedy here. All right.
Couple other people talking. Yep.
timely topic, of course, which is anti-Semitism.
Today you can't hate anyone for their race, so you hate them for their nation state. And that is why anti-Zionism is the new anti-Semitism.
And then there's another problem. It's like, well, what's the problem?
The new anti-Semitism state. And that is why anti-Zionism is the new anti-Semitism state. And that is why anti-Zionism is the new anti-Semitism state. And that is why anti-Zionism is the new anti-Semitism state.
Like caught in 4K. I mean, they don't make any. They just say it outright.
I think I'm gonna make a new.
That is why anti-Zionism.
I'm gonna make clips for keepers in that as my
the new anti-Semitism.
Well,
and that is why anti-Zionism is the new anti-Semitism.
Do you think that they're overplaying this hand on purpose to make everybody outraged so they can then cry victimhood all over again, or is that just their hubris?
That's like their main thing. That's like what they're known for. Crime.
Yeah, I mean that is some wild idiot, like Overton window, like crazy stuff where it's like you just totally change definitions. You know, where Zionism is a political movement, Judaism is a religion. And then Semitic is a race, and right, and then you just completely conflate all three of these, into some crazy chicken soup. I mean, crazy Zionist chicken soup here. Wild repackaging.
That's funny.
And then where does that shift? And this is not a Jayish show about the Jayish type of situation. This was supposed to be about Jordan Peterson. So this is more looking at and profiling Jordan Peterson before we look at this woke right thing. I mean, because James Lindsay and Jordan Peterson, they are well-pronounced Zionists. They're fully supporting of Zionism for some reason, right? So I think James Lindsay, I don't know if James Lindsay is Jayish, but
well, think about it. The only way to be truly anti-Zionist is to be hyper-Zionist.
Here, hold on. Yeah, here we got to play this. Okay, let's play it.
Run the tape.
Yeah, I guess it's only 36 seconds long, so
everyone's just in their room, in their space, and your space is going to be this little fucking tiny little fucking square on a screen. That's going to be your space in the hyper-capitalist fucking AI world. That's going to be your life. And as much as I want to be anti-capitalist, the only way to be truly anti-capitalist is to be hyper-capitalist. Is to let them, give them carte blanche and let it fucking die faster.
The only way to be truly
he's just quoting. He just thinks that he's pro Teddy K.
He's a Sabbatean bitch boy, and so are these guys. I mean, they're repackaging ideologies so that they can weaponize them, and and be for what they're against, so that they can exacerbate. I mean, and implode. So in other words, they're playing
I think that's what the woke right. I think that's what the whole woke right is. Let's just pretend to be Christians. Let's pretend that we care about traditionalism and just crash it all into a communist hellscape.
You can't fake the funk, buddy.
I didn't know who this guy was, but I guess this guy is modded up on our end. So it must be somebody I know. LOL. Poor people don't have to obey those rules. Wow. What an interesting comment.
Yeah, if you have nothing to lose, then you're free.
It's only after you lost everything that you're free to do anything, kind of thing.
In a way, if you don't give a fuck and you're ready, then what are they gonna do to you? The fuck? Play that game with me, then we'll see what happens. Welcome back.
So nihilism is truly freedom.
Can I have it?
No one said anything about nihilism. Okay, if you believe in the far left, far right, now you're a slave. You're put into a cage.
Your kid's asking, can he have freedom, bro?
Well, don't you guys think that people use labels for a reason?
Freedom is welcome back. Let's fucking play this. You want to play me? Yeah, you want to play with me? Or you want to play with somebody who really does not?
Sure.
What are you gonna do?
Define freedom. Go ahead and define freedom for me. Go ahead and define it.
Freedom is okay. I can define it in my own way. Maybe that's different for everybody, but for myself, what freedom is knowing who you are, looking in the mirror, and running your own game instead of being gamed by other people.
But how does not giving a F aid you in that goal?
Because what are they gonna do? You know what? You're gonna kill me. You're gonna put me in something. Try. Let's do it.
He doesn't think it's Charlie because he said he doesn't do roses, and we don't know what's probably done. Oh.
And then you look out for people that deserve to be looked out for.
Then we don't know who did the roses, unless you did. Okay.
And then there's another problem. It's like, well, it's the problem of the victim versus the oppressor. Right? And it's always victim versus oppressor. That's the thing that's so awful. And I see that from a psychological perspective too, because if you think of yourself as a victim, then you don't think of yourself as an oppressor. Well, then you've got it wrong, man, because you're victim and oppressor at the same time. If you're such a fool that you think you're only victim and not oppressor, then there's so much you don't know about humanity and society that well, I don't even know what the proper metaphor for that is. And so,
Yeah, that's Hegelian dialectic type of stuff. We're all victim and oppressor at the same time. I mean, it's wild type of thinking.
whole victim versus oppressor, the horrible victim versus oppressor mythology can be laid out again in the Israeli state, and then it depends on who you want to make victim and who you want to make oppressor. It's exactly the perfect situation for that. Or you can take the side of the Palestinians. Take your choice. You can do your moral virtue signaling, so that's extraordinarily convenient, especially if you don't have anything else to do. So, and that, that ties into the problem of virtual signaling, because it's also very convenient for people who want to develop a sense of their own advanced morality.
Yeah, but getting to label who you want to be victim and who you want to be oppressor, that's not convenient at all. That type of ideology is not convenient at all. Come on, dude. You constructed an ideology strictly for convenience here.
Right, and it allows one that is able to oppress another oppressor to be an oppressor themselves.
Right. It's like, wow. I mean, great work. Yeah, I mean, I couldn't have said it better, myself here. He literally changed the definitions in front of everybody's face. So it's wild.
Well, that's what they do, right? Like, didn't they change the definition in the dictionary recently of recession?
That's interesting. That's fascinating.
Didn't they?
No.
I'm pretty sure they did.
I mean, not that I know of, but yeah, that's interesting. Fascinating.
Well, yeah, they'll change the definition. Okay, they'll update the dictionary and change it to placate to whatever is going on now. Look it up. Look up the actual definition of a recession compared to what it is now. That's what they do.
That's why it's important to reference a thesaurus. Thesaurus doesn't change. It just adds new words that are created.
Yeah, I got
that's a good tip
for that.
Yeah, that's a good tip, Wizard.
Yeah.
To take on the problems of some distant state and wave their bloody banners and their protest signs in favor of the hypothesis and proposition that they're on the side of the moral right.
Israel actually plans to exterminate the entire Arab Muslim population of the world. And the Muslims know this. And this is why their jihadism and their excesses have some basis in reality. They're trying to survive because they know that Israel simply is interested only in genocide and exterminating all the Arabs.
By the way, this guy, Eustace Mullins, he's a top-tier researcher and educator on a number of issues. If you look up his books and stuff, Eustace Mullins, he's a legend.
Oh, yeah, one of my favorites.
I have one of his books. I didn't read it yet.
So can you tell me the name again? Because I'd like to look into it.
Eustace Mullins.
Screen.
Yeah,
Sorry?
on the screen there, yep. Check it out.
Okay, yeah, I'm going to check that out. Thank you.
People are bringing them under complete domination. And the Israelis are always exterminationists.
Are they creating a Christian-Muslim war?
Yes, that's all deliberate. 1 billion Christians and 1 billion Muslims are now at a war to the death with each other. And the only victor will be the state of Israel, because Israel is getting rid of all of its rivals and all of its competitors in one fell swoop. It's a brilliant move, and it's also totally calculated and ruthless.
Is the real enemy Israel?
Yeah. Or Zionism, world Zionism. The state of Israel is nothing. It never has been. It's the tiniest state in the world, yet this is the most important state in the world. It's the most important state to the entire United States government because they put the interests of Israel before every other consideration, including the United States.
Did y'all know that the senators, all 50 of them, of all 50 states, take a dual oath to Israel?
Yeah, yeah, and also, I mean, also
Doesn't
it's been
surprise
noted
me.
that, yeah, and also it's been noted that Netanyahu can show up and talk to the Congress and address Congress just like the president, and also that the Israel lobby is the biggest lobby in the entire country, and also that 2 states have trade agreements with Israel. I think Florida and Texas.
I'm sure they're not all.
They all.
I'm sure there's no collusion happening there. They're not all initiated into something, right? That's crazy talk.
Yeah, it's crazy because Florida and Texas, they have lots of Christian Zionist organizations there, I mean, right, that are subservient to Israel as well. So it's very interesting.
And each one of them has a
They're all
quote-unquote
working.
APAC guy.
Oh yeah.
No,
Yeah,
it's like
they're
it's
allowed
like
to
it's
do
like
that.
think about it. It's like a
Yeah.
play, right? It's like a play or like a team, or
Like a
like
handler.
professional sports or something. Look, they're all working together. At the end of the day, guaranteed.
Yeah,
Guaranteed.
because if you look at the country, see, people say the country is founded by Freemasons, but if you look at the history of Freemasonry, it came from the concept of British Israelism and the idea that Protestants and Jews created the Christian Kabbalah, right? So basically, the whole idea comes
That's a
from the
Kabbalah
fact,
with a Q, right? Instead of a
yeah,
K. Yeah.
yeah. So the whole idea comes from the fact that, basically, Freemasonry is the Kabbalah for white people, to turn them into Jews. And that's why when they say the country is founded by Freemasons, they really, really thought that they were the true spiritual Israel.
I'd
when they
recommend a
founded
book
that stuff.
called The Builders.
Yeah, I like this comment. Muhammad didn't kill Jesus. That's great. Yeah.
No, but it's, okay. In the Scottish Rite, what's the little slogan tagline? Ordo ab Chaos.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. So it's done. It's all done by design, guaranteed.
Yeah, but there's a greater design too, though.
There is. There's a bunch of children trying to play a game.
That's all I have to say about that.
By the way, when the guy came up and asked him in Solzhenitsyn's book why he says that Bolshevism was started by the Jews and all this stuff, and then he shrugs it off. He acted like he doesn't know about it because he gave an entire speech on Solzhenitsyn and never mentioned Zionism. So it's pretty funny that Peterson is basically running cover for this whole idea for the ideology, and then basically on the other end, somebody's getting a little echo thing, but yeah, on the other end, there's he really wants to oppose Bolshevism and say he's against cultural Marxism. When he has posters of Lenin, and obviously his crypto Marxist ideology. It's just very fascinating. Jordan Peterson is an interesting thinker for more reason than one, because he seems to be definitely Fed coded in the most extreme way, and obviously working for the Daily Wire. You basically have to cuck to Zionism when you do that. So
pretty much.
Let's cue Ben Shapiro. But you know what? It's funny, Machine. What you brought up is actually in the Burger King video I sent you. It's only 1:20.
I know. I'm gonna play it in a second. Just give me 1 second. I know. I'm gonna play the video. Yep, for sure. Yeah, for sure, homie. Yeah.
I've just watched a video that shook me to the core of my being.
Yeah, I bet you did.
I'm sure it did, didn't it?
Yeah, it was probably the video of him and Harvey Weinstein hanging out. Or maybe so it's interesting. This guy's got a lot of connections. He sent wine bottles to Harvey Weinstein. He's like a huge friend with Harvey Weinstein, the guy who molested all of his film stars. Pretty interesting.
Oh yeah, they're all a part of that. Yeah, but let's bring it back to Moloch. Fuckers.
Yeah, but that would be giving it too much, because then we would be saying that those are the Jews that are mentioned in the Bible. But me and El Perro already basically showed that that's a stretch.
Yeah,
Look at the name Bible. You're gonna buy some bull?
Well, it goes again back to the freedom of the Israelites, the freeing of them from King Cyrus.
You gotta get that out of here, Cage. You gotta change your avatar, homie. You gotta get that out of here, Holmes. Get that shit. Yeah, you gotta change that.
The king of Cyrus, or the King Cyrus, king of Media and Persia. And when he released the Israelites, they went about the promised land that they thought they were going to get prosperity and abundance from, but it wasn't there. They found out they had to work for it and didn't want to work for it. So they were cast down upon with seraphim serpents that killed most of them. And then they went forth and brought about the house.
Yeah, my bad, TMO.
Yeah, it's all good. But yeah, go ahead, El Perro. Blessings.
So they came forth with the house of Judah, proclaiming they were the chosen ones. Well, what happened to the other 11 tribes? Are they saying that the other 11 tribes were the ones that were killed off by the seraphim serpents? That they're the ones that didn't appreciate the having to work and steward the land? Are they saying they are perfect and therefore the only chosen ones? Again, I ask, what happened to the other 11 tribes of Israel? Isn't that what rose up in Christianity, those other 11 tribes? Recognition, while the Jews are remaining to this day to say that is not the true resurrection of Christ? Who's bearing the false witness? Who's doing the research and the obvious critical thinking about this to understand that the house of Judah is just one tribe of Israel? How come it is that I don't find this as part of a discussion in any platform of any of these great theologians around the world? None of them.
Sad. Yeah, I mean, these people that are calling themselves theologians and they never deal with this one issue that we've been dealing with in the first hour here. We did several shows on it. We've been banned several times. I mean, it's just crazy. You can't even talk about the main fucking issue, about the fucking Bible and its fucking goddamn fake ass origins. I mean, this is some wild
how
shit.
dare you do something like that?
Yeah, it's some fucking wild. And you know what I mean? All these so-called conspiracy shows, they want to touch it with a 100-foot pole. All right, they never had.
They want discourse.
Yeah, they never showed, Tex Mars or Eustace Mullins or any of these people, or showed how, in the Manly P. Hall book, they got the, I think it's Tex Mars or Eustace Mullins that shows that, he had bought, a Manly P. Hall book, and he had seen the swastika on there next to the Jewish star, and he'd be like, what are these two symbols doing next to each other? And the people that are here, hold on a second, let me finish my statement. He said that the people that are basically, putting these two things on this book, for them, it's not a problem to have these two symbols next to each other, that these two symbols have direct, meaning, and semblance with each other, but most people don't even understand that those two symbols are linked at all. Right? So it's just wild stuff. I mean, to propagate lies. But yeah, what were you, somebody was talking.
I'm saying, yeah, it's like what do they call it? A tulip? Tupol? How do you pronounce that again? Well, all these symbols, like for example, the Merkaba, right? Just two interlacing triangles, right? And you can invert stuff, flip it around, and then it becomes something else, right? Anyways, this is fucking hilarious as fuck. You guys are gonna let's have a laugh here. It's too serious, right? Like, let's have a good laugh over here at the Burger King.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, thank you for this video, Kate. Does anybody have anything to say before we take a little 10-minute break here?
No, I'm going to go ahead and duck out. Thanks for having me up. I'm blessed.
Yeah, blessings.
And you know I love you, and I hope the best
Yeah, of
for
course.
You don't give a
you.
rat's ass if anyone loves you back, right?
You bet. We'll see you next time.
Yeah,
Much
blessings.
love,
Easy
brother.
whiz.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you for being here. Yeah. Okay, guys. So we'll be back in 10 minutes here. Let's watch this video. Cage said this is funny. The other video I never watched either. I'm just playing a bunch of videos. Maybe I should vet the videos before I play them now on. Jeez.
You're gonna
Good
like
Lord.
this one, I'll tell you that.
Especially once you get from other people anyway.
Yeah, like that one I literally just searched in Jordan Peterson Zionist and played the first video that came up. So that probably wasn't a good idea. Yeah, so that was some live truthering there.
Live doomering.
Yeah.
Okay.
How can I serve you?
Okay, so Burger King, that name is so bloody complicated. It took me like 3 months of non-stop thought to figure this out. Well, you look at it and you can say pretty confidently, king, that's actually an instantiation of a patriarchal mode of being, isn't it? It's like that's the typification of a fatherly figure that exists at the top of all possible dominance hierarchies. I guess that'd be a good way to describe it. But it's not a king per se. When you go to Burger King, it's the instantiation of an individual as necessarily being the embodiment of the transcendent ideal of a king. It's a king as such. The typified aspect of kinship as such is inexorably tied up with the word. And what does a typified father figure do? Well, he provides, doesn't he? He provides food and shelter and burgers. Well, yeah, that's bloody well right. It's a king who provides burgers. Exactly.
Are you gonna order anything?
You know, when Alexander Solzhenitsyn was in the gulags, he thought about food a lot.
Damn.
Sad Shimon.
Yeah.
Imagine you pulled up on him for a fucking Burger King play that shit.
Oh damn. Well, I guess that'll crash StreamYards. All right, I'll be back in a second, folks. Okay.
That shit's funny to me. I don't know about you.
Wait, I'm still in here? What the fuck?
Yeah, man, you're here.
Oh my god, what the hell? I press X like
See, look, we glitched this shit, bro. Well, glitch reality. You know what I mean?
It was funny, like the employee was confused. Like, so you gonna order or
That shit, I don't know. To me, that's hilarious. It's fucking hilarious as fuck. Imagine you. Fuck. I don't know. Put a 1 in the chat if you think that was funny. It's a fucking big game, big joke, anyways, reality, you know? At least the one that people put people into. Did you find it funny, Lone, or no? Reddington?
not really, man. I'm just gonna be honest. I mean, like,
So you got a 2 not a 1.
2, maybe like 1.5.
What about 1.33?
Sure. Let's go with the 33. Been seeing a lot of 33s lately. I don't know.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure it's always watching you.
Last couple days.
Funny I brought that up, huh?
people will stop notice maybe T-Mel will stop a video and it'd be like 33 seconds and whatever, like 10 minutes 33 seconds and shit like that.
How many vertebrae are in your spine?
33, right?
I guess so. Yeah.
Maybe. I've never counted.
Yeah, give me a second here. Let me just play a different one here. Yeah, let's just do this one. All right, we'll be right back.
More to Babylon.
Yeah.
You remember Omega, but I'm the alpha scene. Senator like Palpatine. Count your green, to you that's what life means. So I teleport through light beam. Cause I got the hype gene, threat technology. This is the next biology. Expressed through autonomy. My spine is economy, my physical's digital. For those whose eyes only see what is visual. Till it becomes virtual, less personal. Yet it feels closer, no organic composure. It's over, no the intro's the part that never ends. Progresses yet never extends. Boundaries known, laws embedded in stone. Dating past the first Senate in Rome. Felt by every human upset and alone. Yet never acted upon, hence the birth of the bomb. Firestorm, where lords and sires mourn. And dark souls traverse earth to inspire scorn. With a block to chop murderers and liars on. Poisoning every life form until science gone. Crush this realm in thoughts I'm propelling. Got me globally wanted for plot and rebellion. Life we're living's got nothing but death in store. It's time to settle the score. Don't play when it's time. Don't play when it's time. Time to sway. You've never been in this position before. Another man tore in the tradition of war. No arms, no legs, plus you're missing a jaw. Where rebellion is considered a condition and flaw. Construction creates the illusion of progress, so we notice less the fact that we regress. Suicide solves woes of the depressed. 3 men rob a bank and shoot the clerks in the chest. People watch it on the news, but still snooze. Wake up and go to work again, hoping it don't happen to them. Talk shows bring a so-called specialist in, but then cut them off the flash ads during intermission. Politicians rise high in the polls to control man-made power, then give the okay the bomb shower, till the very essence of life is made sour. It's our strength the economy needs, but they know that we are all subject to many greeds. Here's for pretending to accommodate our dreams as a law. It's time to settle the score. Praise the enemy, everyone please. I've been dropping on the low on the outskirts, up in the brush without curts, starting my own tribe of those with their minds open wide. When we clashed, many of yours died, not by our hand, but the pain of the brand of the evil inside. This was the day God cried, and Nimrod tried to burn off my lock slide, chop up his neck hide, invisible, yet majestic as expected. Within me the spirit of life's resurrected. I potentially possess sun's energy. My last flow made grass grow and provided a tropical breeze for glass flow. I knock down buildings when winds blow, raised in the waves of defeat, but I believe we can win, so I offer you true power as my record spins slow. Not by the minute, but clearly, yearly. The people pump this so the government fears me. As long as we communicate, I'll never grow weary. Endure, it's time to settle the score. Don't play when it's time. Time to sway. Don't play when it's time. Time to sway.
yo, this life is hard. My mental level is odd, like devils versus gods. There's a war inside my mind going on. Squads represent each separate emotion. 3/4 of us is made of water. Now it's land versus ocean. Soaking this like open wrists. Had this bitch sucking my dick for poker chips. Deep throat and shit. Then she sucked her own tit. I got bizarre shit. You're just a moving target. Take a style, dissolve it like its witches made of brown sugar vomit. Fright night of the comments. 7 Islamics named Muhammad. Rocking scimitars to give the illest scars to the godless, unworthy ones. My verse is 30 guns. Blasting off north. My rhymes are sword off. I'm hip hop. I can't be bored off. I blast scripture like a fracture blister. Attack the system like when cancer hits a random victim. Splatter liquid like a twisted sponge. Like a biscuit hit your lungs. Twitch your tongues. Be putting rhymes in circulation like it's drugs inside bloodstream. I like to visit other countries and see other things. The universe is all ours to explore. That's what my mother thinks. My brother thinks most cats are shady. I think he may be right. But fuck the darkness. I'ma try to focus on the light. I'll be the true and living ruler of my world. I want world peace. So if you got beef, stay the fuck away from me, chief. The green leaf is spark like soldiers stomping through a swamp without high boots and radiation suits that's glowing in the dark. It's like a tribute to myself. I'm burning kids like they was real cheese. And every time I open up my mouth, I kill MCs. I've seen the greatest men destroyed by cowards, so I watch my back. Most of these cats are so damn whack that they be lost without their gas. That's not to say gat is evil. Only people can deceive you, make you bleed the wounds that never heal and leave your spirit feeble. It's the present, but the truth will set you free, so just accept it. You don't even have to like my shit so long as you respect it. Without the positive, we can't exist. Without negativity, we can't exist. Without the sunshine, we can't exist. Without the darkness, we can't exist. Hey yo, without a little love, we can't exist. Without liquor and drugs, we can't exist. Without 3 religions, we can't exist. Without the television, we can't exist.
It's like my views are ancient, rusty like basements, studying spaceships. Ain't no probe, metal prongs, testing temperature placements. Teeth of a dragon, face of a lion. Children of Zion, half-breeds who defecate iron. Burnt in flames, we find robots from Bible insane. Unknown intelligence, sons of the sun with astral resonance. Bigger than rap, I'll live a life of decadence. Turn mass to energy, medicine man, telepathy, conspiracy, television. I'll build my pyramid, never derivative, without less plate. Confess state, more like stones in my breastplate. We militant, we legislate laws with no decency. 98 brothers use brains and low frequencies. One time for sharp kids, killers who biblical. There's 2 ghettos, one of the mind, the other physical. A break fool and be on that hunt for other nakers. Race haters and pigs in white sheets running with Quakers.
Without the inner self, we can't exist. Without oxygen, we can't exist. Without a bag of weed, we can't exist. Without a little greed, we can't exist. Without some real friends, we can't exist. Without the dividends, we can't exist. Hey yo, without photosynthesis, we can't exist. Without mass transit, we can't exist.
Prepare for mental combat, I react like 20 gats and holster straps. Ready for nothing, that's something to take me down or hold me back. Then I come back only to walk down main streets like Perry Thomas. I'm a seminar with 8 masters who practice the art of conscious. Beware of toxic water, drinking tap could be a death trap. A setback to leave our arms folded and our necks back. Existence leads back to Egyptians and conflictions. War missions, color greed, property and fake religions. Battle scars, nudity bars, a million stars who crash the earth. Leave us jerked and out of work. Forcing our mind to convert to carry weapons for aggression. Ruger M77s crash the heavens like our demo did at Geffen. Now we prepping barracudas, run computers. Deja vu is forming fluids in our brain to reenact the deep attack that caused the pain of social differences. Existence is the listeners and businesses. Now fiction is like Guinnesses, walk the world until it finishes.
Without some food stamps, we can't exist. Without reproduction, we can't exist. Without a clear mind, we can't exist. Without a little pride, we can't exist. Without self-respect, we can't exist. And yo, without some intellect, we can't exist. Without the old school, we can't exist. Without the real truth, we can't exist.
What have you been smoking on, TMO?
Some Pineapple Express oil or whatever the fuck it is.
There you go. Oh, yeah, you gotta be careful where you get that from.
Yeah. Yeah, I've been pretty careful with it. But get the rosin, hash rosin.
Hash rosin.
Yeah, it's more pure, right?
So they like use heat and pressure.
Yeah, it's purer than the distillate, I guess. I mean, that's what it is, right?
Well, it's not using chemicals, right? So they probably extract it with water and then they press it.
Yeah. So it's pretty interesting.
Yeah, it's like if we could talk about that because I'm actually adept at stuff like. I don't know. Could I show my plants or no?
Yeah, I think you can here. I think they probably took your shit down because it's in Canada or whatever. I don't know.
No, it's federally. I have a federal license over here for many, many years. What it is, like we have the guy. We have people taking pictures outside his home and stuff, and like went into his phone and have a picture of him holding his ID, everything. Some asshole going around fucking hitting people's shit like a little child, saying he's getting paid to do it.
Ice water and micron net. Solventless extraction.
Yeah, you can even make diamonds solvent. You can make solventless diamonds too.
Yeah.
But it's not really not solventless because water is a solvent.
Yeah, let me find this video. I sent it to the homie Lanza because he was very surprised by this little 10 minutes here. So let's let this little 10 minutes here play with very little commentary, right? And then we'll see what it is out here. I gotta go all the way up here and see what it is. Damn, me and this dude talk a lot. Shout out to the homie Browns boy. We be talking a lot. I gotta go all the way up in our messages just to find this shit, man. This was a long ass time ago, I bet, that I sent him this Wilson. I mean, because Wilson was oh, here it is, 55 minutes.
Wilson, or where you have a volleyball with a fucking handprint on it.
Yeah, 55 minutes to 1 hour and 6 minutes here in this debate. Basically, it's a debate on modern day debate. Andrew Wilson versus Gnostic Informant.
Right.
So I'll play this again at some point. But yeah, this is a very important clip. And maybe they'll take this down at some point. But yeah, I also played this on Truth or Cop Show because this was such a significant moment for people not to realize what had transpired here. So we're going to play this with very little commentary, and then we'll move on to the woke right presentation. Whoops. Here it is. Whoops. Okay, there we go. All right, how many people out here? So yeah, this dude admits that he uses leftist tactics. Yeah, Wilson admitting what he's doing. Peckbeck's going to love this. Peckbeck's is OG.
See, I guess I'm not in the loop here because I don't even know who the fuck this Wilson person you keep talking about is because I've heard of him times now.
You never watched the debate? Damn.
No, I don't know who these people are.
Yeah, we'll do that up in the Discord. We'll have a debate viewing party in the Discord, and you'll familiarize yourself. But actually, I think on 300 videos, I was going to review the debate. The reason why I don't want to do it is because we keep getting struck, and I feel like it may have something to do with that party of people. You know, right? So
Yeah,
I kind of want to just
a bunch of cowards, huh?
Yeah, I kind of just want to stop talking about that party for a while, but I haven't participated in that many debates, mainly because I've been gate-kept out of the debate circus by these very same people. Like every time I try to have a debate, they show up and try to cancel the debate, like on modern day debate.
They don't want to hear you, bro. It's not a debate in their mind.
Yeah, they don't want to hear me.
They're gonna tell you. They're gonna tell you how it is, right?
Yeah, they're gonna tell me what it is. Yeah. So apparently, I can't offer too much commentary, but this, I mean, it's been years since we had this debate challenge, and definitely I'd be up for a rematch. But yeah, this whole thing.
Would you like me to knock on their door 3 times or no?
I mean, I don't care what happens, but yeah, the whole thing is.
I don't either.
Yeah, the whole thing is that I need to, review that debate. So we'll be reviewing that debate soon, on the channel, and I mean, it's brutal takedown. I mean, and that's before the Crucible entire thing blew up, and he barely made $50. So I may repost that on Cyber Caliphate and call it Wilson Gets Pickled, and only makes less than $50 in super chats because that is quite an embarrassment. I mean,
that's quite a pickle.
That's quite a pickle right there.
Money. Happy Monday.
Yeah, but let's play some of this.
I think maybe it might be a blessing in disguise that you're not part of the debate circus.
I feel like
why would you put yourself?
Yeah,
in
I
that?
think
I don't understand that, man. Like, why would you?
I think
be a part of it.
No, I think you guys are right because these guys are cooking themselves by taking part in half intellectual contests that really lead to nothing, and they're doing so for 15 minutes of fame, right? So yeah, it's not going to end well for the people that are. I mean, you might want to participate in doing some, original research or having some original commentary on what's actually going on in the world instead of participating in, pseudo intellectual contests with a bunch of internet clowns, right? They don't have any.
So, you want to become a spectacle too? Like you want to be a part of the
Yeah, right.
clown show, fucking
Exactly.
carnival. Now,
Exactly,
look,
it's a carnival.
now you're a freak.
Yeah, true. That's true. Yeah, but yeah, let's check out what he says here. This 5 or 10 minutes here's. I mean, I guess it's 11 minutes or so. But yeah, let's check out what he says here with very little interruption. I'm only going to comment 1 or 2 times here. Let's see what he says.
You do? I went to a public school, and I know plenty of people who are lawyers and doctors and high positions.
That went to public school
with me, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I'm not everybody, obviously.
Yeah. A lot of dipshits who are coming out of these public schools, right?
That's all right. I'll give you that. There's a lot of dipshits in public school.
So the thing is like, look, you can give parents the choice to utilize that money to move into a school district, which is good for them, right?
Yeah.
So no, Neil, the Orthodox aren't here to say we're going to take over the entire government, but with use of force and machine guns. We're here to say through social and gradual change, right? We want to produce the results that we want by becoming a dominant force in society. By the way, that's how communists got where they're at with us.
Yeah.
Yep. They switch from using tactics to trying to engineer the economy and the political aspect of society to try to engineer the social life and the cultural values. And this was called Fabian socialism. They moved from political and economic styles of Marxism to cultural and social styles of Marxism. And right, so yeah, so he's right about that. That is how they infiltrated, right? So after a time, they moved into a philosophy of seeking gradual change.
Doing the exact same thing, right? I just propose it in reverse.
So he's doing the exact same thing. He's doing the exact same thing.
And that is Christian.
You can't be him, join him.
Yeah. Yeah. And he proposes it in reverse, and that's Christian nationalism. So he's doing the same exact tactics. So let's check it out.
Nationalism. Invade their stupid little communists got where they're at with us.
Yeah.
Doing the exact same thing, right? I just propose it in reverse. And that is Christian nationalism. Invade their stupid little NGOs, wreck their little safe spaces, get right in their stupid little faces, and tell them no.
What was your reasons when I brought up the Oregon thing, and I also brought up the refugees from Russia coming here? They were actually setting up, because they speak Russian, they didn't speak anything else, and they came here and set up little communes in certain places in America, and some of them still exist to this day.
Yeah.
What was your? I don't think I heard you say anything of why you don't think that would be a better route for someone like yourself and a whole community of people that wanted to start a community of whatever.
Communes exist right now, Orthodox communes.
Oops, what's wrong with that? he's trying to he could just explain that away too. Oh yeah, well, what if a foreign country came in and infiltrated through communes? He said, well, those exist today. And by the way, what are they called? Check this out. This is some wild shit. Unseen Warfare lost his mind at this, right?
To start a community of whatever.
Communes exist right now, Orthodox communes especially. Yeah. They're called monks, right? They
Oh, Satramon.
They're called monks. The monasteries are just communes that are beholden to foreign nations. Like, what? It's just the same thing. And look at the face he's making. Wild.
Duper's delight.
Yeah, it's insane. I mean, right? So he's basically telling Neil, look, I'm using liberal tactics. I'm a liberal. It doesn't really matter, because look, you're doing that too. So come on, man, cut me some slack. It's essentially the whole thing.
They live in literal communes that are supposed to be self-sustaining.
Not saying everyone has to be a monk. I'm saying you have.
But that's what
you
how they live.
Build a brand new like little a city basically.
Yeah, for what? For what purpose? I don't want some of the society. I want all of it, Neil.
Yeah.
We don't want a few souls. We want all of them, Neil. It's like Pokemon, right? You got to catch them.
Yeah, but that's not what you just said. What you just said is you'll be fine with gradual change. You know, you're not trying to take over the society. You just said you're not trying to take over the society, and then you said you want all of the souls.
He's
And you don't
he's
want
like
some of the
way too glib. Like, what the fuck is this?
like, let me go back a minute. He literally said, we do, like, what do you think? We want to take over the whole society? And then he changed and said, yes, we are trying to take over the entire society.
It's crazy.
Yeah, like, I'm gonna be quiet here and just let this play. This is literally within a 2-minute span, he changes it.
People.
Yeah.
You do?
I went to a public school, and I know plenty of people who are lawyers and doctors and high positions.
That went to public school
with me, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I'm just I'm not everybody, obviously.
Yeah. A lot of dipshits who are coming out of these public
There's
schools, right?
That's
Yeah.
all right. I'll give you that. There's a lot of dipshits in public school.
So the thing is like, look, you can give parents the choice to utilize that money to move into a school district which is good for them, right?
Yeah.
So no, Neil, the Orthodox aren't here to say we're going to take over the entire government.
And this is wild stuff, guys. Now watch just a minute later what he says. He says they want all of the society, not just some of it.
But with use of force and machine guns. We're here to say through social and gradual change, right? We want to produce the results that we want by becoming a dominant force in society. By the way, that's how communists got where they're at with us.
Yeah.
Doing the exact same thing, right? I just propose it in reverse. And that is Christian nationalism. Invade their stupid little NGOs, wreck their little safe spaces, get right in their stupid little faces, and tell them no.
What was your reasons when I brought up the Oregon thing, and I also brought up the refugees from Russia coming here? They were actually setting up, because they speak Russian, they didn't speak anything else, and they came here and set up little communes in certain places in America, and some of them still exist to this day.
Yeah.
What was your? I don't think I heard you say anything of why you don't think that would be a better route for someone like yourself and a whole community of people that wanted to start a community of whatever.
Communes exist right now, Orthodox communes especially. Yeah. They're called monks, right? They live in literal communes that are supposed to be self-sustaining.
Not saying everyone has to be a monk. I'm saying you have.
But that's what how they live.
Build a brand new like little a city basically.
Yeah, for what? For what purpose? I don't want some of the society. I want all of it, Neil.
Yeah.
We don't want
invade their little, get in their faces, disrupt their stuff, but without pew pews or anything like that, of course.
Yeah, so there it is. He said at first that, what do you think? We're trying to take over the whole society? And then he says, we don't want some of the society. We want all of it. So it's very interesting. And he says he's going to get there by gradual change.
Few souls. We want all of them, Neil. It's like Pokemon, right? You got to catch them all.
Look at them. Catch them all.
That's true. That is kind of the end game that you mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
So
we want them all.
I want to poke them.
You don't get that point. You don't get any. Yeah, right. It's all our pizza.
Poke you.
And universities, they start. Universities are mostly liberal, mostly sometimes go as far as being Marxist, as you might know.
Yeah.
What about that?
What about it?
How do you get inside that? What's
the same exact way the communists
I guess that's
did.
kind of what I've been getting at this whole time is what's the logistics behind?
Yeah. So I've always said, and I've always said this on stream from the very beginning, and I just said it to you a few minutes ago. It's not a 20-year plan. It's not a 30-year plan. It's a 300-year plan. The idea
I got a 900-year plan.
You start 10, 20 years the same way Marxists did, right? You encourage Christians, the dominant force in society, to enter into those types of institutions, which we're beginning to do, right? You do the same thing that the Marxists did. You just give reverse propaganda. It's the same thing. We don't need to go in with the barrel of a gun to change the culture of a university. We just infiltrate it like they infiltrated it.
So I guess I almost don't object to what you're saying.
Of course not. It's completely reasonable.
Because what you're saying is
it's completely reasonable. People are so fucking stupid. It's unbelievable.
So he's
completely reasonable to be a communist.
Yeah, he's debating a leftist, and the debate is for Christian nationalism. He's saying the point of Christian nationalism is to use the leftist tactics against the leftists. Now he says, well, I don't agree with the methodology, so to speak. And so his methodology is no different from a leftist. They even agree with his stance, right? So it's actually very interesting there. Admission, and he says, yeah.
We're gonna do it through the system right now.
What are you
We're
doing
just
there,
gonna
Christianity has
influence the
always done
culture.
this. We've used martyrs to do it.
But why hasn't
and
that
what
happened
did
yet?
the martyrs? Were our martyrs going and suicide bombing? No.
Why
Our
hasn't-
martyrs were saying, "Hey, because the system is so corrupt, right? We will peaceably, non-violently die on behalf of our beliefs." Right? That's what they were doing.
Well, what I'm saying is the reason why I'm saying I don't object to what you're saying, because it almost sounds like you're just hoping that everybody starts converting to Christianity.
No. What I'm
Because, well,
saying is that
nothing- if
Christians
nothing- if
need to be
nothing-
a driving force in society to convince other Christians to become a social powerhouse, convince their churches, convince their pastors. It's time to become activated.
But if nothing systematically is changing, that's what I'm trying to do.
The systems will necessarily
digging to
change.
find out what
The
systematic.
culture necessarily changes the system.
Sure, I know. That's the point of the of a democratic republic. Things
Yeah,
change
the
over
culture
time.
is necessarily going to.
So, the idea that technology and all these things are downstream of culture. Okay, we have lots of arguments against that idea.
Yeah, machine.
Right, it's literally technology is working on the level of world on the level of a world organization, and the culture and some of the politics and even some of the scientific discoveries are downstream of the technological advances.
I hear
So
you, brother.
so the
I hear
fact that
you.
they're
You have people asking.
hold on a second, let me just finish my point. But the fact that he's not seeing this is one of the main critiques that we had in the debate there, right? Is that he's not really seeing that we're living in a world technological system, and actually it's the culture that's being engineered. The economics that's being engineered, the scientific innovation that's being engineered by the technological innovation or the technological capacity. So the fact that he keeps on asserting, and people need to challenge this just pure assertion, that culture can engineer the political
in the
system.
back.
Yeah. Zeph was here, I guess. Maybe she fell out, but we do have
Maybe she hit
Dennis
the wrong button.
Yeah. Yeah. But yeah. So
Yeah, sorry for the
we're just
interruption.
looking
I was
at
just saying, yeah, people were asking for the link, and that's all I was saying.
Oh yeah. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, but yeah. Yeah, if I'm mid thought like that and somebody interrupts, I'm gonna have to start my entire thing over. So
Culture being the source of political change.
Yeah.
You can't spell culture without cult.
Yeah, that's what he's proposing. And I think that's just a pure assertion. I mean,
Isn't he right though? Didn't the Marxists do that?
Yeah, he's saying that the Marxists eventually tried that, right, instead of the other way. Right? But yeah, the one thing that Marx, right, another assertion that he made, right, and this is what Stalin also said, was that the only necessary factor into achieving socialism or communism is an industrial society. So that's even more important than the culture, right? So if they actually study Marxist theories and look at what they're saying, the industrial society is a huge a much bigger presupposition, and obviously the Fabian socialists presume it as well, right? So I mean, so they presume,
Very, very interesting. Thank you, guys. I'm off for now. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah,
Everybody
yeah.
have a
Thank you,
great
Cage.
Monday.
Blessings.
Easy.
Yeah.
Take care. Yeah.
Yeah. Peace.
Zeph's in the back for
yeah, we got
sure.
we got a new person here. Yeah, blessings.
I'm not new, but that's okay. I'm not old either.
But yeah, see, you need and that's the idea, is that capitalism, industrial society, and the cultural change, has to be necessary, right? So you got to get rid of the religious programming, all the patriarchal programming and all that type of stuff, and then you have to change the society into one, focusing on, not on production, but on distribution. So that presumes the industrial structure, right? And then obviously the capitalist system would itself break down into socialism or communism. So it needs to already, so it presumes the existence of capitalism, right? So all these three things are presumed within the theory, right? And of course the theory is a leftist theory, right? So all that is presumed within the methodology itself. I mean, obviously religion is the opium of the people, so on and so forth. So there has to be a considerable amount of propagandizing and stuff. Either that or the religious forces have to be used in service of the state. In the case of Stalin, right? He just then used the Orthodox Church instead of, but these guys won't necessarily like to talk about that, right? Because they're trying to brand themselves as anti-communists, right? When they're actually crypto-communists.
And it's got to be a lot of propaganda if it's going to be a 300-year plan. When did that 300 years start? Does it start now, or did it start like 100 years ago?
I don't think that we're capable of sustaining things for that long, because generations.
Yeah, the country's only 300 years old.
He's claiming it's a 300-year plan.
Yeah, he also claims that he doesn't like pineapple on his pizza.
Yeah, Rome. Yeah. I mean, Rome was 500 years. I mean, peak and fall and all that type of stuff. So, America's been here for like 300 years. And a lot of people are predicting that it's either in a very staunch decline, or they don't know what it's going to look like in 100 years, right? So, I mean, it's very interesting that they're proposing a 300-year change now, 300 years into the game. It's kind of weird. Yeah, that is true. Like, when did this start? How feasible is this, type of thing?
You have to be ecumenical for a 300-year plan, methinks.
They already are. We've discussed that.
Yeah,
they already are. That
exactly.
So they've already colluded with, obviously they're colluding with Catholics and Protestants and stuff. They don't want to admit it. They're neutral to Zionism, right? They'll he has shows where he promotes Jordan Peterson and stuff like that. So probably in lieu of trying to talk to him, right? Maybe I'll bring that up next, is where he has a show where he talks about Jordan Peterson, and he's giving this like praise of Jordan Peterson. Weird thing for a Wilson to get into. Why would he start doing this? Little. Let me see if I can find this. Watches, talks Jordan Peterson with Brian Callen. Yeah, let me actually pull this up. Yeah, let me pull this up next. It's like a 6-minute video. I'll pull this up next after we're done watching this leftist tactics thing. But he's explaining how he uses leftist tactics. I mean, and what his debate partner interlocutor here says is he doesn't necessarily disagree with him doing that. Because why would he?
Did you notice the modern day debate icon looks a lot like OTW's icon?
It works the same way too. It's an M and a D.
Oh yeah, that's crazy.
So it's visually and functionally similar.
Yeah, I wonder if he's like Andrew's cook or something. I'm just kidding.
I think it'd make more sense that they both asked an AI to make them a cool logo and got the same template.
Yeah, we did a pretty extensive attack video one day on the debate review that we did with Zachary Hubbard. I don't know if he still has that up on his channel or if he put that behind the whatever the gay
Paywall.
ass the gay ass paywall thing that they do. Um, you know, but yeah.
Uncensored America, yeah, right.
I know, really. They literally have on their website that they like work with NPR and all these people. So,
Sponsored by Atheists for Liberty too, which is the lulz. The
Yeah.
Christian Orthodox guy who wants like top down authoritarianism is being sponsored by the Atheists for Liberty.
Yeah,
Gotta catch them all.
But that's the thing is that he doesn't want top down authoritarianism. It's crazy. Yeah, he actually says it right here. He's fine with just using the same old political institutions that leftists use. So,
Well, in other words, who cares who gets elected if you hold all the offices? I think
right, exactly, right.
When was
Like
this?
a-
Younger than usual. 'Cause he actually looks kind of chubbier lately and less young than this, I think. But maybe he got a fresh injection or something.
he's definitely got makeup on for sure.
Really?
Yeah. I don't know. He's just sitting down too. Maybe that's why he looks thinner.
And it's like a grassroots kind of authoritarianism instead of top down.
Yeah, I
Supposedly.
mean, I'd be very surprised if and this was a huge mistake doing this entire episode. I can't believe it. I'm definitely worried about getting banned now. Maybe this week we might not be able to come on, right? But and
What
then we
happened?
won't be able to come on for like 2 weeks then. So so this is looking pretty bad. This will definitely be only up on the other channel. But yeah, crazy stuff here. But yeah, let's finish this video here. Definitely regret for this entire episode. But yeah, let's move on. I probably lost like 4 or 5 subscribers as well. But yeah, hopefully we'll still be here tomorrow at the regular show. But yeah, gulp.
To change
But
the
that could have
system.
this could have happened already, but people are actually going in the opposite direction.
Yeah, and I'm trying to stop that.
Well,
that's the point.
That's what. So if it keeps going the opposite direction, then what?
Then I mean, we'll do what Christians have always done. We'll continue to fight an uphill battle against the absolute madness of the world the best way that we possibly can. But what we're talking about with Christian nationalism is not going kicking in your door, Neil, and dragging off your gay brother because we don't like his face very much. What we're talking about doing is using the kind of using the system which is in place.
So they're not going to go with Romans. They're not going to go that much into the actual message of Christianity. Because what does Paul say? He says there's no gays allowed, dude. Right. So let's be honest here. Let's keep it 100.
No gays allowed unless they convert.
Well, yeah, he's not going to round people up. He's just going to teach children how wrong it is to be gay.
And even if they convert, they probably won't trust them. They won't believe them, and they'll probably kill them anyways.
Yeah, and by the way, are you going to go preach to a bunch of whores and have debates with a bunch of whores? Really? I mean, obviously, the fact is that they're not even supposed to be talking about theology and stuff.
I might do that. I don't think he would.
But he did.
Wait, he does. He does.
There has to be a ceiling for this because of that, or am I just naive?
What do you mean, as in what?
Like the extent to which people will take him seriously, considering that he essentially all of his influence and power and fame comes from the whatever podcast arguing with dumb girls.
I think the whole thing is rigged because I think even whatever and Andrew, I think they already have money and they dump money into their online organization or whatever, and that's why it looks like they have all these followers. But I think if you go out in the world, their reach and their scale of what they're doing is actually pretty minimal. I
That's
could be
Very
wrong.
definitely.
minimal.
Yeah. They have like a little YouTube cult going on, and out in the
Yeah.
real world, they don't amount to anything.
Like Alex Jones has like this huge studio, so obviously people dump a bunch of money into the production and the online store and all that stuff with bone broth and all that so they obviously have all these resources where they got the studio of the Voice of America that was run by Tucker Carlson's dad, and so they got like this millions of dollars in studio equipment. So it's a huge operation, and I think that's why it's shows up everywhere. It's because they have the ability to distribute their show. Again, it's communism. Because it's like, they have the power to distribute. Because they already have money dumped into their organization. So I don't even think most of these things could get off the ground without all the sponsorship and all that type of stuff. And the actual reach
For
is
sure.
it's and they're able to buy views and bots and all this type of stuff. So whenever they already have money, it looks like the thing's all like pumped up. But if you actually go in and see, who actually supports this, you go around and talk to actual people, and it's like nobody does. It's fucking weird, dude. So
Yeah, I get
Like they're
one
like
that watches whatever,
it's
and
like
that's it.
it's like about Andrew Wilson, random person on the streets can be like Andrew who?
Right. It's like when Tucker has on some random professor. Like nobody knows who that guy is. Nobody's read his last book. Unless they're interested in that field.
Yeah, I think more people watch Davy Jones.
You mean Danny Jones?
Yeah, Danny Jones. I'm bad with names. That guy, Danny Jones.
He's up to 1 million subscribers.
Yeah, he had Hamilton Morris on.
yeah, that's also looking very pogo. The Danny Jones entire
Oh
thing.
yeah.
The
It
Amon
probably
Hillman, where he had Amon Hillman, then he had Giorgiani.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
So he had
Neil, Giorgiani.
so he had some huge pogo connections.
Yeah, I still think that he gets more viewers than Andrew, really, because I don't think people really like Andrew that much.
Well, I think he's just. I mean, it's just physically bigger. But I'm saying any of these guys, Danny Jones, any of these guys, their reach is pretty much minimal because they have. It's clearly they have studios and money dumped into their organization. So, so yeah, because yeah, like recently we did an attack video on Giorgiani. Then one of our people that we collude with on this channel was going to have an interview with him, and he randomly canceled the interview. And I asked the homie, I was like, do you think that's because you were on our show when we were doing those attack videos? And he was like, yeah, I think it might have something to do with it.
Just might.
Yeah, so see,
What a
I don't
party
think it's
pooper.
yeah, I don't think it's necessarily these people, they have assignments like who they can talk to and who they can't talk to. And I've basically seen that myself. And then
And the thing with Danny Jones is that he has contracts that people have to sign before they go on the show that basically give him rights to have to do whatever he wants to the podcast.
yeah.
So you gotta take it with a grain of salt.
Yeah, so they could edit you out of context, basically, if they wanted to, like Fox News does with everything.
Sure, I mean he edits it and puts the commercials in and stuff
Yeah,
like
I
that,
mean,
but
they probably have cameras in the bathroom and drugs in the water fountain. I mean, let's just be honest. I mean, it's crazy stuff. I mean, this is a crazy world. I mean, but yeah, I wouldn't think twice of going on any of these shows or getting paid by any of these people. Wilson actually asked me. He said, "Wouldn't you get paid to go on Piers Morgan?" I said, "Hell no, dude."
No.
That
yeah,
is a
see
pogo
that's
operation.
hilarious.
That is a pogo operation. And even people who go up there to expose shit like that. A British rapper. I wonder, like, why is he allowed to do that? You know, even the people that are go on there to expose, anything. I mean, because obviously he gets paid by, you know, um, you know, the Sky News guy, News Corp.
Britney
Right?
Spears, she's still allowed online. Yeah.
Yeah,
They
but people don't even know if those are old videos or new videos or or if she's dead. I mean,
yeah, or cloned or whatever.
yeah, like
That
I mean, who even knows if that's when those videos were made?
Doing a counter indoctrination, utilizing it for our purposes instead of just allowing secularists to use it for their purposes. I believe that that's actually better
But that's
for
just
political power.
that's just liberal democracy working in your favor. That's
Great.
all it is.
Great.
Yes.
Great.
And that was just liberal
I
democracy
don't have a
working
problem
in the
with that.
favor of the
I
communists,
don't have a
right?
problem with that. I'm not
So
saying that
you're a Christian nationalist.
No.
Yes.
Oh,
Yes!
oh, it
But-
means nothing. It means nothing.
By your dumbass
It
logic.
means nothing. It literally means nothing. It's just like Jordan Peterson, who's an oppressor and who's a tyrannizer or whatever. I mean,
with that look on his face, it looks like he gaslit himself and forgot.
yeah, he's fucked. But yeah, it's just like Jordan Peterson, who's the oppressed and who's the oppressor. It doesn't matter. You could change the definitions. It's the Hegelian dialectic. And now Neil is the Gnostic informant is a Christian nationalist. If that doesn't sound stupid as fuck in your ears, then I don't know what will. But the Gnostic informant is a Christian nationalist, according to Andrew Wilson, because if he uses the same tactics and the same methodology, and he approves of the methods and the
of
and
the
tactics,
Marxists.
yeah, then he's in the same-
Communists
of
are
the same
Christian
ilk.
nationalists, literally.
Yeah, right.
This is how Andrew Wilson logics, by the way.
Right,
If you're an Andrew
literally.
Wilson fan and you think he's the greatest debater of all time,
Right. Like what like who would approve of this? This is wild. I mean, right. What Christian nationalist with a spine would say, oh yeah. Gnostics and communists, yeah, they're in. Weird. Just because they use the tactics and the methodology.
No, let me explain.
And they're clapping.
yeah,
Fucking
no.
like a bunch of seals. Like what
Yeah.
the hell?
You got to figure what's the lowest common denominator of this man's audience. You're talking people with 80 IQs.
That too, but I wonder if they have like a little sign that says "clap now."
I'm sure
It
they have.
just blinks on.
No, I think
Or
they're
is-
all vibing. These are his people. They live
Or he
their
can
life
just-
through superstition and the shallow rejection of logic, guised as thought and reason.
Does it
Or you can
remind?
just have a clapping overlay on the video, maybe.
You're really seeing the Christian mind here. I'll just say, like, the American Protestant mind,
It seems like they're
Right.
playing a poker game or something, but they're all like cheating. That's what it feels like to me.
Yeah, the American Protestant, the whole Christian Zionist thing is actually cooked. And he knows that he gets money from those people. Because he puts on the hat, he puts on the flannel and all this stuff. He's trying to, he's got the hillbilly chic, to try to attract those type of people. So it's pretty obvious that he's playing a dirty game there, and is he pro-American? I actually don't detect any because you have to remember they're part of the Russian church, the pro-Russian church. So that's really weird, right? So you got to really think about that. I mean, before you put the American thing behind it. Yeah,
That's
they'll do
just
Trump-
because they're afraid of gay people, though.
well, apparently he said he's not. He doesn't want to get rid of the gays. Wild. He just said that. Wild.
He doesn't want to round up your gay cousin.
Not yet.
But he does want to program your uncle that being gay means you'll burn in hell forever.
The gays.
The gay uncle.
Yeah, we'll nip it in the bud with re-education. We don't need to round you up.
Yeah. Android Wilson. Crazy stuff, folks. Also, Manifold. I wonder what that organization is. sponsored by Manifold. It has a different little organization.
That's
there.
interesting. Yeah, it's got a dove on it or a crown.
Yeah, like a paper origami.
Or something. Guy's underwear.
Kind of looks like a chicken origami.
The system working in your favor. That's the system that I'm supporting.
Yes.
Right.
Great. So the system you support supports the system I propose.
But it can go in any direction though. So that's
yeah,
what I'm
but I
saying.
want it to go my
It
direction.
might go in the direction of
That was great. The system you support supports the system I propose. Interesting.
Yeah. And I'm not really sure what they're talking about there.
A little bit of branch and root action there, if you know what I mean.
Scripting by AI, because they sound a lot like the same like script as the AIs over on OTW2.
Yeah,
I like how that cup in front of him says Ted's on it.
Yeah, Ted's.
That's a beer,
Yeah.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Ted's.
It looked like a beer.
Sponsored by TED Talks, created by Gay Eye.
Yeah. Brew. It's made from beer piss.
Yeah, this is totally, and of course, you have to remember that, he's one of those, type of dudes, pro tech, or whatever.
complete degeneracy, and it's still the system that I still prefer.
Yeah, I
to
know,
be-
but let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
If by supporting us, right, in the system that you already love, and it leads to less of that degeneracy which you don't like, shouldn't you support us?
It depends on. There's a lot of things, a lot of factors that I would have to be. Depends on who's the president, what the policies are. It depends.
Yeah, but if our ultimate stated goal is to eliminate that degeneracy,
Like if you're saying
and doing it inside
if
of
you're
the
saying
very
results-
system you propose,
If you're talking about just
yeah,
the result,
just
when I'm
results,
just blind to how it happens,
yeah,
then sure.
yeah, great.
You don't want degeneracy. You want people to be happy.
So Christian
We
nationalist,
agree
Neil?
on everything like
Christian
that.
nationalist, Neil?
Yes.
I just don't know
So
if-
long as you
I don't
ignore
think
all the
you should rebrand
details.
it into
Sure.
Populism or
We
something.
should call it Christian nihilism.
Yeah,
Yeah, there you go.
Comrade.
Yeah. You should call it Christian nihilism.
Is his name Neil, or is he just that's how he's pronouncing nihilism?
It's interesting, isn't it?
Neil is his real name.
Yeah, I think it's double.
Neil
yeah,
said,
double.
Like a double entendre?
Yeah, more double fork.
Kneeling too.
Yeah.
I feel the least put in a box or offended when someone calls me a nihilist. I'm not
Yeah,
saying
I
I
mean-
am one. I'm just saying like that. It's like it's the least insulting to me. Sorry, guys.
You
Yeah, no, it's almost
you,
a
you
Chris-
should, you
it's
should
almost a
talk with
Nietzschean.
unseen warfare then.
Yeah, yeah, but it's almost Nietzschean because he literally says Christianity and leftism are nihilism. So it's wild because he's proposing leftist tactics to be in service of Christianity. So this is literally wild shit. I mean, they're totally So that is a wild thing. And I think it's got something to do with Girard, and Thiel's support for Rene Girard and all that type of stuff, and the combining of Christianity and Nietzsche as well. So, I mean, there's something weird going on here that can't quite
Could
put
you-
my finger on.
Post Nietzscheism.
Yeah. If you did, you
post-
probably couldn't smell it either.
Yeah, post Nietzschean Christianity.
Yeah.
Totally. I mean, because they adopt the force doctrine, right? So it's weird, right?
Christian nihilism.
All I'm saying is my I guess what I'm getting at is I was trying to dig and to find out like what major drastic systemic changes you would do. Like maybe
I don't think you realize
having
how
a
major.
patriarch
I don't think you
intro-
realize how major and drastic those changes are.
There,
Really,
I didn't really hear much. So
yeah, I don't think you
and
really. So, like, imagine this: that we've been living your whole life. You've been living where things like pornography were legal. You've been living your entire life where the Playboy at the gas station was there, right? Or you've been living your whole life where these things were readily available to you. You imagine
The Playboy at the gas station.
Yeah, not like, oh, we've been in war pretty much the entire time you've been alive, Neil. That's like way more important than porn. Yeah, sure.
Yeah, but okay, the Playboy.
That's a really
porn.
great point, actually, because I think he would agree with that. Like, if he didn't have to openly.
Oh shit. All right, my shit's frozen. All right, I'll be right back.
1 hour, 2 minutes, 24 seconds.
Okay, yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah, so I think that's true. I think no, I should rephrase. I don't think he would ever admit to it, but I suspect that he does believe porn is more corrupting to society than war.
Then why does he go on the show with the girls? Oh yeah, that's to make them look bad, huh? And probably because his wife wants him to, because she's kind of the boss.
It's the way to get the attention of the exact person he's trying to attract.
Yeah.
Because these men, they're called misogynists, and maybe they are, I don't know. But
No, I don't think so,
they're
really. Like, she's not really traditional either, even though she calls herself a trad wife.
they're half the audience is halfway tuning in to see tits and ass.
Like born again trad wife. Certainly not in her past.
Yeah, she's not ever really she's clutching Pearl, but not her pearls.
It's partially to have someone like correct their behavior out of some kind of resentment. And of course, this is just my opinion, you know.
Seems like virtue signaling to me, but I don't know really, so because I don't really watch it that much.
There's always some virtue signaling going on, right?
Pretty much.
Or the opposite, maybe sometimes, if you're lucky.
Like degenerate signaling? Is that even a thing?
Yeah, that's what I do.
Just saying fuck it to virtue, though. That's, or maybe personally more along the lines of not claiming a monopoly on it.
Yeah, I don't know what's really good.
Right. I'm just trying to figure out the me shit. I'm still on step 5. So you claim you're on step 13, 14, 15. I've seen very little evidence of it. This dude can't even stop drinking and chain smoking. Sorry, go ahead.
There's steps?
The smoking is for his health, allegedly.
Right. Of course it is. His doctor prescribed it, I'm sure.
Yeah, I used to think that whenever I was sick, that if I smoked, it would burn it out.
Yeah, that's definitely a sad trombone right there.
Yeah.
Because I have to tell you that he claims his doctor prescribed it. So, yeah.
Doctor needs to lose his license, probably then. It's medical misinformation from his doctor.
Yeah, wild.
And then why would he have constipation? Has he got OIC?
Yeah, the way the cigarettes would work would be to, like, combat some kind of anxiety caused.
Yeah, I'll tell you what, it does help you take a, you take like some cigarettes, apple pie, a coffee, you take a fucking, you will take an excellent poop, for sure.
Nicotine is a stimulant, yeah.
All I
Yeah,
need
it's
to do
wild.
is coffee. I don't even need to drink it.
But if you choose some nicotine gum, which is much better for your health, that's going to do the same thing. I wouldn't be surprised if a patch worked as well. Nicotine gum would be more effective, actually, than smoking. So you would think his doctor would prescribe that if that were the case.
Yeah, unless they found out something about carcinogens that we don't know about.
Yeah, full of crap, just like what Brown's boy says.
Can't believe I started this like almost an hour late. Shit. And I'm pretty sure I'm about to get a call from my wife in a minute here. But yeah, let's see what happens.
I didn't even know you were gonna
You've
do
been
this.
living where things like
Yeah, I mean it was on the fly here. But yeah, I said I was gonna do it on Saturday, but I kind of also said I might do it on Sunday. So I mean it is what it is. I mean
pornography were legal. You've been living your entire life where the Playboy at the gas station was there, right? or you've been living your whole life where these things were readily available to you. You imagine you say, well, this is just a moderate change that porn is gone. It's like, no, that's a major change. It's a major societal change, one that you've never even lived without.
Right.
So like for you to say, well, these just sound like really moderate changes. Like in a way, that's great for me.
Sure.
Because I can go, well, yeah, we're just barely tweaking the system. So just don't look over here. Go over there and do your thing, right?
But what I'm
Yeah,
Are
don't
you
don't
looking
look
to
at.
start your own business?
Oh,
Well, look no further than Busy.
What the hell?
That was a synchronicity.
Yeah, old Becky over here is trying to sell us some type of LLC creation.
That's my name.
Oh yeah,
I'm seeing it happen.
I always forget when that says it. Yeah, 'cause it's,
don't look over here. Nothing to see here.
yeah. I like to say like Karen, but that sounds like a white person talking about a white girl. So I say Becky because that sounds more in line. I mean, I don't know, or older. You know, it's like more 90s. So
Yeah, I don't get.
If there's no legal enforcement of these things, I'm actually pro the changes he wants to make, because degeneracy is so much hotter when not everyone else is doing it and you can't get it at the gas station. Like
Yeah.
this shit was all way more fun in the 80s than it is now.
Well, and they've never been able to enforce that anyway, so.
Yeah, but like, I mean, you know, like trying to enforce it, you know? So like beating people up, putting them in cages, killing them, putting them on trials, burning them at the
Well,
stake,
we don't need
drowning
to
them.
be that extreme. All you have to do is just charge them some money. You get more income.
Yeah, you could do pay to be legal. But I'd like more of like a, you know, an underground humiliation type enforcement, you know, where women get sent away to single mothers get sent away to a single mother camp, and you have to like hide your porn out in the woods type of deal.
Get sent to vacation Bible school.
The raccoons, the raccoons would definitely find it. They're smart now.
And they smoke meth apparently.
Hey, well, they can enjoy porn too. I'm not gonna, you know.
That made national news too. I was like, what? This is the news. Okay.
Through the democratic process of democratic republic.
Yeah, that's the system.
Yeah.
That's how the system's in place. Like, what did you think we were going to do? Like, ride our chariots in rebellion against the United States?
Well, I guess when you hear the term Christian nationalism, you think
that we want a Christian nation.
You want a Christian nation,
Yeah.
and how to do that? There might be some drastic.
There's not even another way to do it. You have two choices with any system. System one, you use the system to change the system. System two, you burn the system down. That's it, right? You don't really have any other choices. So
system.
that actually sounds like Uncle Teddy. So did I convince him finally? Kind of weird.
Ironically.
Yeah, because he said there's two options: either we move with the current system, or it collapses. So he literally gave a stark dichotomy there, which is rather interesting. And of course that thought is pretty much anti-leftist thought.
Look like he believes it though.
Yeah, but he's going with the non-collapse option there. So that's what's interesting, is that he wants reform, which is the leftist side of the coin, right? So fascinating stuff.
I don't want to burn the system down.
I'm glad to hear that.
I want to utilize Christian force, right, in culture in order to make these effective changes. And the best way for us to do that is to remember that we have the power of the boycott, that we have various powers of social shame, that we can use our freedom of speech in ways that don't seem very nice.
So
Remember this.
cancel
It's so
culture.
powerful, in fact. What did tech companies do for 20 years? All they do is they go, well,
Yeah, he's directly proposed that. He said we could ban the people just like they ban us.
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's what they did.
I don't like what you're saying. Gone. You're blacklisted. Nobody can hear your speech. Nobody can hear what you're saying. Nobody can
Literal
nobody
cancel
can see.
culture.
You can't even bank, right? So they use a form of like non-force to just deperson you, right? What I'm saying is that instead of allowing them to deperson you, right, we can use the same type of social structures to basically deperson them. To say, nah, under our system, since most people agree with me and the social shame is there, maybe the prostitute can't come into our bakery. Maybe the prostitute doesn't want to because people give her the dirty looks and the this and the that,
I'm
right?
glad you brought that up. Who determines what if you just want to use that person's a prostitute? I don't want to serve them, even though they're not. Because,
yeah, I mean,
I'm saying like the reason why you have those discrimination laws.
But that's but that happens now. Like that happens now. They just hide it, right? Like I don't want to serve this person based on this or that. You know what I mean? They have all sorts. They just don't admit what the motivation.
Well, I don't
is.
even think people should have.
And how would you be able to tell
Yeah,
that
exactly.
person was a
So that's not
prostitute
even against your value structure anyway.
unless you need a total surveillance state?
If you want to have sex with her, even though you're married, that's how you can tell.
We'll
Right?
find out with that for sure.
If Andrew Wilson looks at you and he wants to fuck you instead of his wife, you're a prostitute.
But he won't tell anybody.
He doesn't want to take the system down. He wants to change it, so he needs the surveillance tech to do that.
So that Manifold company is like an online betting company.
For like stocks or something?
I thought they were
No,
gambling.
for everything, including politics and it's manifold.markets.
Weird.
Manifold is the world's largest social prediction market. Get accurate real-time odds on politics, tech, sports, and more. Or create your own play money betting market on any question you care about.
So they bet on everything.
Yeah, it's like that one site, what's it called? It got really popular during Trump's first election.
They do that with the weather too. I just wonder.
Well, you can do whatever you want, right? You can ask it any question you want.
This sounds like the beginning of some kind of Black Mirror episode, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I'm surprised people aren't betting on the weather. Maybe we could make a few apps that do that. We'd probably make a killing even.
Yeah, that sounds like a
Certainly
great.
the people who control the weather can make a killing.
Yeah, they could probably, but no, they're
Yeah,
not
but
that
that's
good.
the same thing with ESPN. Like ESPN controls sports betting.
Yep.
They obviously pay for the referees. I mean, they would have to be doing it.
They're venture capital backed too, by the way. Privately held,
Right.
estimate of 8 employees.
Yeah, the people who think that that the ESPN doesn't pay for the referees are the same type of people that claim that the universe, came from nothing, but everything is cause and effect. I mean, is like the, basically stage 1 dumb motherfuckers, right? But yeah.
It's libertarianism, right? If I don't like the color of your eyes, I don't have to serve you.
No, it's more. It's not my. I'm not a libertarian. It's more. I just believe in free market capitalism.
Okay.
So
then, if you just suspect a person's a prostitute and don't want to serve them, totally up to you, right?
Yeah. If you're as an owner of your own company, I think
it's Christian nihilism. Really, that's the thing. It's going to happen.
I mean,
this isn't much of a trial, Neil.
No, I mean, look.
So
what I'm hearing.
So he's kind of telling them to like, look, you can create your own version of Christianity. So what does it matter if I do it? But isn't that heretical? It's kind of weird. Right?
It's almost like I don't believe in God at all, and I think I'm God.
Right.
Except I don't think that that everybody else is too. It's just me. That's his problem.
This whole exchange is really strange. Anyway,
It is. It's one of the strangest exchanges on the internet.
it's
that
almost
nobody-
like he's like a Pied Piper almost. It's like,
Right.
oh, you really are on my team. He's like gaslighting the hell out of him.
That's kind of his
like
modus.
like freaking hypnotism going on here.
They think they're playing chess, but they're really playing checkers.
That's
Ah,
his
the old
modus
white Sharia.
operandi.
With pigeons.
Yeah, you missed the whole white Sharia. Yeah, you are late to the party.
Yeah.
I haven't heard of the enforcement wing though, right? So correct me if I'm wrong, but Sharia comes with physical punishment at the end if you don't, if you violate the.
Yeah,
Social
that's the thing. Yeah, that's the thing is that Sharia is pure deterrence. It does not make, see, that's the thing is that it's not really about, sins and all that stuff. So, I mean, you could look at it. That's your own personal thing, all right, between you and God. But see, in the Christian thing, right, the law has a special ideal because you're not trying to correct the person, right? So it's really interesting because the person is sinful, right? So it's interesting. You have to change the person from the inside out, and the law doesn't actually reprove sinfulness, I guess, right? So that's what's interesting. It's an interesting difference between Islam and Christianity. But yeah, I mean, are they trying to Islamify Christianity or Judaify Christianity? Judaize. I mean, it's interesting point there. Right?
Well, the Mosaic law was never to reform the spirit, the soul, and even if you go by Paul says that was never the point to begin with.
Yeah, and then you go to
it was only to make people guilty before God.
Yeah.
Yeah. So feel awful.
Yeah, and then you go to what Neil's actual position is, because his actual position is that Christianity suppressed leftism because they suppressed Gnosticism, which was the true leftism, perennialism, so on and so forth. Right? So his idea is that because Christianity suppressed the Jews and the perennialists, and the Kabbalists, they basically suppressed leftism, and it's when the church took the genie out of the bottle, right? That finally, it started to change and adapt, leftism and secularism and humanism, right? So it's very interesting.
Consequences.
Yeah, so he's not actually dealing with Neil's actual position here because Neil thinks that the true Christianity, yeah, he thinks that the true Christianity is a style of leftism. They're just not really addressing it here.
Does the prosecution rest?
Well, what I'm hearing is I don't want to change anything. I just want to get people to agree with me and get into places of power and then
really,
change.
you say what you heard from me is I don't want to change anything, really?
Well, no. I don't want to change anything as far as the structure of democratic republic.
Yeah, just like the communists. The communists used and subverted the structure of power. I'm saying Christians are also going to use and subvert the structure of power.
But then once they had control, they completely went into complete power.
Overcorrection.
Or it was a control, command economy, and
okay, that's about it. That's about all that I wanted to play there. I mean,
yikes! Yikes!
Yeah, it's wild. Definitely weird. And then he's the one that's saying, well, now let's bring it back to the idea woke leftism. They're critiquing this thing called woke leftism, but they use leftist tactics in defense of their position. They, so much so that a leftist wouldn't even, shrug their shoulders at
Yeah,
what they're doing.
they're doing the Andy Warhol revamp it and make it look like something else, and then it's art sort of thing.
Yeah, now let me show you guys this here because this is another piece of the puzzle. Here is Andrew Wilson talks Jordan Peterson with Brian Callen of all people. What the fuck? So this is a guy that goes on Joe Rogan Experience, right?
Came along and gave people the ammo. A lot of people were like, I don't know how to express this, but it feels wrong. This is up. You're destroying everything I hold dear, but I can't fight you.
That's so annoying. He actually talks like that in real life.
Yeah,
Get the fuck out of here.
Yeah.
he's a little amped up right now, but yeah.
Like, what the fuck, dude? This, like, talk about, like, cocaine in the membrane, dude. Like, holy shit. Like, slow down. Like, your
Let
words.
that cocaine be, bro.
Look at his
Yeah.
neck veins. Holy crap.
Yeah, he kind of
Yes,
sounds like he's. Yeah, he like
it-
it's like a Lumatami or something. I mean, it's wild.
If that were me,
that
I would
like
try
a-
to mellow out, you know, like
It's
Yeah.
like a bear riding a dragon. What the hell is that?
indica. This is
No.
a bear riding a dragon.
That's exactly what it is. What the fuck? Oh man, that's
Shit.
beyond bizarre.
Because you're using all the sophistry and mumbo jumbo, and along comes Jordan Peterson and said, I know what to say. I'm steeped in the traditional stories.
Well, you can't do that, you know. Right?
Yeah,
It's like-
yeah,
it's like-
Oh god. Are
That
these
was
guys
pretty
both-
bad.
Are these
Right.
guys both coked up? This is wild. Oh, I'm sorry, Zeph. You gotta say that again.
That was like whenever DK was trying to do voices the other day. That was exactly how that looked. And look at his face is so red. It's like he's trying to talk at the same time or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it's wild. Yeah, exactly, dude. All this on Memorial Day. Good lord. Like, who's gonna defend this country from this fucking malarkey, dude? This is wild. Like, stand up and rise up, man. Like
Such a
America,
moan.
man. Like, come on. Like America's being taken over by, like, basically, like Nazis and Jays are working together to try to take down my YouTube channel, man. Like, what's going on? Let's do this.
The thing is Peterson was an answer to the start of a question that nobody even knew was going to be a question. The start of the question was, let us assume for a second that there's an element of society that is so large, 30-40%, which demands that the other end of society embrace a lie and pretend it's true. What do we do when that happens? That's the transgender fiasco. This was the start of this. And Peterson says, no, f you. I'm not doing that. There's no way. There's no way in hell I'm ever going along with that. You can kiss my ass.
He's glazing Peterson. He's glazing him, yo.
With the donuts too. Oh my god.
Good lord. I've never seen this type of glazing of any man on the internet. This is some wild stuff. He might as well just say that, you know, did he pay him to say this? This is wild stuff. I mean, this is crazy.
He looks like
old Musk too.
like he's gonna spit in the spittoon. He totally looks like he's got a spit in his lip.
Yeah, and then he's fucking yeah, he was glazing Musk on here. On the machine lines of all places. Good lord. I mean, you know, like, do you know where you are, man? You know.
Yeah. I'm not doing it. But because he was in the right place at the right time to say that, he was also at the precipice of this massive cultural kind of curve that nobody saw coming. Nobody would have predicted.
By the way, it's not just Wilson. I almost kicked a Luma dummy for glazing Musk on my panel. So, you know, that's like almost an automatic kick. I mean, so you you know, like, what type of stuff is that? I mean, that's a corporation. Like, what? Like, what's wrong with you, man?
They're cowards.
Yeah, that's weird.
The trans movement would ever have become as unsophisticated and as sophisticated and as kind of brutal as it has been on societal trajectories. This is like the ultimate gaslight.
By the way, I'm not saying that the people who worked hard to buy the cars and all that stuff, obviously, you know, yeah, you're welcome to be proud of, you know, the fact that you own stuff. But, you know, the fact that you support like some type of corporation or something like that, that's really weird. And like it's cool to be proud of something you bought, like as a brand or something like that. But, you know, anything beyond that is pretty weird. I mean, it's pretty much glazing. Right?
You know, the irony here is that, like, oh, prostitutes are bad, yet he's the one that's the prostitute. You know,
It might be
getting all this
different.
money to do this shit.
Yeah. You can't be a pimp and a prostitute too. That's what they said.
But yeah, what were you gonna say, Denison?
It may be different too if corporations gave a shit about the communities that they existed in, and
Right.
had upheld some kind of moral or spiritual standard.
Right.
But
Like nature or America or like
right,
like other
Yeah.
people, like caring
Yeah.
about anything, any value beyond money. I mean, it'd be great. Great start.
Like campaign,
Yeah,
right?
it is. It really
to
is.
try to convince you a thing which is not is.
Mm.
And imagine trying to convince this much of society a thing that is not is, when they can clearly see. It's like trying to tell them this rock, it's a tree, it's a tree, it's a tree, and then they just affirm it and affirm it and affirm it until you get confused yourself and you go, well, go out there and grab that tree. I mean the rock. Right. And this is, and Peterson was kind of at that precipice where that really was about to do its launch off. And I think that he was in the right place at the right time. And I think that was a good thing. Now, whether you like Jordan Peterson in modernity or not, I have no idea. But definitely he was the start of the no, we're not doing that. No, at least for that.
And the no
particular
is growing
campaign.
stronger, isn't it?
Yes, it is. What's happening is there is a massive backlash because Gen Z is rejecting this now.
They are.
They're like, nope. Now you do have the stats. 1 in 4 identify as LGBTQ. That's true. But due to the polarization, I think it's some 60-70% are more moving to the right than are to the left.
Right.
Maybe center right, you could say. But they don't like the shit.
No.
And by the way, think about it. Back when you were in high school.
Wait, sorry, Zeph, say that again.
Oh, I'm just saying that all the like 20 somethings that I know are like, it's a non-issue for them. They do not care about that at all.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
There's definitely care about what, Zephyr?
They don't care about like what kind of genitals people have and who they're sleeping with necessarily, getting married or any of that stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it is like even among the youth, like for example, like my little brother and like my cousins and like the little nephews and shit that I have, like they don't seem to be affected by it. Like they're not like gay or anything. Like yeah, it doesn't seem to be messing with them. But now all this social media stuff, that does seem to have affected negatively everybody.
Yeah.
Right? So
yeah,
like like on a psychological level. So that type of stuff, the dating apps, the social media, that's had a very deleterious effect on all levels of the conversation. Right. So nobody talks about that. It's actually having a negative effect. I mean, it's not like OnlyFans and like gay people are running around like subverting everybody. Like that's beyond ridiculous. I mean, right. So so that's true.
You know what's weird? My kids, like, they're not even on social media hardly at all. Like, I can't even spy on them, like, from a distance, see how they're doing. I have to call them and find out.
Oh, good. I mean, that they're not on social media. I mean,
Well, and I didn't do that. I was like, I mean, they read books because I read books. I was on the computer. They were on the computer. I did never deny it at all that they could be on the online. I watched them when they were online a little bit, at least, make sure they weren't like, getting hustled by predators or anything.
yep.
Yeah, I mean, it's just interesting how they're glazing Jordan Peterson. It's wild, and he's glazing him with the guy that's on Joe Rogan all the time, and he's in the fucking movie The Hangover. So this guy is fucking totally pogo at this point.
You would have hated the shit.
I do believe in individual liberty. I think that's the goal of our republic. I think if two men want to get married, two women want to get married, I cannot see supporting a government sort of a legislation that says you're not allowed to do that. But
why not?
What's that?
Why not?
Well, because I wonder if that is then the government getting too involved in the marriage business. Should it be completely out of the marriage business?
Completely.
I think that would be preferable to what we have. But let us assume for a second instead that government was promoting the right kinds of marriage. That instead they were promoting the idea of a nuclear family, a mommy and a daddy at home. They restricted
which, by the way, is a mom and daddy at home. That yin and yang energy apparently from if you I've not done the research, but I've heard Jordan Peterson say that there's no question that that's the best environment for a child to grow up in.
You can never find any data to the contrary.
Right. Fatherlessness is a disaster, by the way.
Well, not only a disaster, but female narcissism is now at an all-time high. And the reason that female narcissism is at an all-time high is because of the social media and the internet. What's happened is they're no longer restricted.
Yeah, I agree that. Go ahead, Red.
Oh, and I was gonna say, and not being trad wives, right? Wilson.
Yeah.
I'm so hysterical right now.
Yeah, but I agree that the pronouns and stuff, that could be a problem. Changing definitions on people and social engineering on that level. Obviously, it's fine. To criticize that sort of thing. But here's the thing about it, right? That you have to remember, right? Is that once you try to say we're dealing with speech issues and we're really offended because you're trying to control our speech, then all that conservatism amounts to is speech issues. And that's leftism. So the fact is that you're using leftist tactics to try to promote your ideology. That's exactly the thing that he was just saying and admitting that he does. Right. So what's interesting is that is the fact that they're using, sort of crypto Marxist tactics, to sort of go against leftism, and rules for radicals, Saul Alinsky type of stuff. So so this is what's more important to realize. That they're reversing the same program.
To localization when they're trying to find a mate. So they're all competing for the highest tier mates that they possibly can globally now. And so if you imagine for a second, and I explained this to Dave Smith the same way. Imagine for a second that you had a superpower from about the age 18 until roughly 28. And this superpower was basically any woman you talked to, you just opened your mouth and said a word to her, she wanted to have sex with you. Right. And you could manipulate that however you saw fit. They would bring you gifts. They would give you money. They would do anything that they could to have sex with you. Would you exploit that?
It'd be, when I was that age, it'd be pretty hard not to.
It'd be pretty hard not to, right? Yeah. And so what happens when collectively this is realized that this is that they can
pretend he's not gay. Wow.
Oh, yeah. Megalomania sounds so awesome.
What?
Megalomania, super animal magnetism sounds so awesome. Like if people just did whatever I said, it would be great. That's healthy.
I gotta admit, I think I agree with that philosophy.
I think you'd be a little bit more reasonable about it though, probably, because you'd probably don't you think you'd feel like maybe they were just doing that because you had the superpower and you wouldn't feel like you were really all that great in secret, maybe?
Oh, well, no, in this particular example, that would kind of gross me out.
Yeah, me too. That's what I was thinking. Like,
yeah, I would not want that superpower. Now, would I want the superpower that the girl that I pick, all I have to do is open my mouth? I'd have to give that a considerable amount of
yeah. If you had to ask, would that be sufficient? Like, if you just had to ask and you got what you wanted?
That's an interesting question. Yeah, I guess that would be more power, wouldn't it?
What do you mean more power? Just asking, or like the having to be asked would give someone more power? Because that I think it kind of balances out a lot.
Well, if I had the power to get any woman to give me anything I wanted simply by asking, that's considerable more power than getting the woman, a specific woman, to do anything I want simply by asking.
Yeah. Well, and you probably wouldn't want like all the women to do it. It would be the specific woman. Yeah.
Right. But if the act of it asking is involved, then I can control it.
That's what I would think, but like I don't think guys work that way actually. They say that they do, but they don't.
Elaborate on that.
Well, because they don't like to ask. They don't like to ask for what they want. They think that like I don't know, like
Oh
people
yeah, no, you're 100% correct about that. I had an immediate aversion to it.
Yeah.
It's gross. It's gross, but it would
Yeah.
give me more power.
Yeah, huh. Or some at least.
Yeah, no. So that's the thing. Men don't like to ask for what they want. I don't like to ask for sex.
Yeah. I don't know why. That's so weird. It's like my dad used to like tell my mom like to go in the store and buy the Playboy and Penthouse, and she would do it. And I just thought that that was like, but he would never ever in a million years go and buy her a tampon or anything. It was just like, what? That never made sense to me.
That is kind of strange. Does anybody else have any experience like that where their mom would buy porn for their dad?
Not I.
Yeah, my parents were pretty young. I think that probably I wasn't meant to know that.
There's a lot of people showing up with this like with messages in their as their avatar, and it's different accounts. So I wonder if it's the same message written in all these accounts.
I'd guess a bot that's randomly surfing the internet for images that it can make its avatar, and it glitched.
Oh no, it's the bot army.
Yeah, it says on here. It says, "Yes, I was told they found that in the avatar." I guess so. It's weird.
Right, and that it works. They spend the rest of their life trying to recapture that as well.
Oh yeah.
But what it does is because so many men kind of simp and get in this simp-like behavior of getting in their DMs, gassing them up. You're so beautiful. You're gorgeous. I'd do anything for you. I just want a woman like you. Imagine the kind of narcissism that breeds in a person. Men would be no more immune to it than women, by the way.
Yeah, it used to
They
be
would
that was
no
just
more
one
immune.
letter from one suitor. Now you've got
Right.
literally a million suitors, quite
Yeah,
literally.
a million different suitors, right? And they'll fly them out. They'll spend endless amounts of money. They don't give a shit, right?
Yeah.
And the whole world is now kind of their oyster. So you combine that kind of female narcissism with modern nihilism, and it's become so disastrous.
It is
for society. So when I say the nuclear family, why is the nuclear family so important? Well, I believe in patriarchy. I think that a man should be the head of the household. And I think that a woman should fulfill her duties to her husband and to her family, and that women should be venerated for doing that. And they should be kind of excommunicated or pushed back against for resisting that role. I think that women used to do this often. What they would do is they'd say, look, you can't go out and sleep with a bunch of guys. You're going to ruin it for the rest of us. Right? You're going to ruin it. You're going to pull up the ladder behind you. We want men to court us, and we want them to take care of us for the rest of our life. And the way that we do this is we keep ourselves chaste.
Hold on
and
a
when we get
second.
married, we take good care of our families. Women used to enforce that. Now
Wait a minute. If he's talking about like female narcissism is on the rise or something, like isn't like having the husband taking care of the wife kind of like breeding narcissism as well?
Yeah,
Well,
probably.
not if you have to make sacrifices in order to achieve it.
He
Which I
needs
think
to
is
he needs to
what
qualify that.
I think he is right now. That's what he was about to say, I think.
I'm like, banish me, please. Just banish me right now.
Kind of sus, in my opinion.
The enforcement mechanism's the other direction. And it's a global phenomenon, and it's become a ghoulish nightmare. So inside of the dating market, men are just checking out. They're becoming herbivores, as the Japanese called it, which was this idea of, I'll just masturbate and play video games. Anything is better than this.
The end.
Wow. Well, wasn't that fucking enlightening? But yeah,
not really. I agree with him for the most part, but not really.
Yeah. So yeah, so I'm gonna take a little musical break and maybe put some coffee here. And yeah, we'll be right back in like 10 minutes. If I can play some music that we're allowed to play here. Hopefully.
Yes.
It's been pretty good recently. How about this? I actually made this video, Divine Disappointments. Maybe I'll play that right now. See how that goes.
Nice.
That was a great video.
My frustration aimed at what I created has me feeling discombobulated. I hated the boredom, so I reinstated entertainment for my well-being. Now I'm seeing I made the wrong decision. My project had appeared easy but had no direction and precision. Beginner's luck. Only up to recent times do I feel stuck. I'm the only one to blame for things that ran amok. I built up a universe that is now building me, you see. Technological advancement is a creator now, and all things to be decided would have not even once touched my hands. My quote-unquote followers still constantly fill the stands on the so-called 7th day. For years it's been this way, but these people can't figure out whether it's the first or last day to pray. They seem to think that I'm forgiving of all, which means they have a scapegoat. If they happen to drop the ball, I've been coined various names, none of which to me are flattering. They look to me for guidance, but to me they do not matter in my eyes. There's nothing I can do to help this situation when they have internal conflicts with their whole congregation. They gather every week and speak of me in song. These beings I created in this project are terribly wrong. You all claim that you know me, but you really don't ever forgiving you say of me. In reality, I really won't. From the day I gave you life to your last anointment, you have all been nothing but divine disappointment. You all claim that you know me, but you really don't ever forgiving you say of me. In reality, I really won't. From the day I gave you life to your last anointment, you have all been nothing but divine disappointment. So now I'm stuck to figure out what I should do at this point in time. These creatures think that there's an afterlife, so they spend their whole life benign. They killed another creature years ago that claimed to be my son, so now they mold their lives after him and claim that he's the one that will save them, lead them to a new breath. I hate to break it to them, I have nothing for you after death. So carry on if you wish, unknowing. Thinking breath is wind blowing, magnifying light bulb is a sun, and tears are rivers flowing. Think that every bad thing that happens to you is at my will, like bankruptcy, adultery, and the reason why others kill. Go on and be misled as you have your entire life. Think that I'll somehow reward you for all your pain and strife. I can't control destiny. Where'd you come up with that notion? There's no cure for AIDS, so don't even bother with that potion. I didn't create the disease to punish others, I didn't even make it. So if you have that frame of mind, you go ahead and break it. I'm sick and tired of feeling responsibility for all of you ungratefuls, unwilling to share with the starving while you enjoy all of your platefuls. Even if I had the power to help you, I wouldn't even bother. So stop thinking that I love you and stop calling me your father. I didn't plan on you evolving into this mess with which I deal, asking for my forgiveness when you lie, cheat, and steal. What the hell you want me to do? Try and save yourself, I can't help your marriage, your children, or status of health. My problems far away, and even so-called devastations, like this oncoming war between the so-called United Nations. I regret making all of you, you make my blood pressure climb. I wish I didn't make you, but even I can't turn back back the hands of time. You that you know me, but you really don't ever forgive me. You say of me in reality, I really won't. From the day I gave you life to your last anointment, you have all been nothing but divine disappointment. You all claim that you know me, but you really don't ever forgive me. You say of me in reality, I really won't. From the day I gave you life to your last anointment, you have all been nothing but divine disappointment.
Damn, Weezy.
You are enough.
Divine disappointment.
But what if you're enough?
I can't hear anybody but you.
What if it's projecting to think that God would be disappointed with you?
Oh, it obviously is.
Is TML glitching out again?
I
No, I'm
love
here.
that. That's a great song.
Oh, okay.
I love those rappers, man. Those are the same guys from Deep Puddle Dynamics, huh?
Yeah, Alias. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm an atheist, so the whole thing is a projection.
I used
We
to be an
created God in the image of us.
I used to be an atheist until I had an epiphany, and then I was like, "Oh, I guess I'm agnostic."
I think God is real. I just think God's man-made.
Well, then you're not an atheist, probably, because
Thought
atheists.
formist, perhaps.
Yeah.
Oh, what?
Thought forms, egregores, maybe, possibly.
Oh, no. No, I don't think God is divine.
Do you think
I would
you are,
agree with that.
and everybody else is, or the world is?
No.
Not at all. Wow.
How would you define divine?
Mm, I think everything is conscious in its own way, and I don't know. Whenever I was having my epiphany, I can't really explain it, but I got a sense of like I could see backwards and forwards through time, and the patterns of everything was exactly the way that it should be and perfect. And I don't know exactly. I can't remember like the order of how everything was because it didn't really work like that. But I came out of it with a feeling that everything would be okay, which is very vague but very comforting. It's floated me over a lot of like really hard stuff, and in a way that like just simply gaslighting myself wouldn't do. And I don't know. It's just like it seems to like make fun of you after a while, like start like joking with you and like making you the butt of the joke, like so you'll pay attention eventually.
I didn't hear any mention of the divine in any of that. That's all I can say. It's like an attempt to.
A divine comedy, I guess.
Well, I'll tell you what's divine. Sounds from below.
Oh yeah.
Sounds from
Like
below. Sounds from below.
I was like parts. Kidding.
Oh, I'm gonna play another
Sad
one here.
trombone.
And
As above, so below.
as
within,
above, so below.
without.
Exactly. So yeah, we'll be back in like 4 minutes here. Almost. As I play this here, and yeah.
waste. We fly by night beneath the radio waves. Covers to keep us warm on cold winter days. Sounds from below, sounds from below. 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 Riding the red light veins through heartland and back. Communications fade just across the tracks. We fly by night beneath the radio waves. 5 and 1, our direction's the same. Sounds from below, sounds from below. 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 It's about a fire in the back and bubble gum in my face. Too many white caps, empty taps, it's a waste. We fly by night beneath the radio waves. Covers to keep us warm on cold winter days. Sounds from below, sounds from below. Sounds from below, sounds from below. Sounds from below, sounds from below. Sounds from below, sounds from below.
Fucking Wu-Tang. Okay, let's finally go to this thing. The much highly anticipated Jordan Peterson. Crazy ass dude. with the Zionist cohort, James Lindsay. And this is a brutal conversation. So I don't promise anything. I will drop this at any point and just move to reading Nietzsche and then end the episode. So we'll see how much we can get into or tolerate this thing. James Lindsay. And of course, I'm not bringing up the triadic formulation again. Narcissism, sadism, Machiavellianism. You guys need to be reminded, it's a triadic formulation, and I think there's a fourth element to it. Fuck it, I'll bring it up again.
3 is the secret 4. That's a Kabbalah joke.
It kind of looks like the Star Trek symbol and the Freemasonry symbol. And And there's a bunch of different versions. It's a psychopathy, narcissism, and Machiavellianism, but psychopathy is not really that well defined. So we'll go with, oh, this one has psychopathy. Well, darn. Well, fuck it. But this is what it is here. And you can tell that, you know, obviously sadism and Machiavellianism are part of that inversion thing. And then you got the little butthole plunger thing there. You know, so basically what it is that downward facing, it'll be psychopathy, sadism, narcissism, and upward facing, it'll be psychopathy, narcissism, and Machiavellianism, so to speak.
Yeah, I lack the sadism part. That's what keeps me from being a serial killer.
Yeah, I think about it a lot, but I don't do it.
Sad trombone.
So yeah, we've already lost like half of our entire audience because of
You
this.
stopped playing Andrew Wilson.
No, I think it's because of this guy. Yeah, it's because of this James Lindsay guy and this guy. They're so fucking boring. And now we're late to cover this. So it is what it is. We're not exactly some type of news organization anyways. We're trying to look at the ideas. So it really doesn't matter. But yeah, so yeah, let's check out what he says. We could tease out anything they're saying here. And
against you. It makes you so angry because you're rejected and unsuccessful that expresses itself in positive delight in the unnecessary suffering of others, right? So this is dark material.
Yeah.
Now, there's no reason to assume that the cluster B dark tetrad types would do anything other than gravitate towards storehouses of value. First of all, the parasite problem is a very deep problem biologically, right? It's so deep that some people think sex evolved to solve it. So you mix the genes, it's harder for parasites to move down the generations, right? So that's actually one of the canonical theories for the evolution of sex itself. Why would you take a 50% hit in terms of genetic transmission when you could just clone yourself? Well, the parasites can breed, multiply faster than you can. And so they have the upper edge in a lengthy battle. So you mix up the genes and anyways, so the parasite problem is a very old problem.
Yeah.
Okay, so I want to add one more thing to that.
Yeah.
So imagine that a system of knowledge is a way of representing the world and navigating in it. Okay, so that would be like a
yeah, I mean, he's pointing out this thing where he's like, oh, these people basically mix their genes with their oppressor or something like that to like sort of make themselves
to climb up the
evolutionary gene or whatever.
To climb up the evolutionary ladder.
As if it's usually voluntary.
So he's calling this like parasitism. You know what I mean? But yeah, it's pretty clear that as we were talking about before, right? This is how the Jays became white. Right? So, the most prominent example of this in history, and they're not really going to mention it. So it's just really interesting.
Scientific theory or an engineering theory, right? And so you might be able to assess that theory on the grounds of objective fact, say. Okay, but then imagine that there's a different form of language game, and that is that you orient yourself with you bring a number of people together and you lay out some game rules. They could be religious axioms. In fact, I think religious axioms are game rules. I think that's the right way to think about it. But it could be political, right? So communism, a pseudo-religion, has game rules, axioms that you have to accept. And so does conservatism.
Oh, that sounds kind of like what Andrew Wilson was saying. That communism and conservatism can be linked at the level of their ideological roots, right? Because they apply similar axioms. You know, so it's kind of interesting. I mean, is he critiquing that, or you know, it's interesting that Jordan Peterson has always been a critic of the right. Now he critiques the left by saying that if you don't allow certain tendencies within the right to prevail, then people are then the people that are disenfranchised conservative white people, they're gonna like be unleashed on society or something like that. So he takes this weird stance. He's always taken that stance, right? So if you actually examine his work, he's tried to move right people to left of center, right? So it's kind of weird that they're hiding behind this whole thing and saying like, oh yeah, this is other people that's doing it, right? When it's really a sort of revelation of the method. You know what I mean?
Yeah, are you sure they recognize that though? Because most of the people I come across on YouTube have no idea. They just live in like almost a pure state of projection.
Yeah,
Yeah.
they think they're way smarter than everybody else and nobody will notice. And they're doing a really good job of that.
Yeah, see, like, LOL, LOL. See this person, LOL, LOL. They have the thing where they have the speech text as their avatar, and then there was this guy earlier.
Yeah.
Nell Lee, you know, they have speech text as their avatar too, so it kind of looks similar. So
Same guy, if you ask me, or at least they're in the same cult.
Yeah,
One
because
of them
because
though.
they said LOL, LOL too, and they wrote that as a comment.
And I checked out LOL's channel. It's very interesting stuff.
Oh, really?
Yeah, they're in like Chicago somewhere or up in the Midwest area is what it looks like.
My guess would be they're from China. China.
No, I don't
See,
think
look,
so. Definitely not a China
LOL,
accent.
LOL as a comment.
Oh, that's
You know,
interesting.
and then we have a comment here by a guy named LOL, LOL.
I was
And
talking about
then
No, the next
and then-
one's gonna be not a guy.
and then girl, not a guy. Okay, so that's
Yeah.
a girl.
The next
Not a
one's gonna
guy
be,
is gonna be the next one.
the next one's gonna be troll.
I like that one.
These are games that can integrate a large number of people. Okay, so that's a slightly different function, right? Because now it's like if you and I decide to play basketball, we're going to produce a hierarchy within that set of rules, right? Whatever set of rules you lay out, people are going to be differentially able at implementing.
That's right.
Right? Any set of rules.
That's right.
Right. So, for example, if you were in a gym and you had school children roll, and you had a competition, you'd get a hierarchy of rolling speed.
Yeah.
And then the top rollers would be the high status people within that game. So you can organize systems of knowledge so that they're ground rules for a game, and then you produce a hierarchy. Now, hierarchical position has value.
Yeah.
So the higher you are in a social hierarchy, the more positive emotion you feel, and the less negative emotion, and the less likely you are to perish.
Yeah.
Partly because you have social capital and social support. So people will compete for status within the confines of any given hierarchical game. That's a whole different function than representation of the world. Now, maybe you'd hope that your game represents the world too, which I suppose is that would be something like competition in a scientific lab, right? Because
something like that.
Something like that. Or
it's kind of the
competition within a
liberals-
game that's actually productive and self-sustaining.
Yeah.
Right. And the axioms of Western culture seem to be a game like that.
They do.
Right. Now, okay, having established that, you can game it.
Yeah, of course.
Right. And so that seems to be, okay, so we agree on, so far, there's nothing in that you think is objectionable?
No, nothing. No, that's right. I think that's exactly right. And it's a good way to look at it. And I think it opens a door to how this becomes
That guy's like a golden retriever. Sorry.
So I just want to establish here categorically what's different from what Jordan Peterson is saying. We saw him glaze. We saw Andrew Wilson glazing him right now. What's so different from what he's just said and the program that Wilson was pointing out to Neil? Pretty much nothing.
Yeah, it's almost exactly the same. And
Yeah,
the
he's saying you. Yeah,
not
he's saying you could use leftist tactics to game the system once you figure out that there's a game involved. But yeah, what are you saying, Zeph?
Yeah, I was saying that this guy is not pushing back against Peterson at all, whereas Neil was actually kind of sort of like trying to push back a little bit. Like,
Right.
yeah,
Yeah, but he was pushing back out and outright in support of leftism against a guy who's supposed to be against leftism. Both of these guys are critiquing conservatives.
yep.
So it's like, oh, okay. So if people
We're
are smart enough to see what's going on here, you're being fooled.
it's
You
like
fuck-
steering. They're steering from both sides. Like they're
Oh
like,
yeah,
"Hey, get this way. Ooh, 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 no, that way."
yeah. So it's interesting. They're all basically centrists that are trying to get paid. They're trying to, go with the status quo and then pretending like they're radicals against leftism.
Isn't banning porn in America a radical against leftism?
How are they ever going to do that?
Well, I don't think they're going to do any of this stuff he says they're going to do. I don't think that his ideas are anywhere near as popular as he thinks they are. That's what happens when you tap into a populist vein, is you get way too convinced about your own personal details, right? So there's a lot of people who are intersecting with his philosophy because the smorgasbord of philosophy has some meats and crackers that they enjoy. But at the end of the day, they're not going to line up on a majority of their thinking. And it sounded like he was under that illusion when he was talking to, I guess the guy's name was. He made a pun about it. Nietzsche. Neil was the guy's name. Neil.
Yeah.
It sounds like he thinks his Orthodox revolution is right around the corner, just because people are tired of wokeism and trans bullshit and maybe even immigration.
Yeah, I think they'll hold down a few towns or something like that. Most likely, in the near future. You'll go there and get to buy like little icons and trinkets and stuff, and that's gonna be about it. I mean,
Right.
It'll become like they'll make like some type of Orthodox Disneyland or something like that.
It may be
People
a
will go there.
state or two, even if it's extremely successful. Like Utah or a really southern.
Yeah, that'd be nice. Colorado, maybe the southern part.
That would be interesting, considering how quickly Colorado just got completely taken over by liberalism in like a decade.
Parts of it have. The southern part, really, not so much.
The thing is, though, is those population centers, right? They dictate the policy for the rest of the state. Oh yeah, just really quick. I was like reminded of something. Like the whole proposition to me, I think becomes dishonest at a certain point, or maybe naive, because if you really like Andrew Wilson can have his life. He can move to somewhere, and there's places in America where you can't get porn at the gas station, and it'll never happen. The towns will die and turn into ghost towns before you can ever get porn there. And he could raise his kids there. He could marry a woman from there who has traditional values and wants the lifestyle he wants. Like, he doesn't need to change society. He doesn't have to change the laws or the institutions. So the fact that he's looking to do that, I think, reveals something about him that he's not being honest about. There is either a naive misinterpretation of the influence he has, or that he wants to have, or he's an authoritarian and wants everybody else to be exactly like him, and the rest is just like, like when the devil makes a deal with you, he never gets into the details until after the deal's made.
Yep, you dance with the devil, you'll never dance again. That's what they say.
Well, that's another thing that they've been trying to hide from, is that they really don't want to be lumped in to the groypers, right? Because they don't want to get deplatformed, right? But if you look in the past, right, there's been certain links. Now we have certain things, that we may get deplatformed for saying, because he's alleged that he'll deplatform anybody who tries to draw a connection between him and the groypers, right? But see, the thing is that when there's a huge political force, right, and they've worked with people like Alex Jones, and then you have people in there that are basically friendly with those types of people, because you need to have conversations with Owen Schroeder and, people like Alex Jones and all that type of stuff. So then, you become tacitly supporting. That's why you have to kind of, shout out people like Jordan Peterson and do all this type of stuff, is because, and you have to apologize for people like Nick Fuentes and stuff. So that's the thing, is that it's pretty interesting, right? The connections, right?
And they have to rely upon the fact that people don't want to admit when they're wrong too. Don't forget that one.
Yeah.
Woke in a particular way, if we get very, very general. Because if you actually want to know the controversy about woke right, what's happened, Eric Weinstein told me this. I know we said we're not going to name names, but it's positive.
Yeah, okay.
He told me that what he realized, and of course he's a mathematician as well. So, and I'm a mathematician. Yeah. So he said he told me this at ARC. Actually, we were having a conversation, and he said, when I realized what you've done is generalize the concept of woke, and then applied it in a different domain, it clicked. So it's no longer, just left-wing, totalitarian behavior. It's now this mode of totalitarian behavior that I can apply.
It's transferable.
Correct. And so with the hierarchy, well, not just the hierarchy, everything you just described, but you have these reservoirs of value in hierarchies built off of these games.
Yeah.
So there's value there. And the parasite is drawn to the reservoir of value.
Wherever it is.
And the idea is that you want to be high status.
Yeah.
But they have natural limitations because they're not
competent.
They're not competent. Yeah, they're outside of the range of what brings you to the top of these
They tend to be very low in conscientiousness.
They tend to be, that's right.
Right.
And so
And
what would you do?
agreeableness.
What you would do is there's a word for what you would try to create. As the parasite who's now latched on, the thing you would try to, there's different, if you want to talk about it in politics, there's one word, and if you want to talk about it in religion or more generally, there's another. The general word or the religious word is cult. You'll create a cult where you've taken a variation on those rules to where there's a new status game that's rigged so you're always on top of it.
Yeah.
And what you're going to do is pervert the underlying rules. We call it an ideology or a cult doctrine. The word in politics would be splinter. A splinter movement within a broader movement. So MAGA is a political movement, and you could imagine a splinter off of it, or the Democratic Party had a political movement, and the Justice Democrats came along 10 years ago and made a splinter off of it that created the Squad. A lot of people know that history, at least, so it should be, germane. So the generation of a localized cult is sort of this hypothesis, and the ideology grows out of the desire for the people at the top of that, who are parasitizing the hierarchy, to create their kind of internal nested hierarchy where they're on top of the whole thing. And the way they do that is by saying the big system is gamed. The big system is rigged. The big system is fake. And we have a secret truth about how things really work. And now you enter into the Gnostic kind of, I don't know, even metaphysical space. You know, the ancient Gnostic religions, whether against Judaism or Christianity, all held out that Yahweh, the character, the creator God of Genesis, was in fact a demon who had tricked everything.
Ninja Turtles.
It's pretty weird because what he's saying is Gnosticism is actually Marcionism. Gnosticism actually is not definable because it's perennial and syncretistic, and so it combines several different religious groups, and there's lots of different Gnostic sects, so you can't characterize Gnosticism as quote unquote secret knowledge, right? So I think that's kind of not really precise, so he's not really being precise when he's using the term Gnostic. And then he's saying that, well, it's against Judaism. No, it's not. So it says it's Christianity. So it's not against Christianity, so to speak, not according to them. Right? So so it's interesting that he's conflated Gnosticism with liberalism, right? When you need much more sophisticated definitions of both of these things, right? To be
Yeah.
honest,
It
And it
seems like
sounds
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. That's what it sounded like.
yeah, you're destroying nuance in every way.
Yeah.
sound like he was comparing it to populism
Yeah,
in general.
yeah,
Like left or right, whoever's telling you that the system's rigged is lying. They're lying parasites, and they're Gnostic.
yeah. It's a very strange characterization, honestly. But yeah, he uses this quite a bit. He's been critiqued a lot for this, especially by Carolyn Borisenko and others. So I mean, I think they're right. You need much more nuanced views of these things, and also of Marxism itself, because Marxist
Right.
theory has evolved. It's way more sophisticated now, and
He wasn't the actual highest unknowable God. He was this low level, functionary God who said, I'm going to rule over all this stuff. I'm going to imprison them in this, wonderful garden. And then, whoops, they disobeyed me and almost realized the game by eating from the forbidden tree. So now we're going to throw them out into a real prison. And they've been, in the Heideggerian sense, they've been flung, their being has been flung into a world they didn't choose, in which they suffer. And you get the whole Gnostic architecture. But the way that Gnosticism attracts is by saying, and I can make this kind of literal to things that are happening in our world if we have to, is that the authorities in the existing game know so much, but they don't want you to know everything. They don't want you to know more because you might surpass them. They're trying to keep you down. But if you come with me,
you should be seeking this knowledge to expose evil. That's something Christians are supposed to do.
We don't seek knowledge. That's Gnosticism.
what the hell? All right, I'm gonna have to come back in StreamYards.
Sheesh.
What does it say there for the minutes again? Because that was very helpful.
26:44.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, that was very helpful when you did that last time. Thank you. Because I can't see the screen. So
Yeah, I assumed as much.
Episode 544.
And it's 714 here. And my phone is at 93%.
That was a lot of pattern seeking in one sentence.
Maybe a little pareidolia.
Maybe. I didn't notice it. I was just reading what's on my screen. But the Ninja Turtle thing may have been a reaching, but I think it kind of sort of makes sense still, because they're kind of approaching it like a silly story, and like it's so ridiculous. The woke like works for, oh yeah, I get it, it works like this, but they already destroyed it. They already destroyed woke, so nobody likes it anymore.
Right, which is now why they're trying to apply it to the right now. Now
But
that
they
woke's
call it something else at least.
that would defeat the purpose. We get to transfer all of that, resentment that we got with the one thing and put it on the other thing without, any history.
Do any of you guys watch ContraPoints?
Not really. I mean, I've seen like a couple of episodes. It's very hard for me to sit
Yeah,
through
it's
that.
dramatic, but it's very succinct.
Yeah, I feel like there's like 8 different shows that have that same name. You know what I mean?
It's the one with the really hot trans girl.
Yeah, see, I would
Well, I
say
definitely
not
don't.
hot
Yeah, I've not seen that before. So
and also not correct.
What?
Historically bankrupt, I would say even.
I don't know about that.
Woke, even. That's what I would say. Woke.
Yeah, I wouldn't be insulted by that at all. That's like calling me. That's like calling me a what? Sus? No, wait, that's the wrong one. Because now, simp? No, that one's different too.
What I mean is like with this revisionist idea of reality, right? So like critical race theory, perception of history, to the point where people are literally denying their own past. This is much easier for 20-year-olds, obviously, because they have no view of history before critical race theory became common. But I'm in my 40s, so I lived half my life before that was a reality.
Yeah,
And
me
when I look back on history, I see if I go by what I believe and what I feel, what the books told me in school and what the movies told me, it's all consistent and it conforms to wokeism. If I go out and I actually try to find facts and data in order to support the way I feel, I find the complete opposite is true.
Yeah, and if you take notes and you compare them over time, you'd be surprised probably how much they change. Because the internet is our source for all information now.
Yeah, they're slowly erasing the internet's past as well too. Like you can't even
100%.
You used to be able to find verified sources of things that just are gone now. I'd argue even like official government documents.
yeah, well, that's what I thought. Like all these things, like for example, like I think flat Earth is basically just an attempt to basically smuggle science into the Bible. I mean, where people who already believe in the Bible, they'll get them to believe in flat Earth so they could sell them fake interpretations of the Bible. I mean, and say it's about science when it's not. I mean, so it makes sense to me because I've never came upon a flat Earth community that's not reinterpreting the Bible, which is really strange. I mean,
Well, I always thought it was biblical.
right. That's what they all claim. I mean, so they claim like it's biblical, it's Quranic, it's all that stuff, the Greeks and all this, you know what I mean? So when you came across that stuff in the beginning, they were saying, and I was like, wait, this is weird. They're saying all religions and philosophies came to the same conclusion. I was like, that's actually syncretism.
Yeah,
Right? So it's interesting.
I think it's really funny how people always think that they're disagreeing when they're actually just like agreeing with each other with different words.
Well, that's what I think this all actually is that they find ways to, very cleverly disagree with each other while agreeing, and then it's just obviously to perpetuate a narrative that they're all in conflict, which is obviously, they're creating their own controlled opposition. I mean, all day long. I mean, and people forget that it's a simple point, but it works on almost every level of this shit. Like like I went on OTW earlier, and they were all like, he literally told me that he platformed Snafu Snaps to lie about Hank. He knew it was a lie because it would create content. He literally said that right to my face. And I was like, well, wow. So so you'll create a fake conflict for views. I mean, right, and to generate it's just they'll all do it.
What's weird is he says it to his audience now.
Well, they'll all say it. And Cynthia was like, "Yeah, of course you're gonna do that. What else are you gonna do?" She said, "You chose to create content." She was applauding him for doing it. And right,
That's
so
hilarious.
yeah, so there, yeah, so and he literally said, he said, "Oh, look, we did this whole thing. We had a conflict with each other, and yeah, I mean, they all know they're not really against each other. I mean, this is the truth about it."
This is why I take pride in having been called a disingenuous troll by these people.
Yeah, like back in the day, I went. Yeah, like back in the day, I went on a show for hours. Provo Kid, and Illuma Dummy had a fake argument with each other for a whole hour, and then when they were done, they were like applauding each other. The next day, they were saying that was great. It was so entertaining and stuff. So this is exactly. So that day, I knew. I mean, this is just buffoonery, and right, at the highest level, they'll pretend like they're having arguments because they have nothing better to do. I mean,
I wonder if almost that's genuine engagement to them because they're so phony.
Right, exactly.
They're trying to survive, man. That's what they're doing. Trying to survive.
Well, they know it's fake. They're doing it from a perspective that it's all fake. So why not just be fake? So you could go two ways with it, right? You could say it's all fake. Why not? What's one more fake guy? Or you could say it's all fake. Like fuck it. Like all this stuff is nonsense. Let's comment on the fakeness, and that's what I'm choosing to do. So you could go two ways.
There's only so much fake you can do until you start thinking it's real.
Yeah, and then you break the fourth wall and the ceiling and all sorts of things, and art doesn't like make any sense and it's dumb. Oh wait, we're there. Shit.
Yeah, the drama people are, they're real life actors. I mean, it's wild. I mean, I think NPC is one way to say it, but I think real life actors, that's more precise. I mean, these people are real life actors.
It's really ironic. NPC is a very authentic person, though. It's crazy. It's ironic. So ironic.
Oh, who you're talking about? NPC the game?
Yeah.
Well, no.
That's how meta we are.
That's his name, though. He's saying the game is NPC. I mean, right? So,
Yeah.
so yeah,
NPC,
yeah. By the game, he means the same thing when when like Alul talks about the system. I mean, right? So in terms of like people say that to me too. They say the machine lies. Well, you're not like a machine. You're authentic, and it's like the machine lies, dude. It's the like they don't know how to read. I mean, so it's crazy.
They know your real name. Yeah, I'm Becky, so that's really annoying for me.
Oh my God, Becky.
Look at her butt. It's like out there. Is she like one of those rock guys' girlfriends? It's like so big. I could do gag me with a spoon too if you'd like.
Continue.
Yeah, I'm only gonna watch this for like 2 or 3 more minutes here.
Eyes closed though. He looks a lot smarter with his eyes closed.
Yeah, or actually maybe 12 minutes if we could tolerate that. 12 minutes would be the key, because if we could play it for 12 minutes and we could go to the 38-minute mark, and then there'll only be an hour left of this. So then we could maybe play the rest of it next episode or something like that. So yeah, let's just do that.
I can tolerate anything. I'll shut up.
Yeah, they're pretty vapid, but let's see.
It can make this kind of literal to things that are happening in our world if we have to, is that the authorities in the existing game know so much, but they don't want you to know everything. They don't want you to know more because you might surpass them. They're trying to keep you down. But if you come with me in my cult, I'll tell you the real secrets.
That's an appeal to paranoia too.
Sure.
And that's going to be more effective under conditions of extreme uncertainty.
Sure.
Okay, so let's concretize this a little bit.
Sure.
I'd like to talk about, we can talk about Douglas and Joe.
Sure.
I think let's amend our rule. We're not going to point any fingers at woke right people.
Okay.
But I'd like to talk about the current situation.
Yeah, the situation and the ideas I think are important.
Well, Douglas's point with regard to Joe was that it's troublesome for those with a conservative bent to throw away the idea of institutional legitimacy.
Yeah.
And that's a fair comment, standalone comment. Joe's rebuttal to that, insofar as he had a rebuttal, because I thought the conversation was actually pretty civil given how difficult it was that the institutions have been so cataclysmically faulty in the last 10 years that the only possible antidote to their falseness is really unrestrained investigation. And Joe's been a master of unrestrained investigation, obviously, because he's allowed his interest to take him wherever it goes, which allied with a certain amount of conscience is a pretty good orienting function as far as I'm concerned. And I'm at a loss to some degree how to reconcile those viewpoints, because I think it is a cataclysm that the institutions have become unreliable. But
I'm sorry, folks. We're only going to listen to like 20 seconds of this more. I can't do this.
Let's walk through them a little bit. I think the universities are gone.
Me too.
I think that Harvard is having this war with Trump, and that Trump is 100% right.
Yep, me too.
The president of Harvard, in my understanding, said to the Trump administration that it was unfair to punish the researchers by withholding their research funds. But I look at that and I think those researchers have been filling out DEI statements for 10 years.
Yeah.
So as far as I'm concerned, they lost all their credibility. They're not independent researchers at all.
Oh, that's right.
And
Okay, neither are you, sir. With all fairness. So let's not pretend to hear. But yeah, what a vapid series of comments. Basically name dropping, sequence of name drops, followed by unworthy and unqualified assertions.
It's just armchair masturbation.
Yeah, master debaters. It's crazy. But yeah. Yeah, what a huge letdown. But yeah, I won't be playing any more of that. We'll return with that next time on content instruction on constrained cuckery misinformation, also known as Sweetus Diabeetus. And yeah, I'll play some music here, and then we'll move on to the rest of the segments we have, which is we have Nietzsche and Julius Evola readings. So yeah, I'll comment very little at this point. And if anybody wants to comment on the readings, feel free to do so. And there's lots of information there. So yeah, we'll make it through the readings, and yeah, we'll figure it out. Last time, yeah, I forget. Actually, I don't think anybody was here last time when I was doing this. But yeah, yeah, let me play some Nasaj thing, I guess. And
Nice.
And we'll be back with a little bit here.
Love takes on new meaning. 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 Meaning. Love takes on new meaning. Love takes on
She almost looked like the cover of that 2 album that's in the background.
Your secrets.
Michael Jackson.
All right, folks, let's move to some Nietzsche here, and Beyond Good and Evil. All right, and all right, looks like I'm gonna have to cam off here. I got a terrible migraine, so we'll figure it out here. See people leaving.
Drink
That's
some
fine.
water. Yeah.
Give me a second. Where's the fucking water here? Jesus.
What happened to your coffee?
Yeah, I'm all done with coffee. Giving a massive headache and migraine. But yeah, blessings to all the people that are here to study physiology with a clear conscience. We're on section 15 of Beyond Good and Evil. One must insist on the fact, obviously, he's denying that the soul exists. He's denying the transcendental world exists. He's affirming Epicurus. He's denying the categorical imperative. He's denying universalism. This is all just in the first 15 sections, right? So if you want that, go to the first few episodes of this, because content instruction on constraint, cuckery, misinformation. And of course, he's rebutting Kant, right? So it goes in. To study physiology with a clear conscience, one must insist on the fact that the sense organs are not phenomena in the sense of idealistic philosophy. So there he is. Okay, denying universal, everything I just said, right? As such, they certainly could not be causes. Sensualism, therefore, at least as regulative hypothesis, if not as heuristic principle. What? And others say even that the external world is the work of our organs. Question. But then our body, as a part of this external world, would be the work of our organs. Okay, so he thinks that's ridiculous, right? But then our organs themselves would be the work of our organs. Right, circular, right?
So it's like bootstrap.
Yeah, bootstrapping. Yeah, he's saying, you know, the empiricists have a bootstrapping issue, right? And it's followed by the people who say senses are just phenomena based on bodily functions. And he says, but then our organs themselves would be the work of our organs. It seems to me that this is complete reductio ad absurdum. If the conception causa sui, that means self-generated, is something fundamentally absurd. Consequently, the external world is not the work of our organs. Question? There are still harmless self-observers who believe that there are, quote, immediate certainties, unquote. For instance, I think, quote unquote, or as the superstition of Schopenhauer puts it, I will, quote unquote, as though cognition here got hold of its object purely simply as, quote, the thing in itself, unquote. You know, which is the noumena, right? Okay, without any falsification taking place either on part of the subject or the object. I would repeat it, however, 100 times that quote unquote immediate certainty as well as quote unquote absolute knowledge and the quote unquote thing in itself involve contradictio in adjecto. We really ought to free ourselves from the misleading significance of words. The people on their part may think that cognition is knowing all about things, but the philosopher must say to himself, quote, when I analyze the process that is expressed in the sentence, quote unquote, I think, I find a whole series of daring assertions, the argumentative proof of which would be difficult, perhaps impossible. For instance, that it is I who think, that there must necessarily be something that thinks. That thinking is an activity. Yeah. That thinking is an activity, an operation on the part of a being who is thought of as a cause. So many assumptions, right? He's saying, right?
Now he goes on to say, and I'm still on section. Actually, I'm on section 16 now. That there is an ego, quote unquote, and finally that it is already determined what is to be designated by thinking. That I know what thinking is. For if I had not already decided within myself what it is, by what standard could I determine whether that which is just happening is not perhaps, quote unquote, willing or feeling, quote unquote? In short, the assertion I think, quote unquote, assumes that I compare my state at the present moment with other states of myself, which I know in order to determine what it is on account of this retrospective connection with further, quote unquote, knowledge. It has at any rate no immediate certainty for me. In place of the immediate certainty, quote unquote, in which people may believe in the special case, the philosopher thus finds a series of metaphysical questions presented to him. Veritable conscience, questions of the intellect, to wit, quote, whence did I get the notion of, quote unquote, thinking, unquote? Question. Why do I believe in the cause and effect? What gives me the right to speak of an ego, quote unquote, or even an ego as cause, finally an ego as the cause of thoughts? He who ventures to answer these metaphysical questions at once by appeal to a sort of intuitive perception, like the person who says, I think and know that this at least is true, actual, and certain, will encounter a smile and two notes of interrogation. And a philosopher nowadays, sir, the philosopher will perhaps give him to understand, quote, it is improbable that you are not mistaken, but why should it be the truth? Section 17. With regard to the superstitions of logicians, I shall never tire of emphasizing a small, terse fact, which is unwittingly recognized by these credulous minds, namely, that a thought comes when, quote unquote, it wishes and not that I wish. So that it is a perversion of the facts of the case to say that the subject I is the condition of the predicative of the predicate think, quote unquote. Excuse me. One thinks, but that this one is precisely the famous old ego. Is, to put it mildly, only a supposition, an assertion, and assuredly not an immediative certainty. After all one has even gone too far with this one thinks, quote unquote. Even the one, quote unquote, contains an interpretation of the process and does not belong to the process itself. One infers
the same thing.
Yeah. This is crazy. It's almost like the readings almost go with who's on the panel, because last time we were reading Alul and we had Joe Cool there, and Alul put a battery in Joe Cool's back to go and argue against the system on Flow State's panel, the most dangerous place to argue against the system. So it was pretty weird. It was pretty weird.
Is
Chain
it
of
the
events.
place? Really?
Yeah.
Certainly against the grift system.
Well, no. No, it's a strong element that people are the cause of it. See, Flow State is mainly like libertarian, so he's
Right.
more on the side of like, the James
like-
Lindsay types, where
everything in your life is a result of your soul manifestation. We're
Well-
all individual gods, and nothing would fail if it weren't for your own internal failures.
Yeah, that's Flow's whole thing.
More like
You told me
griftarian.
and so I don't know what to think about that now.
What'd you say?
He said I was unfuckwithable, and I don't know
Oh
what.
yeah, Yeah, I
So
mean that is a highly that goes within his individualist paradigm, definitely.
I
Because
don't
That's
know.
actually that's probably actually a compliment.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what. But now I'm not so sure.
Yeah, he's saying
It
you
means
are.
he tried to fuck with you and you failed.
Yeah,
That's funny.
that's probably true.
Or
So,
he
yeah,
watched someone he
compliment.
thinks is at least capable as him attempt it and fail.
Well, why couldn't he just say that I was ignorant or something? Like maybe I'm just ignoring him. I don't know.
Yeah, but Nietzsche here is rejecting the premise of individualism that even makes the assertion that one could interpret the statement one thinks. Right? And he's saying that philosophers all assume, or assert this fact, especially German idealists. Right. So he's mainly attacking them. Right. And so he goes on to say, after all, one has gone too far with this quote unquote one thinks, even though one quote unquote contains an interpretation of the process and does not belong to the process itself. One infers here, according to the usual grammatical formula, quote, to think is an activity. Every activity requires an agency that is active, consequently, unquote. It was pretty much on the same lines that the older atomism saw, besides the operating quote unquote power, the material particle wherein it resides and out of which it operates, the atom. More rigorous minds, however, learnt at last to get along without this earth residuum. And perhaps someday we will perhaps one day someday we shall accustom ourselves, even from the logician's point of view, to get along without the little one, quote unquote, to which the worthy old ego has refined itself. Section 18. It is certainly not the least charm of a theory that it is refutable. It is precisely thereby that it attracts the more subtle minds. It seems that the 100 times refuted theory of the free will, quote unquote,
Sad trombone.
owes its persistence to the charm to this charm alone. Yeah. Someone is always appearing who feels himself strong enough to refute it.
Yeah.
19. And that's the last. That's all he says in section 18. That's pretty funny. Just free will is bullshit. And then 19. And then
It's
19.
alluring bullshit.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Very alluring bullshit, though.
It's like gravity. Gravity's all weak, so weak that you could lift your arm up right now, and it's like you could barely, it's not taking much to lift your arm up, but it like, holds the planets in orbit and stuff. Supposedly, I don't know.
The weak force, the electromagnetism is much stronger force.
Yeah, it is. I almost broke my finger with the really strong
Allegedly.
magnet. And a coffee table that was made out of wrought iron. Oops.
I mean, it's a weak force until you jump out of a fourth-story window. You know what I'm saying?
It's sufficiently strong in that case. I don't know that it's any. Yeah, I don't think it doesn't become more strong.
Yeah. So this next paragraph is kind of a longish one. So I think I'll end after this. So this is paragraph 19, and then I'll move to Julius Evola after that. And I don't really know where we were at in that, so I'll just go to 20 minutes in. But yeah, philosophers are accustomed to speak of the will as though it were the best known thing in the world. Indeed, Schopenhauer has given us to understand that the will alone is really known to us, absolutely and completely known, without deduction or addition. But it again and again seems to me that in this case, Schopenhauer also only did what philosophers are in the habit of doing. He seems to have adopted a popular prejudice and exaggerated it. Willing seems to me to be, above all, something complicated. something that is a unity only in name, and it precisely in a name that popular prejudice lurks, which has got the mastery over the inadequate precautions of philosophers in all ages. So let us for once be more cautious. Let us be unphilosophical, quote unquote. Let us say that in all willing, there is firstly a plurality of sensations, namely the sensation of the condition, quote, away from which we go, unquote, the sensation of the condition, quote, towards which we go, unquote, the sensation of this, quote unquote, from and quote unquote, towards itself. And then besides an accompanying muscular sensation, which even without our putting in motion, quote, arms and legs, unquote, commences in action by force of habit. Directly we, quote unquote, will anything. Therefore, just as a sensation, and indeed many kinds of sensations are to be recognized as ingredients of the will, so in the second place, thinking is also to be recognized. In every act of the will, there is a ruling thought. And let us not imagine it possible to sever this thought from the willing, as if the will would then remain over. In the third place, the will is not only a complex of sensations and thinking, but it is above all an emotion. And in fact, the emotion of the command, that which is termed freedom of the will, quote unquote, is essentially the emotion of supremacy in respect to him who must obey. Quote, I am free, he must obey, unquote. This consciousness is inherent in every will. And equally so, the straining of the attention, the straight look which fixes itself on one thing, the unconditional judgment that, quote, this and nothing else is necessary now, unquote. The inward certainty that obedience will be rendered, and whatever else pertains to the position of the commander. A man who wills commands something within himself, which renders obedience, or which he believes renders obedience. But now let us notice what is the strangest thing about the will. This affair so extremely complex, for which the people have only one name, inasmuch as in the given circumstances we are at the same time the commanding and the obeying parties. And as the obeying party, we know the sensations of the constraint, impulsion, pressure, resistance, and motion, which usually commence immediately after the act of will, inasmuch as, on the other hand, we are accustomed to disregard this duality and to deceive ourselves about it by means of the synthetic term, quote unquote, I. A whole series of erroneous conclusions, and consequently of false judgments about the will itself, has become attached to the act of willing, to such a degree that he who wills believes firmly that willing suffices for action. Since in the majority of cases, there's only been exercise of will when the effect of command, consequently obedience, and therefore action, was to be expected, the appearance has translated itself into the sentiment, as if there were a necessity of effect. In a word, he who wills believes with a fair amount of certainty that will and action are somehow one. He ascribes the success, the carrying out of willing, to the will itself, and thereby enjoys the increase of the sensation of power, which accompanies all success. Quote unquote, freedom of will. That is the expression for the complex state of delight of the person exercising volition who commands, and at the same time identifies himself with the executor of the order, who as such enjoys also the triumphs over obstacles, but thinks within himself that it was really his own will that overcame them. In this way, the person exercising volition adds the feeling of delight of his successful executive instruments, the useful, quote unquote, under wills or under souls. Indeed, our body is but a social structure composed of many souls. To his feelings of delight as commander, l'affect c'est moi. Give me a second. The effect, sieste moi.
The effect such as me.
I guess there's a popular industrial dark ambient album by that same name. I'm highly allured by that genre of music as well. But I'm not finding the translation here. Meaning. Yeah, let's go with meaning. Sieste moi. What does sieste moi mean in English? It doesn't make any sense alone. Otherwise, you're saying it's me.
It's me, yeah. That's what it means. It's me.
So something, it's me. The effect. Oh, so I think it's another way of saying. I think he's now trying to explain again in French terms this idea that the cause is, yeah. That is self-caused. I mean, right? And the cause is your own ego. I mean,
Yeah, it is me doing this. Like, yeah, that's
The
what he's
it's me effect.
Yeah. So he's reiterating in a French term. So obviously, Nietzsche was a philologist. He studied French, Greek, Latin. So he throws off all these terms. So periodically I have to translate. But yeah. So he's saying that again. So what happens here is what happens in every constructed and happy commonwealth, namely that the governing class identifies itself with the successes of the commonwealth. Whoa. So he's taking in the Hobbesian idea of the collective will, and he's applying that to the individual being a collection of souls, right? So it's very interesting. So this is what he's doing here. In all willing, it is absolutely a question of commanding and obeying on the basis, as already said, of the social structure composed of many souls, quote unquote. On the account, a philosopher should claim the right to include willing as such within the sphere of morals, regarded as a doctrine of the relations of supremacy under the phenomenon of life manifests itself. Okay, so that is 19 paragraphs in we are on Beyond Good and Evil. But yeah, let's move to Evola. And of course, this idea of riding the tiger is very interesting. Right? About surpassing, without a way of directly opposing the system. You have to, work with it and against it, right, so to speak. So this is a whole another way of translating those ideas that we were saying of the, of using leftism against leftism, blah, blah, blah. All of those different things that we came through. I think Evola has some interesting critiques about modernism and how it imposes a leftist ideology against traditionalism, right? So we got Batman and Robin out here. The famous couple. Blessings. Thank you for being here.
Na 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 na. Yeah, that's cool.
Oh my God. Oh no, wait. Hold on. Okay, yeah, let me open this up. Ride the tiger. So we'll end with a little bit of Italian fascism.
Finito.
And so yeah. Let's go here. 20 minutes or 19 minutes. Okay, let's go to this. All right, let's do this.
Il Duce.
Should not play an important part in it. They might be entirely lackless, and therefore the line of conduct to be followed in the present epoch must have an autonomous character and an imminent individual value. I mean to say that the attraction of positive prospects, more or less short-term, should not play an important part in it. They might be entirely lacking right up to the end of the cycle, and the possibilities offered by a new movement beyond the 0 point might concern others coming after us, who may have held equally firm without awaiting any direct results or exterior changes. Before leaving this topic and resuming my principal argument, it may be useful to mention another point connected to cyclical laws. This concerns the relationship between Western civilization and other civilizations, especially those of the East. Among those who have recognized the crisis of the modern world and who have also abandoned the idea that modern civilization is the civilization par excellence, the zenith and measure of all others, some have turned their eyes to the East. They see there, to a certain degree, a traditional and spiritual orientation to life that has long ceased to exist in the West as the basis for the effective organization of the various realms of existence. They have even wondered whether the East might furnish useful reference points for a revival and reintegration of the West. It is important to have a clear view of the domain to which such a proposition might apply. If it is simply a matter of doctrines and intellectual contacts, the attempt is legitimate. But one should take note that valid examples and points of reference are to be found, at least partially, in our own traditional past, without having to turn to non-European civilizations. Not much is to be gained by any of this, however. It would be a matter of conversations at a high level between isolated individuals, cultivators of metaphysical systems. If one is more concerned with real influences that have a powerful effect on existence, one should have no illusions about them. The East itself is now following in our footsteps, ever more subject to the ideas and influences that have led us to the point at which we find ourselves, modernizing itself and adopting our own secular and materialistic forms of life. What is still left of...
Yeah, I think he's largely right about that. And the whole project of the 1800s in spiritualism pretty much failed. You know, they thought that you could ameliorate the Western ideas of individualism and integrate Western people into the technological system by, making them follow Eastern spirituality. That failed, because the Eastern people themselves are adopting the mentality. They're being deranged by, technology, right? So they are adopting more or less, multicultural and leftist, politics and all those sorts of things. So you can't look to them for a solution when they're trying to westernize, right? So I think this is a very salient point.
Eastern traditions and character is steadily losing ground and becoming marginalized. The liquidation of colonialism and the material independence that Eastern peoples are acquiring vis-à-vis Europe are closely accompanied by an ever more blatant subjection to the ideas, the mores, and the advanced and progressive mentality of the West. Based on the doctrine of cycles, it may be that anything of value from the point of view of a man of tradition, either in the East or elsewhere, concerns a residual legacy that survives up to a point, not because it belongs to areas that are truly untouched by the principle of decline, but merely because this process is still in an early phase there. For such civilizations, it is only a matter of time before they find themselves at the same point as ourselves, knowing the same problems and the same phenomena of dissolution under the sign of progress and modernity. The tempo may even be much faster in the East. We have the example of China, which in 2 decades has traveled the whole way from an imperial traditional civilization to a materialistic and atheist communist regime, a journey that the Europeans took centuries to accomplish. Outside the circles of scholars and specialists in metaphysical disciplines, the myth of the East is therefore a fallacy. The desert encroaches. There is no other civilization that can serve as support. We have to face our problems alone. The only prospect offered us as a counterpart of the cyclical laws, and that only hypothetical, is that the process of decline of the Dark Age has first reached its terminal phases with us in the West. Therefore, it is not impossible that we would also be the first to pass the 0 point, in a period in which the other civilizations, entering later into the same current, would find themselves more or less in our current state, having abandoned, superseded, what they still offer today in the way of superior values and traditional forms of existence that attract us. The consequence would be a reversal of roles. The West, having reached the point beyond the negative limit, would be qualified to assume a new function of guidance or command, very different from the material, techno-industrial leadership that it wielded in the past, which, once it collapsed, resulted only in a general leveling. This rapid overview of general prospects and problems may have been useful to some readers, but I shall not dwell further on these matters. As I have said, what interests us here is the field of personal life, and from that point of view, in defining the attitude to be taken toward certain experiences and processes of today, having consequences different from what they appear to have for practically all our contemporaries, we need to establish autonomous positions independent of anything the future may or may not bring. Part 2, In the World Where God is Dead, Chapter 3, European Nihilism, the Dissolution of Morals. For the symbolic expression of the complex process that has led to the present situation of crisis in matters of morals and the vision of life, the best formulation is that of Nietzsche. God is dead. For our purposes, we can take Nietzsche's theme as our point of departure, because it has lost nothing of its validity and relevance. It has been rightly said that Nietzsche's personality and thought also have a symbolic character. Robert Reininger writes, "This is a struggle for the sake of modern man, that man who no longer has any roots in the sacred soil of tradition, wavering in search of himself between the peaks of civilization and the abysses of barbarism, trying to find a satisfactory meaning for an existence completely left to itself." Friedrich Nietzsche is the one who best foresaw European nihilism as a future and a destiny which proclaims itself everywhere by the voice of 1,000 signs and 1,000 presages. The great event, obscurely suspected that God is dead, is the principle of the collapse of all values. From this point, morality is deprived of its sanction and incapable of maintaining itself, and the interpretation and justification formerly given to all norms and values disappear. Dostoevsky expressed the same idea in the words, "If God does not exist, everything is permitted." The death of God is an image that characterizes a whole historical process. The phrase expresses unbelief turned to daily reality, a desacralization of existence and a total rift with the world of tradition that, beginning in the West at about the period of the Renaissance and humanism, has increasingly assumed the character of an obvious and irreversible state of affairs for present-day humanity. This state is no less real where it is not yet clearly visible, owing to a regime of doubles and surrogates of the God who is dead. We must distinguish various stages of the process in question. The elementary fact is a fracture of an ontological character through which human life loses any real reference to transcendence. All the developments of nihilism are already virtually contained in this fact. Morality rendered independent from theology and metaphysics and founded on the sole authority of reason, so-called autonomous morality, is the first phenomenon to take shape after the death of God, trying to hide it from consciousness. When the level of the sacred is lost, the absolute principle descends to the level of pure human morality. This defines the rationalistic phase of the stoicism of duty and of moral fetishism, which incidentally is one of the characteristics of Protestantism. In speculative philosophy, this phase has as its sign or symbol the Kantian theory of the categorical imperative, ethical rationalism, and autonomous morality. But once morality...
Oh, looks like he's pointing out the same culprit that Nietzsche pointed out, Kant, in his categorical imperative. Interesting.
has lost its root, which is the original and effective relationship of man with a higher world, it ceases to have any invulnerable foundation, and the critics soon have the better of it. In autonomous morality, which is secular and rational, the only resistance to any natural impulse is an empty and rigid command, a thou shalt that is a mere echo of the ancient living law. Then, at the point where one tries to give this thou shalt some firm content and to justify that content, the ground gives way. There is no support for those capable of thinking it through to the end. This is already the case with Kantian ethics. In reality, there is no imperative at this stage that does not imply the presumed axiomatic value of certain unexplained premises that depend simply on a personal equation or on the accepted state of affairs in a given society. The phase of dissolution that follows that of ethical rationalism is defined by utilitarian or social ethics. Renouncing any intrinsic or absolute basis for good and evil, The justification proposed for what is left of moral norms is whatever suits the individual for his own advantage and for his material tranquility and social life. But nihilism is already visible behind this morality. When there is no longer any internal restraint, every action and behavior appears licit, so long as the outer sanctions of society's laws can be avoided, or if one is indifferent to them. Nothing any longer has an intrinsic norm and an imperative character. It is just a matter of adjusting to society's codes, which take the place of the superseded laws of religion. After Puritanism and ethical rigorism, this is the orientation of the bourgeois world, towards social idols and conformism founded on convenience, cowardice, hypocrisy, or inertia. But the individualism of the end of the 19th century marked in its turn the beginning of an anarchic dissolution that rapidly spread and intensified. It had already prepared the chaos hiding behind the facade of apparent orderliness. The previous phase, limited in its extent, had been that of the romantic hero, the man who feels himself alone in the face of divine indifference, and the superior individual who, despite everything, reaffirms himself in a tragic context. He breaks accepted laws, but not in the sense of denying their validity. Rather, he claims for himself exceptional rights to what is forbidden, be it good or ill. The process exhausts itself, for example, in a man like Max Stirner, who saw in all morality the ultimate form of the divine fetish that was to be destroyed. He denounced the beyond that exists within man, and that tries to give him rules as being a new heaven that is merely the insidious transposition of the external theological beyond which has been negated. With this conquest of the interior God, and the exaltation of the unique that is free from rules and rests its cause on nothingness. Opposing itself to every value and pretense of society, Stirner marks the end of the road trodden by the nihilistic social revolutionaries, to whom the term nihilism was originally applied, but trodden in the name of utopian social ideas in which they always believed ideas such as justice, liberty, and humanity, as opposed to the...
By the way, when we get to the later part of Beyond Good and Evil, this is going to be exactly what he's talking about. You know, they believe that the revolutionary idealism is at the heart of modernist and leftist thinking. Right? They think it's a total attack on traditional morality.
Wait, I'm confused a little bit. I thought, all right. Traditional morality meaning God? It sounds like the same morality to me.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's why he was saying that, you know, Nietzsche's statement, God is dead. I mean, that's the most important. Yeah. So,
but I like that he's saying that even without God, man still finds morals and tries to live right and all of that shit. I like that for the arguments I make. I got to read some of that.
Yeah. Yeah, I think I'll play like maybe 2 or 3 more minutes of this, and then I'll leave it. And then,
injustice and tyranny that they saw in the existing order. Turning to Nietzsche, the European nihilism that he predicted as a general, not just a sporadic phenomenon, attacks not only the field of morality in a strict sense, but also that of truth, of worldviews, and of ends. The death of God is associated with this loss of any meaning to life, any superior justification for existence. Nietzsche's theme is well known, that a need for evasion and a surrender of life have brought about the invention of a world of truth or a world of values, separate from and in opposition to this world, now characterized as false and worthless. Another world has been invented, a world of being, goodness, and spirit as a negation or condemnation of the world of becoming, of the senses and of living reality. But that constructed world dissolved once it was discovered that it was an illusion. Nietzsche revealed its genesis and pointed out its human, all too human, and irrational roots. His contribution to nihilism as a free spirit and immoralist has been precisely his interpretation of certain superior and spiritual values, not only as simple vital impulses, but in most cases as the results of a decadent and enfeebled life. On these terms, all that remains real is what had been negated or rejected from the point of view of that other, superior world of God and truth, the world of what ought to be, not of what is. The conclusion is that what ought to be is not. What is what ought not to be. This is what Nietzsche called the tragic phase of nihilism. It is the beginning of the misery of man without God. Existence seems devoid of any meaning, any goal. While all imperatives, moral values, and restraints have fallen away, so have all supports. Once more, we find a parallel in Dostoevsky, where he makes Kirillov say that man invented God just to be able to go on living. God, therefore, as an alienation of the I. The terminal situation is given in drastic form by Sartre, when he declares that existentialism is not an atheism in the sense of being reduced to proving that God does not exist. Rather, it says that even if God existed, nothing would change. Existence is reduced to itself in its naked reality, without any reference point outside itself that could give it a real meaning for man. Thus, there are two phases. The first is a sort of metaphysical or moral rebellion. The second is the phase in which the very motives that had implicitly nourished that rebellion give way and dissolve. For a new type of man, they are empty. That is the nihilistic phase in the proper sense, whose chief theme is the sense of the absurdity, the pure irrationality of the human condition. Chapter 4, From the Precursors of Nihilism to the Lost Youth and the Protest Movement.
I think we'll leave it there. That's a good place to leave it.
Yeah.
So yeah, because that whole it's kind of weird. I didn't know the next chapter was gonna be on Nietzsche, and I just read Nietzsche, so that's pretty interesting. But yeah, there's a lot of videos saying that Julius Evola felt that he went beyond Nietzsche, right? So he thought that Nietzsche was wrong about a few things, and he was there to correct.
I
So he's
think
an
he
interesting
was
dude.
wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, so he's an interesting dude, Julius Evola.
Yeah, I think he
Yeah,
was
yeah.
wrong. All those things he said about how if you kill God off, then what's left could be immoral and all of that shit. That's all feasible, but you also, well, not you, but you also played someone who was talking about that even though some people believe God, they took God out of the equation and they still became stoic individuals and tried to be upright and shit, even without God. That's the way I feel. Even if you don't know it's God, it's still in you if you're trying to be an upright person.
It's in society.
Yeah, even if you're not, like I was like a total atheist and like it was still there. I didn't
But no
even know.
one, because you don't believe in God, no one thinks, well, I should kill people and shit like that. God isn't what, keeps you from doing horrible things.
It is for some people. The fear of God is for some people.
Yeah, just low IQ.
True believers and people who have a propensity for violence.
Yeah, people that fear temptation.
Ooh. People fear temptation.
Yeah, well, you never know what will happen if they indulge themselves in it.
Right. And so they just fear it. That is interesting, man. The
Yeah, but
opposites.
what's weird is like they're setting themselves up for like it, like if they get confronted with it, like without like planning on it, then they're just gonna be like, oh shit, and then they're gonna be lost, right? That's what they think.
Exactly, because they've been avoiding it and fearing it for so long. Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of like
Yeah.
if you like don't like if you're not around germs forever, and then you
Very
like go
good.
outside, then you'll like get all sick.
Very good. Is that LCJC? Who is that talking? The
No,
female?
it's Zephyr.
Yeah, it's Zephyr. Yeah.
Oh, Zephyr. Okay.
Or Becky, as everybody's been calling me today, I guess.
Everybody I know calls you Zephyr.
Oh,
Actually, they
my
call you Zephyr or something like that. Zephyr.
I don't care how he pronounces it, but my name is Becky for reals.
Zephyr.
But I like Zephyr
What's
better.
a Zephyr?
It's a West Wind
Check that out.
and a Red Hot Chili Pepper song.
You better know.
Freaking cats.
Gatita.
Oh my God, that scary mountain lion.
Somebody made a loud noise outside. He's a chicken, really.
All right, let me smoke, man. Fuck. I ain't been this sober in a long time.
Yeah, I'm waiting for Pinoid. Pinoid, let's do this, man. But yeah, I'll wait for a little while, see if anybody else wants to jump on. I'll pin the link at this point, and
Okay.
if anybody wants to jump on, talk about really pretty much anything at this point, it would be fine. I got a little while. If nobody comes up, I'll just play the conversation that Neurojack and Unseen had earlier.
I'm okay with conversing. I was not really talking because I didn't know if you wanted to talk about the subject, and I got here late. I
Oh, no.
knew the least about the subject, so I was
No, I'm
trying
kind
not
of just
to.
open it up. No, I'm just kind of just trying to open it up. Yeah, it's fine to talk about anything at this point. Whatever I had, yeah, I mean, whatever I had, I basically.
How was
Yeah.
Nietzsche wrong?
I think that he. Go ahead. I was saying, Lies. Do you think he was wrong, TML?
Oh yeah, I definitely think he was wrong in a few ways. I think. I mean, as I said earlier, we're gonna take a look at Rene Girard, and he Christianized Nietzsche, right? So, so I think that, and
Literally
obviously,
or figuratively, he Christianized Nietzsche. You mean figuratively, right? Nietzsche didn't literally become a Christian, did he?
he took Nietzsche's theory and applied it to Christianity.
That's what I thought. I think it would work if you do.
Yeah.
Yeah, you could.
So in terms of that whole game, and so I think that it's possible to, and obviously the ideas from Hitler, who had like a bust of Nietzsche, right? So there's a lot of different ideas where, and obviously there's the Theosophical Society, right? So they've taken Nietzsche to another, obviously by way of Rudolf Steiner, because as I mentioned, Steiner was there on his deathbed, right? So there's a lot of iterations of Nietzsche, in the Thule Society and the Theosophical Society. He had a lot of influence on spiritualism in the 1800s.
Right.
So I think that, yeah, I mean, obviously you could take Nietzsche's ideas and do a lot of damage with them for sure. I mean,
yeah.
So, and obviously his ideas are gate-kept a lot. Like, for example, there's a lot of leftists who will use Nietzsche and they'll say that none of Nietzsche's philosophy is prescriptive. It's all just descriptive. And I'm like, whoa. I'm like, that is just a cop-out. I mean, they're putting a pretty face on Nietzsche,
Yeah.
What is he prescribing?
Oh, I think he's prescribing a lot. He's definitely against leftism, right? So, that'll be very apparent. He calls the anarchists and the communists basically dolts, flatheads,
dreamers, and shit.
Yeah, every bad name you could think of. I mean,
oh my God, I'm a dolt.
Yeah, he calls Schopenhauer. He said Schopenhauer was a pessimist, but he played the flute after dinner. He said, imagine a pessimist playing the flute.
Yeah.
So he hates Schopenhauer. He hates Hegel, and Hegel and Schopenhauer hate each other. So, German philosophy is, it's just all just, and obviously, it led to the Frankfurt School. So, all these guys, the difference between Schopenhauer and Hegel and Nietzsche ended up in the Frankfurt School, really.
And that is where they came up with
MK Ultra.
Oh, I was gonna say hot dogs.
Oh, yeah.
Or
both are equally destructive.
Same thing, yeah.
Yeah,
Same thing.
yeah, exactly. Corn dogs are basically MK Ultra at this point. So.
Rocky Horror, right?
Rocky Horror.
You had hot dogs? I had hot dogs for dinner.
I had hot dogs.
Food. Why are you eating it?
And cheeseburgers.
I had a hot dog, grilled some hot dogs.
Yeah, we need a Lumatami to drive the Oscar Mayer truck. I mean, I think that'll work. And let me pull up
the image from Lanza with the Dr. Robotnik. Shit's too funny. Oh, where is it, mate? Where is it, mate?
It's right there.
Wait, you got it shared?
Hashtag Nietzsche did nothing wrong.
To see it when I said that. It was supposed to be magical. It didn't work.
Oh,
Dennison,
Just
can
scroll up
you
a while.
can you give me a short encapsulate of Nietzsche's philosophy?
I don't think so.
Well, you said Nietzsche did nothing wrong. I was wondering where you were coming from with that.
I didn't see a lot of prescriptions or anything, or where he was wrong about anything in what you guys said.
I thought he said that man's nature was to be a degenerate and that type of shit. That's what I was reading into it.
You guys see this?
Degenerate.
No.
See, look, Illumitami.
I see it.
I see him, yeah.
And then Dr. Robotnik.
Wait. That's from Sonic. That's from Sonic the Hedgehog. Yeah.
See, here's Illumitami, and then here's Dr. Robotnik.
Wow, good one, good catch. So you throw a mustache on him. Somebody's good enough with the computer. Take that mustache, put it on Tommy, and bam.
Oh yeah. I know that.
It looks exactly the same. Yeah. We got somebody in the back here. Let's see who it is. The Appalachian Gorilla.
Yo, man, you know who the fuck this is. Come on now.
That's good, Appalachian.
Yo, listen, bro. I heard y'all in here talking about like religion and shit, and like the reason why like you need God, right? It's actually not because like you need, you know what I'm saying, like God per se, but like what you have is you have like your culture that gets formed first, which is all like your morals and your practices and your standards, all that type of shit. And then religion writes it down for like perpetuity. Right. And so like when you
That's
have
not
things,
bad, bro. That's not bad.
you know, when you have things that like you don't have problems with anymore because you've been avoiding it for so fucking long, like for instance, you know, like, oh, I don't know, like you have some place that's like really dangerous, you know what I mean, or whatever, and like the religion tells you don't go there, and then everybody stops going there, and like 4 generations, all of a sudden, like you throw away that religion, and then motherfuckers like they have no like memory of like that place, right? And then motherfuckers go there and they die, right? And that's what religion's good for, right? And that's what happens when you throw away God. It's not about like throwing away the fucking actual God itself.
Damn.
Or the place stops being toxic and people like keep doing the tradition, not knowing why they're doing it, and they're doing it for like absolutely no reason, and they're just, you know.
I see no evidence of that though.
Yeah, no, but like your culture, and this is the thing about cultures, right? Your culture is based off your geography, right? And so like things are like, you know what I mean, toxic because of the fact that like toxic to your geography and like how you live. But like the moment you change that geography and you change the people and you change your practices, right? You go from like, you know what I mean, like, I don't know, like hunting and gathering to like in like agriculture, right? The row crop agriculture. Like it's going to change the way things are done. So therefore you have to like, you know, the adjustment of like what is good and what is bad changes. That's why like we're having a problem right now because we went from agriculture to industrialism in 100 years and we're all figuring out what we're supposed to do right now.
Right.
I mean, that's the mental.
We're going from what we thought was natural, which is have a little space, raise your own, take care of your own, and all of that, to you got to be in one of these tiny cities, these 15-minute cities, or these neighborhoods like mine, where you can touch the house next to you. They're all so close. Everybody must work and, you know, and do the same ant behavior. You go and work and come back and you barely make a living. Of course, it's going to be difficult to adjust to that.
We're not like, yo, fucking, that's literally like what it is that like, you know, you're supposed to have, right? So I got a buddy of mine, he's talking about moving to El Salvador, right? And he went down there and he checked it out real quick. And like he said, when you go down there, it looks like this like rundown suburb, but like out back of their houses, everybody's like fucking yards are connected. and they have like fucking agriculture running, like cows and chickens and all this shit running across all their backyards, right? And like, and the chicken lays an egg in your backyard, you know what I mean? Like, you can just pick it up, even if it's not a chicken, because like, that's a community chick. Like, you're all working together to be part of it. And that's the whole point of the 15-minute city. You should be able to walk to go get fucking food. Like, you shouldn't have to drive out to a strip mall to go get fucking like basic essentials. You know what I mean?
Problem with the 15-minute city is you got to walk and pay for somebody else's food, the price that they put up for it, rather than getting that egg, which seems natural. You shouldn't have to pay for an apple. You should go get it off the tree. Instead, now the Whole Foods store within 5 minutes of you dictates your prices and shit. That seems a bit unnatural.
This has been a problem since like fucking Ujik, right? You know what I'm saying? And Uzik in fucking Babylon, right? Where like urbanization, we never figured it the fuck out. That's why we stopped having kids when you urbanize, right? We've never figured this question out. You know what I mean? This is we're supposed to be able to eat off the trees and like have animals around we can kill. It's supposed to be like, you're supposed to know your neighbor because like you have to deal with them. This is where culture comes from. Like, how do you have morals, right? You have morals because you want to deal with your neighbor honestly. You know what I mean? Because they have food.
So not because of God.
My niece lived in a big ass apartment building with 30 units or something like that. She's in Minnesota. She's calling us. She has to go somewhere, but she's expecting a delivery or something. I tell her, just ask one of your neighbors to do it, to watch out for us. She's like, I don't know any of them. Like, oh, you just moved there? No, I've been here for almost 3 years. And you don't know your neighbors in a 30-unit apartment building? None of them? This society is weird.
Daughter lives in Livonia, so like
neighbor might steal the package.
Once you tell them.
If you want, I'll ask her if she wants a friend. They like play Dungeons and Dragons and stuff.
No, like, this is because like, we don't earn our living in our community, right?
Yes.
Like, it's because you're not like actually like fucking connected to that community monetarily,
right?
Like when you have like, fucking Medicare or fucking, SSD or SSI coming into like that fucking area, right? You're not connected to anybody. You don't need them.
You drive 30 minutes to do everything, and you drive back. You say, "Hey, Bill," as you're putting your garbage on the street, and you go in the house.
You want to hear some terrible shit? Like, me and my dad are Italian motherfuckers, and every one of my neighbors are like black as fuck, right?
You sound black as fuck. It's
no, I'm Italian. I'm Italian.
I'm Italian. I hear you.
Yeah, right.
You sound like a brother. Just saying.
I grew up in homeless shelters and projects in the Northeast. This is how it works, right?
Makes sense.
And then we can mix in that like West Virginia, Pennsylvania, Appalachian thing, right? Get that little fucking twang to it, and then you get the soul from the Guinea. So like, it's just how
you got the best of all worlds.
right. But anyway, so like, then the thing is though, right, is like any of my neighbors, I could 100% knock on their door and ask them to get a package for me. Any of them, at any time. You know what I mean? Like, I got a prostitute downstairs. I could literally ask her to get a package for me and she'd fucking do it. Right. And I could trust her to do so. I don't like, bro.
That's wild, dude.
Yeah.
For some things, I have a few friends that are kind of trappy.
Not friends. I mean, like, these are people who, like, I barely know, right? But like, they all know my name, and every time, like, literally, like, I was walking up the street, right? And I just gotten back from my baby's mom's house, and she lives in the projects up north, right? Fucking up in like the fucking coal regions. And like the black motherfuckers up there, like, they had me hot. I was ready to shoot somebody. I was pissed. I was about to get the fucking hammer and go up there and go to work, right? I come back down here, and literally as I'm walking my groceries into the house, this fucking dude, this giant white t-shirt, right? Fucking big hood ass motherfucker just got out of the fucking pen, goes, bro, let me help you out. Help me carry my fucking groceries to the goddamn house for me and shit. That's how community is supposed to work. Real shit. You know what I mean? Just showed so much love. He's like, brothers, I see you struggling. Let me help you out, homie. Didn't ask for nothing, bro. I got you. That's it. Oh, my man got pulled over. Oh, never mind. I thought Joe Cool got pulled over for a second.
It looked like it, yeah.
I seen the blues and twos and shit.
I'm chasing them, yo.
Why are you chasing them?
I used to watch them.
You ain't never seen my movies.
And you want to hear something really crazy? Like real shit? There's never a cop on this block and there's no crime. I don't think I've ever seen the police here, other
Like,
than like picking up a body.
Joe's
guys-
gonna do some live auditing or something. What
My
do they
street's
call it?
It's a dead end though. Dead end street.
No, I'm in the hood, right? Like I'm fucking like literally like a block outside of one of the worst projects in the Northeast. A word, yo. Got 141,000 subscribers. Dog.
Yeah, he's like famous and shit.
You salivating over those numbers?
Yeah, listen, bro. I only got like 4,000, something like that, because like YouTube didn't smack the shit out of my channel. Because I wanted to cover the fucking Christchurch shooting and shit.
I got 111 today. Thank you very much, Cage.
111,000?
No, just 111.
Oh, good job.
He said 100,000.
Yeah, listen, she's
He
we're
knew
talking about
too,
thousands.
because he was the 111th one.
We small fries around here. Joe Cool's the big fish.
I'd be there with him if
Although-
Susan wasn't a bitch.
My grandmother's name was Susan, and I beg to differ.
Yo, Susan Wojcicki was a bitch. I remember one time, like somebody said, bro, like, could you imagine if YouTube let it be like fucking played fair? And I was like, yo, I hadn't thought of that in so goddamn long. Like, legit. Like it was like a foreign concept and shit.
I figured
It
out
was the
one
exact flip of what it is now.
because I like curate my playlist. Like whenever I play videos, if I don't like something, I'll go back into my history and delete it.
Right.
And it only gives me stuff that I like now, but I like a lot of variety of stuff. So it gives me some weird stuff too, which I really like even more.
Yeah, I've been doing that with music. Well, not like deleting stuff, but like just like kind of like letting shit play. And I found so much good music. Man, listen, so I used to like be really stuck in like my ways of music. You know what I mean? Like when you're in your 30s, you're like, bro, listen, I don't even listen to stuff from when I was a teenager.
I'm never gonna listen to rap.
Yeah, it's not more like, and I'm never gonna listen to country or like the new shit or whatever.
Yeah, country.
Or like the new like fucking rappers or whatever it is, right? You know, and
Or
like
the
they're the new
or
country
country
artists.
rap. Even country rap's even worse.
Oh, it's
somehow.
amazing now, bro. Like, oh my god, like nah,
What?
listen, this is what I'm saying. Once I let go of being like, and I mean this piece of shit millennial, like fucking what are them things called, bro? Like the hipster. Once I stopped being a hipster.
Not a hipster. There's no way.
Oh, listen, I was a hipster for like the longest. You know what I mean? Like every millennial was.
You have the top knot.
Why does
and
that not surprise me?
No, not the top knot, but like more like, you know, like you only like stuff that, you know what I mean, is ironically cool or whatever, you know what I mean? Or like it's old or
stuff that
it's
was
different.
cool before, and like the Chilean miners, they were underground.
like stuff that like, you know what I mean, like other people would go, oh man, listen, that's like you always got to be unique or whatever, you know what I mean? Once I let go of that, and I was like, you know what, Nickelback actually makes good music, bro. Like they do, like because everybody sings to it, even though everybody pretends to hate on it. You know when Rockstar comes on, you're singing at the top of your lungs in the car. Like, why do we all pretend that it's bad music?
I like pop music sometimes too.
I can't
mean,
remember the last time I heard Nickelback. Like that, maybe a decade ago.
Right. Like, you know, there's this dude named Two Tone, right? He uses AI to like rip like Morgan Wallen's fucking music out, right? And like his singing
Sounds
out
like
of the music.
heresy.
No, it's great, right? Because like what ends up happening is he takes these like really fucking like he takes these fucking songs and he turns them into like he puts like the 808s behind them, put these amazing beats, and then he throws like Juice World on with it, and it's so good, bro. It's so fucking
that
good.
used to be called remixing.
Yeah, but it's
not
something
quite, but it's something
Like
else.
mashup,
It's like
sure.
kind of like a mashup, sort of, but using AI. I don't know. Sounds shady.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it is because they never labeled them hardly
And
ever.
not the slim kind.
Yeah.
Nah, listen, it's really good. Like it is really, really good, bro. Like and like it's, I jam to it all the time. There's a dude named Glorb, right? He's a rapper from Australia. His real name is Young Martyr, right? He's an actual rapper.
That's a cool.
Yeah, it's a cool name, right?
Yeah,
But like
like
he
that
makes SpongeBob raps, right? And it's a Krusty Krab versus fucking the Chum Bucket, right? It's Dankton versus SpongeBob, right? And fucking Mr. Krabs and shit. And like they're over here like shooting and killing each other in the raps. And like one of them's like banging Pearl, and like the other one's, you know what I mean, like hitting off Sandy.
Didn't know who Buck 65 was, like, and he does Kiss raps.
Yeah, that was really sus, in my opinion.
Like, I don't know about this guy. I think we got to set him one table over. I'm kidding.
Yeah.
I think it's funny.
Yeah, you got it. Yeah, you got to check out Glorb, bro. Like, check it. I'm
I'll check
telling
it
you,
out.
like, it's
I
good.
can send links
Hold up,
right
bro.
now. Do it.
Hang on, hold on. I'm gonna grab it. I'm gonna grab this. Hang on a second. I'm gonna grab that shit. Hold on. Like, yo, because I be jamming out to like Larry the Lobster and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. As long as it's not Jordan Peterson lobster. Unless it's Old Joe lobster.
Nah. Like, yo, he's a 6 foot fucking lobster, right?
Maybe
Stays-
Zoidberg.
Yo, they say like, yo, he be acting shellfish because he sticks to himself. You know what I mean?
Dude, the Wet Dream. Did you hear the Wet Dream song from Dr. Demento? That was like my favorite. Was the Dr. Demento 20th anniversary album.
Ones for the lose.
Stupendium. You ever heard of Stupendium?
No. My favorite song is Existential Blues.
Yo, Stupendium is a channel, right? It's old, right? And they made like music about video games. The one in particular that I really like is about Fallout New Vegas, right? It's called The House Always Wins. And it's basically like fucking he played House from like fucking Fallout fucking New Vegas, which I never played the video game, right? I've never even seen the video game. I haven't played the video game since like the 90s when Mortal Kombat was a thing. But like the song was great because to me, I'm watching it and it's like fucking Andrew Carnegie and fucking God, what the fuck's his name? Who's JP Morgan's having a chance, right, to like make their case for capitalism. Like, yo,
that sounds a little bit like these guys that are like really professional actors and they do these black and white YouTubes of reading out loud the YouTube comments on like pop songs. That's pretty funny.
Hold up, bro. I'm gonna grab Stupendium.
And they do like rap battles and stuff too. Some of them, like against historical characters and stuff.
Hold up, I'm gonna grab this for you.
There was this website that was called PopCap back in the day. You could play games and they did stuff like that too with animations.
Here, listen, I'm gonna put this in the side chat for you. I'm putting these in the side chat so you can check them out. Glorb, this is Stupendium.
Thank you.
Like, yo, it's so good. Like, legit. It's just, I am a history buff of like the late 19th century, right? I really like that time period because it's like, just study. Like, I want to live there. Like, just study, it's fucking cool. Like the politics and the dynamics and the people, right? And, you know what I mean? Like, looking at how people coped with the Industrial Revolution and the invention of oil and like how everything happened. It's just super interesting shit. Yo, by the way, has anybody noticed that hamburger is $7.50 a fucking pound yet?
Depends where you are.
I have not. I do not eat much beef, so
My dad, you know what I mean, he has like cancer and like he's sick as shit, whatever, right? And so I got to cook for him. And you know what I mean, he likes like really simple shit. You know what I mean, like fucking potatoes and burger, rice and burger, fucking some spaghetti, whatever, right? And so like, you know, I buy a lot of hamburger, like usually like 5-6 pounds a week. And so like this week I was like, oh my God, it's $7.50 a pound. I can't afford that. So I went and got pork. Right. I went and got brown pork. So good. Oh my God, the kitten.
Got some DJ Crush or what?
Gatita.
disciples. Got the four elements. About to take you through the four stages of nature. The combinations of that. It's like that.
I'm deep into the page.
Each stage is like a maze. It's like sperm reaching the egg. I focus on the brain, cause it be the enterprise. It's like life within the center of the eyes. Send off the sound waves that are bound for days. The atom is surrounded with rays. My frame be the mercury. It circles degrees. Develop the strength like Hercules. Wisdom changes my continents. When I quiz them, I build up the confidence. You burning me is like trying to kosher a pig. I teach knowledge and culture to kids. I inject the rhymes into the depths of the mind. The proper insight gives effects on the blind. See, I don't entertain, I enter the brain. The killer priest always come and represent the name. A daily study stimulates the thought. Correct diet, I meditate and less talk. Makes me deep as the ocean floor. The ink soaks in and I'm prepared to explore. MC spoil like the city of Rome. I'm inspiring like Solomon and Witty in the dome. Yeah, writing rhymes with a liquid pen. Next to a pair, be the holy wizards. Knowledge I attain is mystic, realistic. There's hidden gems and sins if you missed it. Thou have to contain the power to unravel. It's like walking astray on the edge of earth with no map to travel. One false step, you're into the depths of darkness. The triple stage that's brave to the conscious. As I drag your mind off the edge of sanity and leave you floating, you have to figure your way back to gravity. Take it beyond the orbits of NASA at rates much faster. Your chest tightens up like asthma, and you'll be gasping for oxygen, inhaling fatal gas light-headed from the hydrogen, drifting in the wind like a cloud that can't rain. You lack the element, so it's relevant to strain. Your brain lacks water like the moon, depending on the earth since you first left the womb. Words engraved to paralyze you in the mental. Too much weight to analyze the potential. Amounts of pressure that'll tilt your scale. And as for 85s, I prescribe it in braille. The blind language, the deaf and dumb, I use sign language. Cause I was blessed to exercise stress and language. Niggas be straining with their 6 ounces. I'm splitting atoms and spilling holy water on their conscience. Traveling 186,000 miles per second to shine forth and spark thoughts if you can catch them. Catch them.
Life is hell, hell tell lies in your face. Every other day we killing off our own race. When you're trapped inside hate, it's hard to escape inside a slave mind state. Cause you go out like a blind date, surrounded by danger when you're living in a world full of anger. The pain I drop just to get you got is a brain strainer. Deadly talk, silent thoughts I can't overstand when the man wanna live long and you think too short and distorted. Paying for your religion when you really can't afford it. I'd rather live like a god than instead dying for a devil. You couldn't climb this level with a ladder made of knowledge. I demolish, abolish, so don't try to follow. I'm looking through your body in the dark and I can tell you that you're hollow. You sleep, walking, blind ass zombie. I hell raised from the grave of ignorance. Just to finish men looking guilty of sin.
Crying deep within the mental, my soul is intoxicated. Up, restless, stress, aggravation, pain, and frustration. I can't take it no more as I journey through the halls of hell. Justice prevails, unrighteous will surely fail. Now may my enemies be defeated in the chambers of danger, facing life full of strife, filled with anger. Forced to enter, man, avenger of sin. I rule like the mighty lion as Iron tribe of Benjamin. Experimenting with all types of fucking gases. I got the potion to turn your flesh to fucking ashes. Adam shatter, elements start to scatter. Illusion dwelling in babble, mental confusion.
Okay, I still don't know how to raid channels, so I'll just show you guys what else is on.
Joe Cool took off. Darn it.
Joe Cool, Pinoid, thank you for joining. Neurojack, Unseen Warfare, thank you for joining. Wow. There's a lot of stuff on, but there's nothing on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, yeah, it is what it is.
Less Bergie, maybe. 'Cause I don't like Spurgatory.
Well, he made fun of Lumitami earlier for looking like Dr. Robotnik. So let's see what he has going on, because he's been live for a long time. So I'd love to see and react live to this stupidity for just maybe 5 minutes before we go here, because it's almost 11:11. I should take a walk outside. I have a splitting migraine. Take a walk outside, maybe smoke a cigarette, and then see what is going on outside. Maybe drink a
Flare.
coffee. Huh?
There's a lot of solar flares right now, and that's why I'm not tired as well. So maybe that's why I have a headache.
I'm sorry for coughing into the mic there.
It's all right. It's not like you're gonna get germs on me that way.
Yeah. There's a link. I'm just trying to, obviously I have the night here pretty open here, but yeah, maybe 30 minutes to an hour. And if nobody comes up, we'll end in the next like maybe 5 to 10 minutes or something like that. But we'll figure it out. Right? But yeah. We did some analysis. Woke right was the subject. Is there an infiltration of leftist value systems inside of the right-wing politics? So we went forward to investigate that. And we did so by looking at some of the commentary of Jordan Peterson and some of the right-wing commentators, and then looking at Nietzsche, looking at some of the ideological foundations of leftism and modernism, right? And looking at Julius Evola, and then we basically opened it up for conversations. And that's been pretty much how this show has gone. Now, we've had several interesting conversations on these various series. Last time we had an interesting conversation with Nick Volt, Unseen Warfare, Twilight, Son of Lilith. We also had a interesting conversation the episode before that, when we had Office of Secular Quranism on here, to talk about some of the issues there, right? In previous episodes, we've had lots of different people. So yeah, let me get this guy off the screen. Let me see what's going on here.
Grass ass.
Whoa! Super shrill voice.
Class, whatever that video.
She's never made anything. The only thing she's ever made is an email in my fucking name that Rose accidentally emailed. And the only reason it's in Rose's list of emails to pop up.
Oh yeah, that's the weird thing. So this guy actually goes in and everybody that goes and lives with them, goes and tries to expose him. So I don't know what that says, but yeah, he's met IRL with Benton and Rose 777, and they don't like him very much after meeting him, apparently. So that's what's interesting.
Up is because she had to have contacted her through it.
Yeah, can you play? Could you play First Class Ass and Grass? And okay, what if I pull it up and share it?
I'll make it private.
DJM, if you're a troll, you're a fantastic troll. You're a remarkable troll.
Oh, JG's over there.
Holy shit.
Yeah, so JG's up. I don't know what that says about JG, but
yeah.
He thinks she's cute.
What was that?
I go over there too. Of course.
Oh yeah, but you're
Yeah, I'm not encouraging him or anything.
you're one of the old white ladies, so you could go wherever you want and nobody will question you. I know how that is. I'm married to a white woman. Huh?
There's a few places I've been lately that I'm just like, okay, I'm just like gonna hang out here. I'm gonna not say nothing because I don't know these people and I don't know what they're talking about.
Yeah, see, only white women could get away with that. So
Well,
that's
they
the
don't
thing.
know that I'm even there. I think anybody can get away with it as long as they are quiet.
I don't know if there's places where if I'm just there, people start to worry. I mean, if they just see me there, so there is definite places like that where I'm not allowed because of the way I look. All right, so I look out of place. People notice, stick out like a sore thumb. And you know,
Me
I'm kind of like, yeah, I have.
They can't have a smart Muslim.
It's like if
That's
I went to
against their paradigm.
Yeah, so
You're like,
yeah, there's
who's
places where yeah, I mean, I'm like 6'3". I have long black hair. I haven't cut my hair in a very long time. I haven't cut my beard in a very long time. So yeah, I say most places I go, I don't look very presentable, and there's a lot of people staring at me and that sort of thing. Um, so that's just my experience. I mean, but yeah, it's crazy. But I know that I can get away with going to a lot of places. I look relatively normal standing next to my wife, who's a white woman. I mean, I just look, I could get into a lot of, like, for example, you know, I've gotten pulled over and gotten out of like getting tickets and stuff, you know, just because there's a white person there. Right. So
yeah,
things like that. I mean, so it's interesting. I mean,
unless
know
it's us, and then sometimes we still get tickets because guys are assholes.
yeah. But yeah, it's interesting.
I'm not a fucking troll.
What the fuck are you then? Who are
I
you?
don't know, JG. What the fuck are you? I didn't even know you were JG. I just figured that out. And I just
Listen.
figured out Chris was Christos. So
All right. So that's about it, guys. So
That is a shrill voice. Holy shit.
yeah.
DJM is really sweet, but she puts up with a lot of crap. And I still haven't figured out why.
Well, I think they're part of some type of podcasting network. Let me pull this guy up. There's somebody here. Blessings, brother. How you doing today?
Blessings. Doing well. I've been spending the last few days talking to ChatGPT.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. ChatGPT.
Oh, it's
yeah.
Well, I mean, it's been really eye-opening for me because I've been learning a lot about Heidegger through it. So I pretty much kind of figured out the whole concept of Dasein because my life pretty much reflects that. And it was funny because I was asking about my ex, Katie, and it was basically talking about how their life, because they were submissive and didn't like and just agreed to say yes about everything, it was just pretty much somebody else's lapdog would just be like a they man.
Yeah.
And then like and then I also found go ahead.
No, you go ahead, please.
Oh, I was also going to say, I also found out like a lot of like fascists and people on the dissident right take Spengler out of context and don't even know what he was really talking about in Decline of the West.
The guy I was thinking about earlier is Oswald Spengler. You know, he's the other guy who wrote a bunch of technology books that are worth studying.
Mhm.
We may do a study on a book by Oswald Spengler. You know, because he wrote a lot of interesting work similar to Ellul, and then compare his thoughts with Ellul's thoughts. You know, so I don't think that's been done before. Spengler versus Ellul. You know, I think that would be
Highly doubtful it's been done before.
Yeah, that would be so
Probably
that'd be
not.
a firster. I mean, right? So we may actually title that video "Ellul versus Spengler" and see where their thoughts collude or diverge. I mean, so yeah, that could be. But yeah, that was the other anti-tech guy. Obviously, you know, there's Mumford, but he's way older. I mean, yeah. And then obviously
Well, there was a lot of
yeah,
because there was a lot of great thinkers who were like really skeptical of tech, or at least wanted to downscale it. And
right. Yeah, we were just looking at Julius Evola. I don't know if you're familiar with some of Evola's stuff, you know, but he's radically.
I've never bothered to read it. I've never bothered to read any of his stuff. I mean, I was more interested in Guénon's writings myself.
Yeah. See, he was hugely influenced by Guénon. So, you know, so yeah, that's the huge guy. Obviously, the concept of traditionalism he borrowed from Guénon. So, yeah, Neo Z Rebellion channel. Yeah, blessings. Yeah, thank you, homies. Yeah, he's had some pretty good conversations on Chaotic Truth, but I haven't been able to do that. You know, the first time I went on Chaotic Truth, he kicked me off. don't know what the deal.
Oh, that
I think
wouldn't
maybe
surprise me.
Sheesh.
yeah, maybe somebody paid for it or something. But yeah, I'm not going back there.
I don't know, because like I've kind of learned that a lot of these right wing types are just really bad faith, and then they take everything they say out of context, and they don't even know what they're talking about half the time.
Yeah.
Sounds like Wilson.
Yeah, we caught Wilson in a direct contradiction earlier on the show. It's kind of
You want to know what the mic drop moment? You want to know what the mic drop thing you would say to someone like Wilson? Just talk about Carl Schmitt's The Sovereign. There, mic drop.
Oh yeah, we actually covered Theory of the Partisan by Carl Schmitt earlier on the show with Firestarter. I mean, yeah, he's a homie. Firestarter actually came out here to visit me. I mean, so shout out to Firestarter. That's an original gangster of the Machine Lies channel, similar to our friend Neo Zed Rebellion. I mean, and also Trad Culture, but Trad Culture is I don't know where he is, man. I mean, he's always missing. I mean, but yeah, blessings to Trad Culture. He always comes back around somehow. I mean, but yeah, but yeah. But yeah, Chat GPT. I think I asked it to produce some information on Kurzweil, Ray Kurzweil, and then I read it on the show. You know, and then I tried to ask it to produce something about Jacques Ellul, and it was an image that I was going to use for the show, like maybe image generator, so it could generate an image of Jacques Ellul turning into a cyborg, but it couldn't even produce an image of Jacques Ellul that looked like Jacques Ellul. So I was like, this sucks.
Yeah, sometimes it screws up on that stuff.
Yeah,
sometimes
so-
it's good with images. Sometimes it does a terrible job at them. And on top of that, have you ever seen that movie Nausicaa Valley of the Wind?
No. Yeah, that's a new one.
Oh,
Have
damn.
seen
You need to
Ready?
watch that movie.
That sounds like. Is that like, what do you call it? An anime or?
Yeah, it's one of Studio Ghibli's first movies.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it sounded like anime. This is what Grok said about us. I mean, incidentally, I use Grok to produce the image and not Chat GPT. So maybe Chat GPT would have produced a better image. I'm not sure. I've not really messed around with the AI stuff at all. But yeah, this is what Grok said about us. You know, so I don't know how accurate that is. I wouldn't totally trust that rendition of what our show attempts to accomplish, but it's definitely in the ballpark. I mean, so it's rather interesting. Yeah, Wednesday, Saturday, they got the timings right. You know, railing against the
Railing.
mechanical heart. Yeah, it's like I'm like railing. Ah! You know, those damned. I mean, yeah. So dissecting. So it knows we're studying Ellul. So that's pretty interesting. Then but then see, it quoted wrongly. It wrongly misattributed Orwell's quote to me. Efficiency for the sake of efficiency is a circular goal. That's Orwell. That's not me. So yeah. So yeah, there you have Grok on yours truly. Right. So pretty weird. You get a weird feeling.
Yeah, you know what I just found out earlier? I just found out earlier that Father Seraphim Rose was gay.
No. He converted and then he ended.
Yeah, of course.
But yeah, but yeah, he used to be gay. I think he like was gay like once. It wasn't a prominent, but yeah, he confessed about all that stuff. But yeah, he's not a gay, for sure, because you're not allowed to be in the church. Yeah. Ebitard recently, they were calling him F slurs and all this stuff. So that was some wild stuff. We're not going to play that obviously because we can't get away with all of that type of stuff. But yeah, they were calling Seraphim Rose F slurs, and then Jim Bob kicked him off his show and then let him back on. He litigated letting him back on the show. I mean,
so Want to know a funny thing about the Ortho Bros? When I was having a
Right.
conversation, it was saying that it was basically saying that they're spiritual gentrifiers because what they do is they'll go into Orthodox churches and they'll basically gentrify them by kicking all the other inhabitants out and make it their own like just lame ass thing afterwards.
Funny. Yeah, I mean it's yeah, we've definitely covered some of that type of drama. I mean, see earlier the clip we played is rather damning because he literally admits to using leftist tactics, right? So just that is huge. I mean, if people actually think of the implications of that, I mean, it's actually massive. I mean, right? And I don't think too many people commented on that or caught that. Obviously, they're trying to attack him for being a fake Christian and pro-conservative, right? But I think that's the wrong angle, right? Because he doesn't want to change the system as it is, right? He wants to use the current system against so his goal is reform. You know what I mean? It's not to change the system. I mean, right? So that's what's really interesting. And we talked to many times. Just the technology debate we had with them would suffice to say that they're espousing some form of techno liberalism, and then going off of that, and he even spun this himself and said it's Christian futurism. So we did an entire show where we decoded his wildly speculative stance, where he did a show with President Sunday and he actually billed himself a Christian futurist, a term that he borrowed from Nick Fuentes, right? So what does that term mean? Christian futurism, right? We've never gotten an accurate assessment of that term itself, right?
Yeah.
Because it's some type of combination of techno-liberalism and the Christian ethos, right? And whatever that amounts to is, it's, as we said, it's crypto communism. It's obviously highly supported by John Birch Society, whatever, Alex Jones types of people. So, it's all crazy stuff. You mean? And we have the constantly eluding. It's pretty easy to define what leftism is, but what is conservatism? That's the elusive one. It's pretty interesting, isn't it?
I don't know. Conservatism's pretty easy to figure out once you know what it actually is. I mean, when I used to talk to Culture Thug all the time, he just said it's liberalism, except on the speed limit.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that makes a lot of
There's really
sense.
not much more to it. And I mean, like the best authors, like just for entry level, understanding conservatism at an entry level is just like people like Russell Kirk and Roger Scruton. But like, even when you think about what Russell Kirk writes about, it's just basically trying to say that, like, I wish America was more like a Norman Rockwell painting.
Yeah, that's like Boomer City. That Norman Rockwell. That's crazy. Yeah. See, that's the thing is like we can't be that deluded. Like I understand being against futurism. Obviously, we are the machine lives after all. But but yeah, being some sort of decelerationist, or obviously we talked about the steampunk lunatics. I mean, and all those the Duganists, and we've coined the term Afro-Duganism. We don't know what to do with it yet, but yeah. Oh yeah, also Judeo-Islam. we don't know what to do with that one either. But Judeo-Christianity, you can have Judeo-Islam. I mean, cloak your beliefs. It's the name of the game, isn't it, folks? As we've seen.
Judeo-Christianity didn't even exist as a term until the 20th century.
Yep.
And even with traditions, not all traditions are worth keeping. I mean, nobody in their right mind thinks foot binding is an awesome thing, or would want to go back and live in medieval Europe. I mean, some traditions are great, like what the Tuareg society had, what some Islamic societies had, what the Native Americans had, and stuff like that. Those were good traditions. But going back to like Europe at an older time, fuck that shit.
Yeah, I mean, there is no going back. That's the fact of it is that, we're living in a world, technological world system, that opting out of it is an extreme measure in every sense of the word, right? So, that's the fact is that, people don't want to consider the reality that technology is not an option in the current state of affairs.
Well, all machines eventually have a battery life. They're not like completely sustainable for centuries. Eventually it all just crumbles and decays and turns to rust.
Oh yeah. Yeah, but they can always create new value systems. Like right now they can get people to value like social media and stuff, like cell phones, and then they could create a new thing. I mean, right? Where it creates,
unless it's made of Teflon, maybe.
Yeah, but they could create a new economy, a new value system, and perpetuate, the same system in another direction. That's all they've really successfully done for a very long time. They just change whatever game they're playing. They've had the same technology for the last 30 years, but it's just like, and they just change what game they play with it. I mean, but yeah, it's interesting. But yeah, blessings to all the people that are here. We still have 17 people watching this. Wild. Yeah, you guys are on a wild ride. I mean, I don't know how many of you guys have been here since the beginning, but I greatly appreciate your time. I mean, it's 5 hours into this. Holy smokes! So,
Holy cows!
yeah, we will be
brother.
shutting this. Yeah, we'll be shutting this down soon. Tomorrow we'll be going live again. There the topic will be Techie's Wet Dream by Uncle Teddy. We're finishing reading that. We had an excellent show on Saturday where we talked to a transhumanist about some of those ideas. Right? We got him to agree to most of the framing. Right? And then we talked to Mr. Anderson, which is kind of crazy that like a dude comes on The Machine Lies named Mr. Anderson, and the thing that he's really believes in is free will. He always wants to debate me about free will. So that's pretty interesting. It's like right out of the Matrix movie. You're in but yeah, pretty wild stuff there. If you guys really consider it, and of course that's not scripted at all, right? So it's very strange, right?
What good is a phone call if you're unable to speak?
Yeah. Yeah, blessings. Yeah, peace to Mimsy. And peace to the homie, recreational argument network television. Blessings. Mr. Anderson swooped in. Oh man, killer 1.5 hour discussion with Mr. Anderson. Yeah, excellent.
It's so funny though. Like you'll say like, "Oh, we'll have a short stream tonight," and then like it turns out not to be.
Yeah. See, he poured in the back after I'd already ended the show for like an hour. I think because he started watching later. He had come back from doing something, so he didn't know that the show was over. But I still wanted to entertain that conversation because we've always had great conversations. But yeah, that one was a real legendary one that I should maybe produce on its own. Because I don't think too many people actually laid their eyes on that one. So because it was like that, we ended the show and then nobody was watching. So it's unfortunate, but yeah. But yeah. I think that'll be all for today. I'll go around have closing statements because we will be back tomorrow at 9. I mean, so I greatly appreciate you guys. I mean, yeah, thank you for showing up to the homie. Everybody else?
Thanks for having me.
Yeah, of course, Denizen. Thank you so much for being here. Blessings to you. Yeah, and would anybody like to address the people that are here? There's 18 people that are watching. Everybody is extremely important. Each person is extremely important. I'm not an individualist, as you saw earlier when we were reading Nietzsche, but yeah, I definitely think one person could have an incredible impact. Would you guys like to say anything to the 18, 19 people that are here?
Sure. Let me go ahead and reveal myself.
Oh yeah, yeah. Maybe
s-
yeah. Maybe we'll let Televised Apocalypse talk to the chat because a lot of haters in the chat. He's now once again turned the entire chat against him again. So so would you like to address the people here? I mean,
I don't know. I've been sitting in the back for about a week, really just sitting around watching, paying attention to what everyone else is doing, and I've caught quite a bit good little, tales here and there. So I'm gonna continue my investigations, and I don't know, TMO. One day I'm called a LARPing schizophrenic Christian who shouldn't believe in God, and the next I'm told that technology should be my God. So, I don't know. I'm still searching. Maybe I'll have a synopsis for you by the end of the month, maybe, because I'm still looking for answers.
yeah,
Right
same
here
here,
with you, brother, till the end.
Yeah, thank you, my friend. I greatly appreciate you, your presence. Your words. They have always resonated in my heart. Thank you for being here, my friend. Blessings.
No problem, man. Blessings.
Yeah, what about you guys, my friends?
I'm gonna have a sandwich, and I'm gonna head over to the Wandering Hippie to smoke weed.
Ooh, what kind of sandwich?
Corned beef.
Wandering Hippie, is he a channel as well?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So we had this guy earlier. Let me put this guy up. Wandering Hippie.
Yeah, I think he did a drive-by comment or something.
Yeah, I put his comment up earlier. So let me find this character. Maybe you guys can click on him. There's a lot of people with mod functions in the chat. So you guys could go and head over there and give him some subscribers or whatever, and maybe we can check out his show later. If I can find his comments. Yeah, he did like he left like little comments somewhere. Shit.
It might have been on Den's restream though.
Oh yeah.
So
yeah,
we
but
don't have mod powers there.
But it would still show up here. in
Yeah, on
the
StreamYard,
StreamYard.
right.
So I'll find it eventually. Okay, here he is. Wandering Hippie. He was enjoying the song by Lake Trout. So yeah. Yeah, so Wandering Hippie, we'll definitely find him. And yeah, blessings to all the people that are here. Televised Apocalypse, Digital Denizen. Tomorrow we'll be here reading Uncle Teddy, Techie's Wet Dream.
Hell yeah.
So feel free to join. And yeah, blessings. And what about you, Reddington? Would you like to say anything to these people?
No, I don't really have anything at the moment.
Yeah, blessings, guys. Okay, I love you guys.
Wandering Hippie's channel is Hippie Auditor.
Oh, okay. There we go.
Linked it in the chat.
Okay, nice. We got Hippie Auditor. So yeah, go check him out. And Denizen will be there. So yeah, if you want to follow Denizen around.
Everybody stalk Denizen.
Yeah, exactly. Cyber stalking has been unlocked.
Cyber
Here on the
gang
Machine Lives.
stalking.
Exactly. But yeah, I remember when Dennis had challenged Montegraph to find out who he is. That was so funny.
Really?
That was a legendary moment. Yeah.
Interesting.
He's like, I bet you can't find out. And he tried to look at his picture on his avatar.
Oh no.
Yeah.
And he spent the rest of the show trying to find out who that was. And here's the irony. It was such a great moment because, first of all, the avatar wasn't me. So he was wasting his time completely. But what's hilarious is the avatar was of a famous person. And he couldn't find the famous person in the
Wow, that's pretty
avatar.
bad.
Never mind find me. While he was talking about how he could find anybody in the world because his computer skills were so great and he knows how networks and cell phones work. And of course, that's what my background and expertise is in telephony and networking. And he didn't have the slightest idea what he was talking
I knew you don't ever put your photo up, and when I saw you put Dianaforio on your profile pic, I'm like, oh, okay.
That's who he was looking for.
Oh, he was looking for him? That's
Couldn't even
hilarious.
find him.
He couldn't even get Dianaforio. That's terrible.
Could not even find him.
Damn. Well, that's all we got.
Colorful
Folks.
people on YouTube.
Yeah. FBI's 10 most wanted. Whoa. Saul T. Nuts.
Nice. That's my man, Joey Villages. Shout out to Joey.
Nice.
We're shutting her down over here, Joey. We're heading over to Hippies.
Heading over to Hippies. Good Hippies. Heading over
Sounds
to
like
the...
a name of a bar.
Yeah.
That's basically what it is.
Weed bar.
It's the hangout spot, is what it is.
Yeah, I need some. Yeah, maybe back in the day, you know what I mean? Brown legs. But yeah, blessings to all the people. I mean, yeah, I got love for all you guys. But yeah, I'll show you something that's totally loveless. And that is The Future Is Now by Nonfiction. But yeah, blessings to all the people that are here. We'll be back tomorrow at 9 p.m. Unless we get banned. So the video is on this on the this video will be on the alternative channel only. So we showed some things in the first part of this show that we probably shouldn't have. So we can't keep this here tonight. So yeah, thank you guys. Blessings. And peace to all the people that are here. Peace to my friends Denizen and I'm at Reddington. Blessings, guys.
Easy.
Peace.
Let's see here. Yeah, here we go.
They got AIDS affecting the globe, laser weapons and clones, conquerors, presidents, death artificial intelligence, frozen organs, post-mortem, alien Malachi York, and 5% is 12 crimes forever. Get your mind together, who decides truth? Guys in ties and suits, violent coups from private schools. Teach how rules are taught, dues are fought, use of thoughts like swords. Pay for groceries, the DNA codes in your vocal cords. The order of the world's already been bought. Robocops is programmed to kill and ready for war. Drink your cocaine, cause drugs is legal. Androids rule the streets of New York, screaming fuck the people. Even a priest can fall in love with evil. If a bitch that's sucking his dick is swallow nothing, go for semen. Election day, young Americans will vote for demons. Overachieving, don't sniff blow or blow up pieces. Welcome to Futurama, where the cyborgs shoot your mama. A cross between Terminator 3 and 2 in common. This is Ill Bill, reporting for a new assignment. Ready to rock with the Ruger 9 shining. This is Futurama, where the cyborgs shoot your mama. A cross between Terminator 3 and 2 in common. This is Ill Bill, reporting for a new assignment. Ready to rock with the Ruger 9 shining.
The noose is tight, the news is sightings, the truth's frightening. Kabbalah studies of 51 produced by the Titans. Follow the sergeant, the one handling largest events. Made the top of department, firebombing projects intent. Video farewells, off to majesty, it's off the salary. I never hold a grudge, taking judges to Applebee's. My team's fast, the IRS be thugging with masks. On the run for war game bugs and funneling cash. I'll rob anyone, a lawyer with a gun in the stash. Beneath the remains of human ash, the gun in the bag. Gangsta, cherry ketamine, the medicine, Pirelli spin, the new water. Speaking to television like Benny Hill. We rock blades and pop collars like hockey rage. Pac was framed, they cloned him in the spot near the cage to vegetate, claiming credit to detonate human bombs, nuclear arms, supermarket cancer and farms.
Welcome to Futurama, where the cyborgs shoot your mama. A cross between Terminator 3 and 2 in common.
This is Gore-Tex reporting for a new assignment.
Ready to rock with the Ruger 9 shining. This is Futurama, where the cyborgs shoot your mama. A cross between Terminator 3 and 2 in common.
This is Gore-Tex reporting for a new assignment.
Ready to rock with the Ruger 9 shining. At the Fight Club, fists, knives, and guns. Tribes of chud, cannibalistic, humanoid, underground drugs, rain and blood. Sorted like Slayer did in 86. Communicate with aliens, there he is. I made Run DMC sell me the devil's soul. Make your head explode with implantable chips by remote control. I told you all what to expect. Fuck, love, and respect. When you're on your knees with the gun to your head. See Masonic temples, lies truth. God's devil signs proof. Nickel plated 9 shoot. Crimes loot. I recruit the true mystics. I turn goons futuristic. We too sadistic. Coming at you with 2 biscuits. This is Futurama, where the cyborgs shoot your mama. A cross between Terminator 3 and 2 in common. This is Ill Bill reporting for a new assignment. Ready to rock with the Ruger 9 shining. This is Futurama, where the cyborgs shoot your mama. A cross between Terminator 3 and 2 in common. This is Ill Bill reporting for a new assignment. Ready to rock with the Ruger 9 shining. All want money, drugs. How can I make a clear decision in the haze of drugs, prostitutes, and guns? I stumble up the ladder with Sabak and Chunk by my side when I ride in LA. We party with the stars and the star fuckers, and everybody love us. Yeah, I do cocaine. Yeah, I love to drink. Love to get my dick sucked and need drugs to think. Killing my brain cells with pills, rock my lungs with splits. Over necro production, fucker, and the drugs are sick. Exploding school buses, Jews, Muslims, Christians. What the fuck's the difference? We all want money, drugs, and bitches. Anybody that doesn't rubs me suspicious. I don't trust none of y'all, I don't trust religion. I don't trust the police nor the justice system. Peace to errors, the hustler locked up in prison. See you when you get home, we gon' pump the ism. The future is right now, y'all motherfuckers listen. There is no future, the future is now. It's non-fiction, we coming at you like cloud. There is no future, the future is now. It's non-fiction, we coming at you like cloud. There is no future, the future is now. It's non-fiction, we coming at you like cloud. There is no future, the future is now. It's non-fiction, we coming at you like cloud.
Your future is morbidity, like Martha Stewart's fluids. The new shit I kick is putrid, like Beyonce Spielberg. Jump off the roof and dive head first into the concrete until the meat splits and the blood red squirts. There's no problem with the strategy of energy. Your cavity's flattered, you're falling. Now gravity's your enemy. Shooting a bullet through your brain is all it takes to make you dead. Put a gas to your head, only thing left to do is pull it. Simple, like press and record. I'm the remote erasing your life elimination. The message is stored. I got a fascination for assassination. Half the nation saw Kennedy murdered as Jackie Onassis faced them. When I'm rapping, it's like an autopsy. Awesome audio, audacity, or an orgasm. From dying on crosses to spying warships. The future is present, peasant. Wake up or stay lying with corpses.
There is no future, the future is now. It's non-fiction, we coming at you like cloud. There is no future, the future is now. It's non-fiction, we coming at you like cloud. There is no future, the future is now. It's non-fiction, we coming at you like cloud. There is no future, the future is now. It's non-fiction, we coming at you like cloud.
Alien rehab, the Elvine hub with the drug back in pediatrics, bugging those snuff licks with Tevin Patrick. Digital dick, alpha cheddar, bled on the mattress, close encounters. Had a Peruvian marching powder about it. A planet that turns actors to crack faggots. We in the Benz hearse, Mac and P-Funk and Black Sabbath. Playing it off, stinking like I'm bathed in a corpse. Getting frisked by pigs in my Porsche like I'm David Lee Roth. It's the new mutants, torture school like Hasid students. Metal detectors and dogs, putting frost on the truants. I'm flashing my teeth, legal now for stashing your E. My cyborg deal, this bad bitch with ass that speaks. Put it down with Charlie to eat, God. Part of my speech, Godfather dust blunts. The judge dreaded the streets. The wizard at Gore, forensics, a legend that speaks. Sporting nipples like symbols of war till heaven repeats.
There is no future, the future is now. It's non-fiction, we coming at you like cloud. There is no future, the future is now. It's non-fiction, we coming at you like cloud. There is no future, the future is now. It's non-fiction, we coming at you like cloud. There is no future, the future is now. It's non-fiction, we coming at you like cloud.
I'm not just a rapper, I'm an artist. I pound the hardest bars.
eyes just to close them, knocking at the door again. What's it like there tomorrow? How's it going there tomorrow? What's it like over there tomorrow? Is this a start or just another celebration, looping on the same track, waiting for a new mutation, waiting for a new mutation, waiting on the next mutation, knocking at the door again. What's it like there tomorrow? How's it going there tomorrow? What's it like over there tomorrow?
Yeah. Make them connections. The feudalist reign of the illuminist, pugilist whoop spits, waves creating numerous growths upon brains. My name stains with insane pain in your membrane like propane. My pen game's mysterious. Kids fear me just like dust from snuff laced with volatile chemicals. You know that I finish schools and throw my style into you like a dart. Your heart starts to spark. It's park marks tipping you into 222 techniques to sodomize. Eyes lava God, I'm a lock and lobotomize. Skulls of whack kids and rat figs, especially all arms and legs will be terribly scarred hermetically. Herbs catching me, it's like the ultimate fantasy. Scheming like a bitch, you supposed to get damaged, be the ill defector. Rex next by sectors, bless your whole team with laser beam introspectors. Making connects with my peeps and freaks. Making connections, dope connections. Making connections with my peeps and freaks. Making connections, dope connections. Making connections with my peeps and freaks. Making connections, dope connections. Making connections with my peeps and freaks. Making connections. Graves get filled with pieces of your anatomy. Battery radically swell your cells in my tragedy. Catch me nervous while I'm impervious to attack. You attract stats of gas in my flurries was accurate, immaculate. Raps are laxatives, running shit. Don feel me macking shit, sinister. Silencer salivating, Satan over a mic fight. My eyesight strikes like a bite bite. I write tight like I incite spikes and ignite tripe plights where there's mad night fights and plights for 6 figures. Niggas with quick triggers are getting you lyrically split into like a sword that's circular. Working my contacts on next to raw raps, hurting you, irking the bitch ass style. I file under plastic faggoty. Actually, you can't fuck with the mastery. Your Damocles sword, the Lord's war bring battery. Making connects with my peeps and freaks. Making connections, dope connections. Making connects with my peeps and freaks. Making connections, dope connections. Making connects with my peeps and freaks. Making connections, dope connections. Making connects with my peeps and freaks. Making connections. The death facilitator, exhilarator, the fader, annihilator, chest separator, vest the razor. Extreme scenes, his blood gleams and careens and streams seem impossible. Poisonous, illogical, poisonous, a drop or two swing from the king's Excalibur. Like talents, the balance to my challengers is unmatched. Axe get waxed in the clash of paradox, axe work. I slash it back in rap words, it's sicker than the cycle in the EMS vehicle, eating through my optical, so I'm not seeing you. The sin killer, smooth as chinchilla, Trabella, fella iller, the 10 dealers killing Rockefeller. Pop a fella to drop a fella, stop and tell another one. Suck a son gun from my brother's run. Large amount of shits down the backs of your car canines. Y'all despise the wise, now you're all surprised that I defy slide types of opposition. Might stop the listen and submission, the stop incision. Yeah, making connects with my peeps and freaks. Making connections, dope connections. Making connects with my peeps and freaks. Making connections, dope connections. Making connects with my peeps and freaks.
Making connections, dope connections. Making connects with my peeps and freaks. Making connections, dope connections.